Come on, maestro! Hit it!
The tale begins with a solemn voice declaring that every human harbors an innate desire to survive. In a desolate landscape littered with bones, the voice laments the arduous journey that brought our main protagonist here. 99 attempts preceded this moment, and at long last he finds himself determined to reach the end. He stands on the brink of the 20th round, where an assembly of angelic beings stands as formidable gatekeepers. As he gazes upon these creatures, he speculates that the 20th round might be protected by guardian golems, assigned to safeguard a mysterious doorway in the distance. Undoubtedly, the guardians will not permit an easy passage, so our protagonist calls upon a weapon of blood-red hue, resembling a scythe. The guardians too ready themselves for battle, brandishing their weapons. When one of them launches an assault, our protagonist unleashes a skill known as the Seal of Death, conjuring a crimson skull-like aura above the golem. With incredible swiftness, he slashes the golem, understanding that this skill grants a 100% damage increase after successfully employing it on an adversary. The guardians swarm toward him, and in response, he invokes the Night of Death skill, plunging the room into total darkness. This strategic move deprives the golems of sight, allowing him to cut through them effortlessly, as if they were mere butter. Victory seems within reach when suddenly a colossal golem materializes, leaving him with no respite. The imposing golem launched a lightning-fast assault, unleashing a relentless combination of ice and flame attacks. Meanwhile, a relentless onslaught of attacks from other golems pressed in on him. Driven by necessity, he harnessed his speed, transcending the bounds of ordinary swiftness and crafting a multitude of ethereal doppelgangers that encircled the colossal golem. As the massive golem primed a fiery assault resembling a barrage of arrows, the fire attacks descended, seemingly engulfing our protagonist. To his fortune, the searing assault spared him, but obliterated his spectral counterparts. In response, he taunted the golem, forewarning that targeting him would prove a formidable challenge. The room, once bathed in fiery orange, transformed into a brilliant azure as the golem etched a mystical seal into the ground beneath our protagonist's feet. The suddenness of the attack left him with no room for evasion, ensnaring him in a crystalline prison of ice. Remarkably composed in the face of adversity, our protagonist awaited the golem's airborne strike. At the pivotal moment, the ice began to splinter as he invoked his moonlight destruction skill, cleaving through both the ice and the golem in a single fluid motion. Emerging unscathed, he inwardly acknowledged the narrow escape, and realized the battle would be interminable if he continued battling the golems one by one. With unwavering determination, he decided it was time to end it all with one decisive stroke. The golems readied their fire and ice attacks, aiming directly for our protagonist, who responded by activating his moonlight destruction red moon. In a grandiose sweep, he wielded his weapon, slashing through all the golems and vanquishing them in one fell swoop. Now the moment had arrived for him to explore the enigmatic secrets guarded by the formidable guardians. As he stepped into the room, a sense of wonder enveloped him, for the surroundings resembled a sanctified temple. The doorway beckoned him, piquing his curiosity about what lay beyond. He contemplated whether this was the path he was meant to tread, and if a momentous event awaited him. With a hopeful smile gracing his face, he pondered the prospect of finally completing the game. However, his optimism was abruptly dashed when a notification materialized, stating that the entrance condition for the boss room was at a mere 1 out of 5. It informed him that at least 5 players were required to unlock the boss room. Our protagonist found himself taken aback, exclaiming, "What is this?" The system coldly declared that there was just 1 player before the boss room himself, and ominously warned that he would meet his end in 5 seconds for failing to meet the requirements. Frustration and anger welled up within him as he cried out, "What on earth is going on? No one ever mentioned such a requirement." As the countdown steadily dwindled from 5 to 1, a sense of helplessness and despair settled upon him. He watched his own form begin to fade, realizing that there was nothing he could do to prevent it. With fading hands and a sense of resignation, he reluctantly accepted his seemingly inevitable fate. When the countdown reached its conclusion, he vanished entirely, and the system displayed a chilling notification, pronouncing our protagonist's death. Another message followed, revealing that he had met the conditions to trigger the rune of regression. The system disclosed that it would rewind time to a point before the first round, and displayed that he had exhausted all 100 available uses of the rune. The system further announced that the rune would vanish. Then, a final notification appeared, heralding the commencement of our protagonist's 100th regression. The scene unfolded in a breathtaking city where a bustling crowd eagerly awaited some significant event. Amidst the anticipation, a voice declared, "It's finally time," and implored everyone to join in a countdown when there were just 5 seconds left. The crowd enthusiastically chimed in, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, our main protagonist found himself in the midst of the throng, inwardly cursing his return to the moment just before he was ensnared in this relentless game. Gazing at his clenched fists, he yearned to halt time, even though he had reached the game's daunting 20th round. A notification flashed, indicating he had exhausted all 100 uses of his time reversal rune. With determination, he resolved to finish this game on his last chance, but that meant he needed to bring 4 others to the final round. He turned to contemplate his choices. A few minutes earlier, when people were laughing and discussing their impending adulthood, one friend jubilantly mentioned the redundancy of fake identity cards after graduation. Another pondered his post-graduation career, contemplating becoming a delivery man, before turning to his friend Yong-min for advice. Yong-min declared he'd become a gangster, earning reactions of disbelief and concern from his friends. Yong-min, unswayed by their opinions, explained his desire to live an unconventional life, emphasizing that we only live once. Secretly, his friends labeled him as reckless, considering cutting ties after graduation. They questioned him about our protagonist and what would become of his shuttle after graduation, referring to the downcast young man. Yong-min confessed he couldn't let go of our protagonist, suggesting that our MC probably believed everything would come to an end upon graduation. In response, his friends mockingly dubbed Yong-min the devil, while he chuckled and vowed to keep playing with our protagonist as long as possible. These kids were basically our protagonist bullies. Suddenly, one of Yong-min's friends caught sight of him and urged Yong-min to take a look. Just as the announcer proclaimed that the moment had finally arrived, instructing them to commence a synchronized countdown from 5 seconds, Yong-min confirmed that it was indeed our protagonist. Something seemed off, as our protagonist removed his hood and fixed his gaze on Yong-min, leaving him perplexed by the unfamiliar aura. As the announcer announced the arrival of the new year, Yong-min couldn't help but question our protagonist's seemingly intense glare. His friends advised him to let it slide for today, given that it was the first day of the new year, and there would be more opportunities. Despite muttering a few choice words under his breath, Yong-min decided to allow our protagonist some leeway. Another friend joyfully noted their newfound adulthood, and a chorus of Happy New Year filled the air. Suddenly, an enigmatic voice interjected, musing on the peculiar nature of humanity, celebrating the new year without understanding their circumstances. Yong-min turned to his friend, thinking the voice had emanated from him, but his friend denied speaking. They collectively gazed skyward, puzzled by an unidentifiable sound. An angelic figure materialized, expressing amusement at humanity's gullibility, likening them to monkeys in a cage from the perspective of angels. The crowd was taken aback, with many questioning if the ethereal being before them was truly an angel or part of a New Year's broadcast event. One individual declared their willingness to believe it was real, while another remarked on the angel's striking beauty. Our protagonist had grown accustomed to her appearance, though he still harbored a deep-seated resentment, even after enduring this ordeal 99 times. The angel couldn't help but chuckle at the humans, labeling them as trash and implying that they were enamored with her looks. However, she made it clear that she had no interest in their company, dismissing them as worthless. With an unsettling grin, she taunted them about their stunned silence, insinuating that they were indeed captivated by her voice. But her arrogance soon drew the ire of one man in the crowd. He shouted at the angel, demanding to know who she was, and accusing her of cosplaying as an angel. He berated her, calling her a derogatory term for a flying tissue. In response, our protagonist silently lamented the unfolding situation. The angel fell briefly silent before her expression soured, her eyes turning a menacing shade of red. The man who had insulted her met a gruesome fate as his head exploded, showering those nearby with his blood. Panic ensued, and the crowd scattered like frightened rabbits. Min, in a state of shock, muttered, "What the hell is that?" The angel, now menacing, scolded the humans for speaking informally to her. She warned them that questioning her was a privilege they did not possess, and cautioned that anyone could meet the same fate as the disrespectful man. She reluctantly promised to explain the situation and urged them to pay close attention, much to our protagonist's chagrin. The angel commenced her explanation, stating that they would be embarking on a 20-round game held on the first day of every month. She elaborated that their souls would be transported to a new dimension, where they would undertake quests to complete the given challenges. Those who succeeded would earn rewards and return to the real world. Perplexed by her words, one man sought clarification from another, who translated it as her offering them a chance at survival. However, she made it clear that even those who completed the quests would not all survive. The angel explained her criteria for sparing participants. She would spare half of them in the order of quest completion. She reassured the shocked individuals not to worry, as she wouldn't take all of them. She clarified that only humans aged between 15 and 29 worldwide would be involved in the game. Our protagonist couldn't help but reflect on the unexpected repetition of this game 100 times over, every time he turned 20. Amid the murmurs in the crowd, an elderly man expressed relief at being saved, much to the ire of others who saw it as pouring oil on the fire. Min intervened, urging them to comprehend the gravity of the situation, pointing out the man whose head had exploded earlier. After a count, the angel revealed there were 1,801,029,290 participants. With the explanation concluded, she declared the commencement of the game. Suddenly, our protagonist found himself in a void of overwhelming whiteness. The angel disclosed that each participant had entered their own individual spaces, invisible to others, and they needed to shape their bodies in preparation for the soul transfer. This was a one-time customization opportunity, and she urged them to choose wisely. Inwardly, our protagonist decided to stick with the same choices as in his past lives, and adopted the nickname Black Scythe. A lush green field meets majestic mountains on the horizon as the sun's warm glow bathes the landscape. The gentle breeze rustles the leaves of trees, creating a harmonious natural symphony. Black Scythe materialized in this new world, reflecting on how he had maintained the same appearance for the 100th time since his 12th attempt, making it feel like his true body. As others began appearing, some questioned their whereabouts, while others marveled at the real change in their bodies. One person proudly revealed that he had chosen a celebrity's face, prompting his friend to confirm the effectiveness of his choice. Inwardly, our protagonist observed that everyone had made an effort to look their best this time, but he cautioned that it was unwise. In this world, survival of the fittest prevailed, and attractiveness often made one a target. Dying in the other world meant death in the real world too. He noted that it was almost time, and then Min emerged, sporting a muscled body. The angel made her appearance, commenting on the delight apparent on their faces as they beheld their newly created avatars. She revealed that a total of 1,802,910 people were present, accounting for all the humans in Seoul. In response, one person expressed surprise at the number, and another doubted the visual evidence. The angel chuckled and scolded them for their limited understanding, explaining that people were scattered across different realms with various angels, each progressing through their respective rounds. She urged them to concentrate on themselves and began a simple explanation. She instructed them to access their status window, which materialized before them. Black Scythe sighed at the sight, knowing it all too well from his previous experiences in the game. The angel emphasized that they would soon grasp how limited their abilities were, especially if they had played games before. She encouraged them to become stronger and promised that those who survived to the end and cleared round 20 would not only be freed from the survival game, but also granted a wish. The crowd was shocked and intrigued by the prospect of making a wish, but they quickly realized it would only go to the first-place finisher. The angel then directed them to check their inventory, where she had prepared a special gift for them. Following the angel's instructions, they rummaged through their inventory and discovered a rune fragment. She explained that this random rune fragment was a one-time use item, reserved for level 1, and the sole item they'd receive at the start. To activate it, they had to hold it in their hand and think use. Eager to experience the game's mysterious workings, they used the rune fragment, watching in shock as it gradually faded. The angel remarked on their reactions, indicating that their fates had been divided, and whatever they received, they should accept as their luck. She declared that with the rune imprint completed, it was time to kickstart the show, snapping her fingers to trigger a system notification. The notification revealed the first round quest, instructing them to defeat 100 goblins each. A goblin then materialized and advanced toward them, leaving the crowd astounded. One individual queried if it truly was a goblin, while another mused on the uncanny, game-like experience. Theories emerged within the group, ranging from the possibility of a commercialized virtual reality game to clandestine tests conducted on them. The angel, however, warned them not to get too excited, stating that not all the goblins had been summoned yet. As more goblins started to appear, the unease among the people grew. The angel's voice turned menacing as she announced a staggering confrontation: 10,000 humans versus 50,000 goblins, a battle to the death. The goblins surged toward the humans, causing panic to erupt. Amidst the chaos, our protagonist bravely stepped forward, boldly approaching the oncoming goblins. Bystanders questioned his intentions, fearing the danger of getting too close. But he paid no heed, and with determination began to engage the goblins, kicking one of them squarely in the head. When you're part of a group, the initial impression holds immense significance. Our protagonist is keen on leaving a lasting mark, ensuring that his aura of power is etched into their memory. The goblin, propelled by his swift action, is a testament to his strength, and he's determined to seize the attention of onlookers, striving for a captivating performance. As the goblins charge, he swiftly dispatches them, leaving the spectators in awe. A curious girl wonders about his identity, likening him to a special agent, while his nickname, Black Scythe, garners admiration. The approaching goblins raise questions about their game expertise, but they remain confident in their ability to handle them, especially alongside Black Scythe. Yet their confidence is shattered when one of them falls victim to a goblin's lethal strike. Panic ensues, and the group scatters in terror. Our protagonist, engrossed in battle, can hear the chilling screams of those being overwhelmed by the goblins. The game has turned into a grim reality, where survival is the only thought on everyone's mind. He reflects on his initial mistake, realizing that there's no escape from this dimension. Modern individuals, unfamiliar with hunting, face a daunting challenge in confronting goblins. However, to survive in this game, they must overcome this limitation and embrace their instinct for survival. The battlefield lay drenched in gore, with lifeless bodies strewn about, while survivors fled for their lives or fell victim to the goblins' relentless onslaught. Amid this chaos, an angel observed the carnage, her laughter echoing through the scene. She mused on the disparity between the diminutive goblins and the human defenders, armed with mere daggers. Nevertheless, something about our protagonist piqued her interest, prompting her to discreetly examine his quest progress. Her disappointment with the system's lack of player information was palpable, but the peculiar humans and their struggle had an unexpected fascination for her. A notification flashed for our protagonist, celebrating his victory over a goblin, rewarding him with plus 4% experience and plus 10 gold, and announcing his level up. Only 25 more goblins remained to fulfill his quest. As a goblin lunged at our protagonist, he effortlessly dodged, swiftly dispatching the charging horde. Soon, even the goblins hesitated, trembling in fear at the sight of the blood-soaked warrior. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he accessed his status window, revealing his name, Ryumin, with the nickname Black Scythe. At level 4 and a beginner rank, he had yet to choose a class, and all his stats stood at 3 points. Resolving to focus on agility, he explained its significance in improving dodge rate, attack speed, and movement. To him, agility was paramount in the early stages. With his newfound speed and progress, he aimed to capture the angel's attention. To prove his point, he flung his dagger at a goblin, gesturing at the others to challenge him. In response, they stood motionless, prompting him to leap towards his dagger, and without wasting a moment, he effortlessly dispatched the remaining goblins, reaping experience, gold, and yet another level up. With this victory, he also achieved the milestone of completing the quest to slay 100 goblins, signaling the successful conclusion of the first round. Congratulations on reaching this point. If you've managed to make it this far, please leave a comment saying "let him cook" to confuse those who skipped this section or failed to watch the entire video. Internally, he considered the first round a straightforward triumph, having relentlessly pursued the goblins in an attempt to capture the angel's attention, even though it seemed his efforts had been in vain. However, a notification soon chimed in to congratulate him for securing the top rank in quest completion within his designated zone and impressively across all zones. Acknowledging the dedication that had nearly earned him the top spot, he reflected on the significance of completing quests early. The earlier you completed a quest within the round, the more lucrative the rewards, with prizes being distributed according to your rank up to the 3rd position. His reward for ranking first in his zone was the coveted lowest rank rare weapon selection coupon. He recognized that rewards were segmented into specific zone and all zones categories, and for achieving first place across all zones, an enticing special reward selection box awaited him. As he contemplated the weapons offered for the zone reward, he realized his gratitude for such a valuable asset at the beginning of his journey. Opting for the stiletto, he confirmed his selection with the system. Returning to the present, he relinquished his old dagger, reserving the All Zones special reward selection box for later. Recalling the earlier title he had received, he marveled at its uniqueness, a distinction he hadn't encountered during his past 99 attempts. He activated the orb, and the system confirmed his acquisition of the Ruin of Regresso. This rune was set to be imprinted on his body, but the system reported an unfortunate failure in the import process, perhaps due to the implications of a new imprint that could enable infinite regression. Inwardly, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the outcome was rather predictable. The concept of a new imprint hinted at the potential for infinite regression. The system then conveyed that the remnant of the rune detected in his soul confirmed this as his 100th imprint, bestowing upon him a title called Last Time Regressor. Taken aback by this revelation, he noted that in this game, titles stood as overarching concepts of runes, their value increasing in tandem with the difficulty of acquisition. Furthermore, the more challenging the title, the greater its effect, with even the ability, exclusive to the first priest, managing to restore only up to 30% of one's health. In contrast, the Last Time Regressor functioned as a form of resurrection that fully restored health. With a satisfied smirk, he marveled at having acquired something truly remarkable, a testament to the remarkable rewards for his extraordinary efforts. Deep within, our protagonist realizes the need to conceal this secret. As he stretches, his thoughts drift to the completion of the quest, wondering how Yong-min fared. Suddenly, he spots Yong-min, silently noting that he seems to have survived once more. Moments later, the angel interjects, expressing her boredom watching the dwindling human numbers compared to the goblins. She apologizes and hints at making things more exciting. A girl questions the meaning of more fun, and as if in response, the fallen soldiers and their corpses vanish from the battlefield, leaving the living bewildered. As the goblin hordes advance, fear permeates the air. The angel spawns an additional 50,000 goblins, and a gruesome battle ensues. The quest's successful completion only reaches 1,021 out of 5,143 participants. Some manage to slay goblins, slowly increasing the number of survivors to 2,019. Amidst the chaos, our protagonist waits in silence while others watch their friends fall to the goblin onslaught. The count of quest achievers rises to 3,533. The angel revels in the spectacle, and in minutes the tally hits 5,143. At this point, all the goblins vanish, confusing those who didn't complete the quest. Displaying the number of quest completions, the angel announces that half have succeeded, while the rest must perish, as per the game's rules. The unsuccessful participants begin to disappear, leaving the survivors astonished. The angel remarks on their survival and permits their return, congratulating them on passing the first round. She teases them about the second round. Before leaving, she shows the first round results with a system notification. Black Scythe stands in first place across all areas, followed by Stupid Idiots and Heavenly Demon, all completing the quest in under 20 minutes. In our protagonist's area, Black Scythe leads, followed by Life is a Documentary and Black Flame Dragon in Hand. The system notes that Black Scythe holds the top rank for all areas and applicable sections, rewarding our protagonist with the lowest rank rare weapon, a selection coupon, and a special reward selection box. Additionally, he's entitled to 1,000 gold, pending delivery to his inventory. The system congratulates him and mentions that the shop will be accessible at level 10. All eyes turn toward our protagonist, who quietly acknowledges that everyone now knows he's in the lead. The angel then commends the achievement of someone in her area, claiming the top spot in several areas, acknowledging its impressive nature. She directs her attention to Black Scythe and politely inquires how he attained such extraordinary strength. With curiosity, she questions if he acquired special runes, but midway through her sentence, she inwardly curses, realizing her abruptness. In response, our protagonist tactfully asks her if she can't discern her runes from her stat window. Sheepishly, she responds, "Oh, of course." She hastily adds that her knowledge as an angel grants her such insights, asserting that her inquiry was purely rhetorical. However, a knowing smile on our protagonist's face suggests otherwise, silently murmuring, "As if." He respectfully inquired if he could trouble her with a favor. Her curiosity piqued. She inquired about the nature of this favor. His audacious words sent shockwaves through the crowd. In a moment of bold candor, he shared his opinion with the angel, suggesting that the rewards for achieving first place seemed rather meager. His audacious words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The angel's demeanor turned ominous as she menacingly asked him to clarify what he had just demanded. Unfazed, our protagonist boldly expressed his desire for a more substantial reward, openly stating his discontent with the one he received. A heavy silence blanketed the area as the angel's countenance transformed, resembling that of a demon. In a chilling tone, she questioned if this human son of a bitch had the audacity to request something from her. She reminded him that she had closely observed his accomplishments from the start, and she wondered if he underestimated her due to a few slain goblins. She threatened to blow his head off, but then recalled that she'd already exhausted that authority, prompting her to dub him an arrogant little bastard. With a sudden change of heart, the angel proposed a different course of action. She indicated that ordinarily such a request would be immediately denied, but declared her intention to consider it. She asked our protagonist to accompany her for a private conversation, while the other participants waited. Jealous murmurs and envious glances circulated among them, with some contemplating whether they should also seek better rewards. They pondered the potential generosity of these rewards and expressed envy over our protagonist's unique opportunity. Our protagonist exchanged a meaningful look with Yong-min as he passed by, leaving a smirk on his face. Now in the seclusion of the forest, the angel questioned him about the distance he kept. She mentioned the need to verify his presence and requested that he stay close, to which he casually replied with a simple, "Sure?" Internally, she couldn't help but bemoan the need to raise her voice to get through to these obtuse humans. Frustration welled within her as she silently lamented their inherent greed and lack of comprehension. She recognized that she wasn't the one responsible for setting the rewards, even if she had the power to change them, which, truth be told, she had no intention of doing, especially for our protagonist. With a disapproving glance, she resolved to teach our protagonist a lesson in humility, vowing to make him pay for his avarice. She even entertained the thought of ending his existence once they passed a certain point, but then she realized the potential repercussions of such an action. Killing a player for personal reasons, particularly if they complained about fairness, could lead to severe consequences. The higher-ups might blame her for destabilizing the game, so she needed to ensure no witnesses were left behind. Wearing a wide, malicious grin, she taunted our protagonist, labeling him a fucking stupid human, and remarking that he should have kept his desires to himself. Just as she turned to inquire about his desired reward, she was caught off guard as our protagonist suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, sending her reeling in shock and surprise. Now, as she lay on the ground, a shock of pain coursing through her, she wondered if our protagonist had struck her. With a swift, angry rise, she scanned the area but couldn't find him, making her question if he had vanished. Little did she know he was behind her, seizing her wings. In agony, she implored him to stop, asking what he thought he was doing. A scream escaped her lips as he yanked out one of her wings, and he taunted her about being overly dramatic as he prepared to pull out the second one. He pulled it out and callously remarked, "Now you won't be able to escape." Mockingly, he asked her if it hurt. In a moment of agony, she retorted that of course it hurt, prompting his laughter. He sneered and said, "I'm quite certain you were about to ask me that question while laughing that stupid laugh of yours." She inquired if he had lost his mind and asked what he was talking about. Clutching her wings, he accused her of harboring a concealed dagger with the intent to kill him. She fell into silence upon hearing this accusation, and he claimed he could read it on her face. He even addressed her by her name, Brielle, leaving her bewildered about how he knew it. He dismissed her inquiries, drawing a dagger. She asked what he was doing and why he needed a weapon. He evaded her questions, and she threatened to use her powers and explode his head, but he smirked, stating she had lost that ability. Her anger flared, and she warned him that the other angels wouldn't forgive him. He scoffed at the idea, branding all angels as selfish, and no one's going to care if she die or not. Perplexed, she probed him for an explanation, but he simply declared it was time for her to die. She pleaded with him, insisting that it wouldn't benefit him. He countered that it would, and she cautioned him that he'd regret it, that he wouldn't be able to return home. He revealed that they automatically get sent back home, leaving her curious about how he knew that too. She offered to share any information he wanted if he spared her, but he claimed he didn't need it. He coldly informed her that through the torture he had inflicted into her, he had extracted all the vital information he needed, their way of life, their ultimate objective, and the stark reality that she was nothing more than a pawn in this elaborate game, her sole purpose reduced to being a guide. Without further delay, our protagonist sprang forward, driving a fatal thrust through her chest, ending her life. A notification promptly appeared, heralding his achievement as the first to vanquish an angel. With this victory came the prestigious title of First Ever Angel Slayer. Deep within, he quietly affirmed that he remained the trailblazer, as the system announced his reward, the coveted Rune of Slaughter. This unique rune would soon merge with his very being. From his experience on his 13th journey, he knew these rewards were exclusively meant for the initial angel slayer. Each reward was as exceptional as a one-of-a-kind item. The title conferred upon him a significant advantage, doubling all his stats when pitted against divine-type opponents. The Rune of Slaughter, on the other hand, gradually elevated his stats by 1% with a cap at 100% every time he dispatched an opponent. This bonus persisted until the end of the round is over, granting him a remarkable edge. Amidst these thoughts, he contemplated how the angels would react to his newfound rune. His primary motivation for eliminating the angel, however, was the mysterious angel's blood. This unique item, attainable only once by the first angel slayer, held the power to transition to the elusive Grim Reaper class, available from level 10 onwards. He disclosed that players typically gained access to classes at level 10, with 30 distinct options. Changing classes was usually achieved through in-game achievements or specific conditions, but there were exceptions, items that facilitated unique class transitions. He emphasized the existence of rare class change items that could be acquired by a single individual under specific conditions in the right environment. These unique classes, offered by these items, stood on a different level, providing not only bonus stats, but also multiple class change opportunities and exclusive choices like skull options. It was an unrivaled system where every aspect was finely tuned. Despite not yet conquering the final round, he remained undaunted and aimed to secure first place in every zone. His paramount objective was to swiftly reach level 10, enabling him to access the tantalizing world of class changes. The system then presented him with 3 enticing options for his next move: a triple E XP buff, a prize exclusive to the second round, or a substantial sum of 2,000 gold, or valuable insights about the second round. A crucial decision lay before him. Even though he hadn't with unwavering resolve, he opted for the triple EXP buff. The system promptly informed him that this enhancement would activate automatically upon his entry into the second round. He couldn't escape this reality, knowing it might be his last chance to grow stronger. Soon after, a notification signaled the end of the first round, announcing that all 900514645 survivors would soon return to their original bodies. Everyone found themselves back on Earth, puzzled by their experiences. Yongmin questioned what had transpired, wondering if everyone else had undergone a similar surreal journey. He checked the time on his phone, which displayed 5:20, the duration of his remarkable odyssey. His friends awoke, sharing complaints of headaches and sore bodies. One of them inquired if Yongmin had also passed out, and he confirmed that everyone present had experienced it. The conversation delved into the strange, dreamlike events they'd encountered, and it was apparent that they were more than mere dreams. As they discussed the goblins and the first round, the realization dawned that they were due to return on February 1st for the next phase of this enigmatic ordeal. Suddenly, Yongmin noticed a motionless person nearby and attempted to rouse them without success. His friend couldn't detect a pulse or signs of breathing, leading him to utter the grim words, "He's dead?" His friend queried whether the individual had failed to survive the game, prompting Yongmin to conclude that only half of them had made it through. The uncertainty about what the next round held hung in the air. Amidst this chaos, Yongmin was awash with a surge of complex emotions, his only response being, "This is fucking awesome." Chapter 5. Yongmin's inner voice reflects on the idea that regardless of one's background, everyone faces the same challenges in life. He suggests that there's no need to dwell on life's unfairness. When a panicking friend worries about not having enjoyed life fully, another friend reassures him, saying that they've lived a tough life so far, and even if they were to die, they wouldn't consider it unfair. However, they still have many things they want to do. Suddenly, Yongmin notices that our protagonist is missing, wondering where he had gone since they, him, them before passing out. He speculates that it wouldn't be surprising if our protagonist, a person he thinks is a weakling, didn't survive the first round, given their previous losses. Yongmin's attention is then drawn to a person wearing strange armor, He wonders where they obtained such an unusual outfit and decides to open his own status window. To his surprise, it actually opens, prompting others to do the same. They speculate that only they can see their own windows. One person questions whether these stats and items can be used in the real world from the start. Yong-min tests his newfound strength by effortlessly crushing a small rock with his bare hand, his expression filled with delight. Meanwhile, on the news, a reporter shares an astonishing event from that morning. Around 10,000 citizens lost consciousness during the bell-tolling ceremony at the plaza facing Bosingak Pavilion in the Yongro area. A video shows an unidentified woman, resembling an angel, who spoke to the citizens. Moments later, a woman in the crowd points at the angelic figure, only to be immediately killed in a mysterious explosion. Following this, the angelic woman extends her hand toward the citizens, causing approximately 10,000 of them to collapse. The reporter notes that similar events occurred not only in their country, but also in 128 other countries. However, the comments flooding the news were filled with skepticism, as people dismissed the information as absurd, questioning whether it was some sort of April Fool's prank. Despite this, our protagonist silently acknowledges that something significant has indeed begun, emphasizing that it's just the tip of the iceberg. The news report continued, revealing that around 5:20, half of those previously in a state of sleep paralysis had regained consciousness, while the remaining half had tragically succumbed to cardiac arrest on the spot. The celebrity Miss A was found lifeless in the plaza, marking a grim moment in history as 11% of the nation's population had perished. Internally, our protagonist reflects that the true issue at hand extends beyond these immediate events. The news proceeds to identify the survivors as players, assessing their numbers. Our protagonist notes that while the initial impact of players' abilities entering the real world isn't significant due to their low stats, as they level up, they will evolve into formidable beings, essentially human weapons that could surpass even state-of-the-art military technology. He resolves not to stand idly by as the world spirals into chaos, as he believes Earth might not survive until the 20th round. The only viable solution, in his opinion, is to control the players through overwhelming force, albeit using a different approach than in his previous life. He has potential allies in mind and strategies to recruit them. But now isn't the time to act, as a more pressing task awaits. Returning to his apartment, our protagonist enters his room and finds instant noodles for dinner yet again. He proceeds to another room, where he discovers a person's. Inwardly, he reflects on how this person, named Wani, remains in such a deep sleep despite his brother not returning home. But now isn't the time to act, as a more pressing task awaits. Returning to his apartment, our protagonist enters his room and finds instant noodles for dinner yet again. He proceeds to another room, where he discovers a person sleeping deeply. Inwardly, he reflects on how this person, named Wani, remains in such a deep sleep despite his brother not returning home. Wani is our protagonist's younger brother, currently in his 3rd year of middle school. Their once normal family has undergone significant changes following the tragic loss of their parents in a car accident. The most profound shift in their lives is that our protagonist has become the sole guardian for his brother. Our protagonist flicked on the light and gently nudged his brother to wake up. His brother, with a hint of grogginess, mumbled about it only being 6 in the morning. Undeterred, our protagonist swiped his brother's blanket away, insisting that there was no time for more sleep. Perplexed, his brother inquired about what was going on. Our protagonist assured him that he'd spilled the beans, but emphasized the need to change clothes pronto, as they had somewhere to be. His brother shot back with a curious, "Where on earth are we headed?" He jokingly suggested that if it's just to watch the sunrise, he'd rather catch a few more winks. Our protagonist, with a serious tone, urged his brother to pay attention, explaining that this was no time for peaceful slumber, because the whole world had gone haywire. Confused, Wani mentioned how he thought our protagonist had gone to see the bell-tolling ceremony and asked if something unusual had occurred. Our protagonist redirected him, simply urging him to come along for a walk and see for himself. The two ventured outside, and Wani couldn't help but wonder what had put our protagonist in such a grave mood. With a tense sigh, our protagonist encouraged his brother to check the trending searches on his phone. Wani's brows furrowed as he read about an angel appearing and whisking people away to another world. Our protagonist clarified that, to be precise, only souls were taken. Wani's concern grew, and he asked the pivotal question, "Were you taken too?" Our protagonist's simple "yeah" left his brother astonished. He went on to describe the close call he had, having barely escaped after defeating 100 goblins. Wani's worry escalated and he asked, "Did you get hurt?" In response, our protagonist reassured him and urged him to stop worrying. Wani countered, saying, "How can I not worry? You're all the family I've got now." Wani acknowledged that he was aware of our protagonist's inner strength, which had been a pillar of support in their lives after the loss of their parents. However, he made a clear distinction between inner strength and the act of slaying 100 goblins, emphasizing that our protagonist wasn't known for their physical prowess. In response, our protagonist assured him that he understood his concerns and proceeded to enlighten him. He explained that the other world operated on a stats system akin to video games, rendering one's physical condition largely irrelevant. Wani's response was a simple, "Is that how it works?" With a grin, our protagonist teased, "You might change your mind after seeing me in action." Wani, intrigued, pressed for more information, asking, "What do you mean?" Our protagonist tantalizingly suggested that if he wanted to find out, he should follow him. However, Wani wasn't about to budge without some answers. He declared that he wouldn't take another step until our protagonist revealed their destination, urging him to spill the beans. Upon noticing Wani's injury, our protagonist finally relented and disclosed that they were heading to Bang Taegyu's hideout, the individual who had been bullying Wani. Our main character turned to Wani, his tone icy, and informed him they were about to confront Taegi, the leader of the bullies at school. He mentioned that he was well aware of Taegi's recent harassment of Wani. Wani was taken aback, not wanting to burden his hard-working older brother further. Despite his disbelief that his brother had found out, Wani cautiously asked if he really knew about it. In response, our protagonist retorted, "Did you truly think I wouldn't uncover this?" Wani nervously bit his lip, believing he had concealed the bullying well. But it turned out his brother had been aware all along. Our protagonist gazed at his dejected brother, he silently apologizing to Wani and admitting he actually didn't know. This revelation occurred a few hours after he returned from round one. It wasn't until several hours after returning from that confrontation that our protagonist learned the extent of his brother's suffering. In a fleeting memory on a typical sunny morning, while our protagonist was asleep, his brother dressed in his finest attire and told him he'd be back soon, then left. After some time, the phone's ringing awakened our protagonist, who, still drowsy, wondered who was calling. When he inquired, the voice promptly asked if he was Wani's guardian and urged him to come to the hospital. His pupils dilated in horror, and within seconds he hastily dressed and rushed out of the apartment. Taegi had left Wani blind after a brutal beating. Observing his despondent younger brother seated on a futon, arms wrapped around his knees, our protagonist felt a mix of shock and anger for failing to protect him. He bore the weight of guilt for letting his own vulnerabilities burden his brother, but he was determined to take action. After all, Wani was his only family. Back in the present, our protagonist concluded that he couldn't let Taegi, the tormentor of his brother, go unpunished any longer. He resolved to ensure that Wani would never suffer bullying again, and that meant confronting Taegi. Throughout the factory, the air was thick with vulgar language, insults, and the sounds of fists exchanging blows since early morning. The harsh echoes of punches and kicks reverberated through the building. Taegi, standing before the students he had beaten ruthlessly, demanded to know why they hadn't brought him the 200,000 won each, as he had instructed. Each equivalent to about $150, the battered students groaned in agony, unable to respond through their pain. Taegi perceived this apparent disregard as a provocation, which only fueled his anger. With a menacing glint in his eyes, he raised his foot and swung it forcefully at the hapless victim. He proceeded to subject the helpless individual to a relentless beating, leaving no opportunity for resistance. The situation was worsened by the fact that Taegi wasn't acting alone. His friends stood nearby, ostensibly amused by this one-sided assault, but in reality they were on edge and fearful of Taegi's unpredictable and ruthless behavior. Even other high school students dreaded his presence. After the prolonged assault, Taegu puts his hands on his neck and trudged toward his companions. He complained irritably about his inability to purchase a motorcycle that day due to not receiving the expected money. Observing the angry man approaching, his group of friends immediately tensed up, and their fears were soon realized as Taegi approached his gang, inquiring if any of them had money. The gang members were caught off guard, nervously scratching the backs of their heads. Realizing that his friends couldn't provide what he sought, Taegi asked them for suggestions on how to secure money immediately. They rubbed their chins, contemplating the problem as if it were their own. Failure to come up with a solution meant they would find themselves in a difficult situation once again. After some deliberation, one of the gang members had a bright idea. With a smile on his face, he turned to Taegi and proposed contacting the tall, curly-haired guy from their class. Taegai's lips curled into a sinister grin as he recognized the individual in question. He further stated his intention to call him today to beat him up, deeming it a fitting New Year's gift. While the gleeful henchmen, fortunate not to have been robbed of their money by their leader, discussed their plans to teach Wani a lesson with evident satisfaction, Taegi addressed them, highlighting Wani's impoverished circumstances. The gang members were perplexed by this revelation. Taegi smirked, and added that even after previously beating up Wani, he had failed to extract any money, noting that Wani's residence appeared old and run down. He also informed the bewildered boys that Wani lived with just one brother and had no parents. Suddenly, a commotion echoed from the distant end of the factory, grabbing the attention of all the ruffians. Heavy, resounding footsteps reverberated through the silent, abandoned facility. It wasn't just one pair of feet. There were at least two. Before long, two figures emerged before the bullies. To everyone's surprise, it was our protagonist who strode confidently into the building, with Wani hesitantly following in his wake. Taegyu's shock was palpable. He hadn't anticipated his target coming to him. He turned to Wani, berating him with furious insults and questioning the purpose of bringing his friend along. Wani, now visibly frightened, began mumbling apologies and clung to the edge of his composed brother's clothing. While Taegu was somewhat satisfied with Wani's reaction, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered. Our protagonist's expression remained unchanged. Tired of being ignored, Taegu impatiently demanded to know who had been brought along with Wani. Before any response could be made, our protagonist stepped forward, a confident smile on his face, and proclaimed himself as Wani's older brother. Taegu laughed, then turned to Wani, reminding him of the earlier warning to watch his language if he wanted to avoid a beating. Now, with the siblings at his hideout for revenge, Taegu wore a mocking smirk as he clenched his fists and threatened that both brothers would meet their end that day. He then turned to his lackeys, giving a nod and ordering them into action. Eager and unaware of what awaited them, the three henchmen nodded in agreement, sporting delighted smiles. Leaving their leader behind to watch, they advanced toward the two brothers as they warmed up. Astonished that someone dared to challenge Taegu himself, one of the gang members approached Wani, inquiring about his brother's fighting prowess. He then directed his attention to our protagonist, who met his gaze with nonchalance. Mocking his height, the minion asked if he was ready to begin. However, all he received in response to his query was a forceful fist to the face. He cried out in pain, falling backward and landing on his back, leaving his bewildered friend unprepared for such a swift turn of events. The minion observed his friend's defeat and rushed at our protagonist, aiming to strike him with a punch. Yet, our protagonist adeptly dodged the attack, sidestepping and exploiting the opponent's vulnerability. He delivered a powerful punch to the minion's jaw. The blow struck by our protagonist was so powerful that the bandit let out a pained scream, flying several meters and crashing into a pile of debris. Meanwhile, the bandit, who had somewhat recovered from the previous hit, along with the furious bald guy egging him on, rushed at our protagonist again. However, their combined assault proved futile as they each received swift blows to the face. As they sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony, Taegyu observed with a contemptuous smile, degrading them as trash. Taegyu realized that his companions were no match for our protagonist. Anticipating a formidable fight, he pondered how a relatively small and lanky man could hold his own. Nevertheless, in Taegyu's eyes, our protagonist's boxing skills, while decent, held nothing extraordinary. Walking past the fallen members of his gang, Taegyu approached our protagonist, acknowledging his boxing abilities, but emphasizing the significant weight difference between them. The difference in their weight classes was evident, and one could easily predict the fight's outcome without watching it. To Taegyu's astonishment, our protagonist displayed no fear. He smiled and inquired if Taegyu had been keeping up with the news. Irritated, Taegyu questioned what our protagonist meant. Our protagonist chuckled, further agitating Taegyu, whose veins bulged on his forehead. Unable to contain his frustration, the larger man lunged at our protagonist, hurling curses. Much to Taegyu's surprise, our protagonist deftly dodged the attack with a quick head movement. Most people would have been stunned by such a maneuver, but our protagonist effortlessly evaded it. Taegyu continued his assault, throwing punches with his arms and legs in an attempt to strike our protagonist, but to no avail. He had hoped to gain an upper hand by initiating the fight, but things did not unfold as planned. The man before him miraculously sidestepped every attack with ease. Eventually, Taegyu grew fatigued from his exertions. As he looked at our protagonist, who appeared somewhat blurred due to Taegyu's exhaustion, he clenched his teeth in frustration, wondering why he couldn't land a single blow. Simultaneously, our protagonist's fist began to emit a blue aura. He turned to Taegyu, remarking that if he had been following the news, he would have realized that recklessly challenging a player like him was akin to asking for death. In the blink of an eye, a lightning-fast punch connected with the bandit's jaw. The next moment, Taegyu launched a furious assault, shouting curses, but to his bewilderment, his blows failed to find their target, as our protagonist seemed to vanish before his eyes. He attempted to turn around, sheer horror etched on his face, only to be met by another punishing blow from our protagonist. Taegyu, numbed by multiple strikes, managed to regain his footing, his voice laced with anger and tears as he menacingly threatened our protagonist's life. As it turned out, his nose wasn't the sole concern. In Taegyu's hand was one of his teeth, which he stared at in horror, struggling to grasp the gravity of the situation. After a few seconds, his tone shifted, filled with a lethal intent, as he bellowed in a thunderous, furious voice that he would kill our protagonist. He swung a fist, but it was an errant blow. Swiftly dodging the attack and intercepting the big man's arm, our protagonist delivered several precise strikes to his head with his free hand. The fluidity and efficiency of our protagonist's movements made it seem as though his earlier display of skill was mere deception. Taegyu's stunned cronies watched in surprise and perplexity as their leader was humiliated, enduring a flurry of blows to his face. Taegyu, now fuming, turned his gaze toward our protagonist, wondering how long he'd continue targeting his face. Yet he realized that his sole chance of victory lay in landing one critical blow, which would offer him a fighting chance. With unwavering resolve, he lunged once more at our protagonist, who remained composed. Gritting his teeth, Taegyu made a desperate attempt to land that decisive strike. However, there was no miraculous outcome, and in the next instant, our protagonist's foot rose to meet Taegyu's face, sending him crashing against the wall. Our protagonist uttered Taegyu's name and fixed him with an icy stare, as Taegyu on all fours panted heavily and groaned in agony. Our protagonist regarded him with a chilling, dispassionate gaze, and in a cold voice inquired about his pain. Deep within, our protagonist admitted that what he had witnessed on that fateful day would forever be etched into his memory, a nightmarish experience that no amount of regression could erase. That's why, as he looked upon Taegyu, who now resembled a beggar pleading for mercy, our protagonist inwardly resolved never to relive that horrifying ordeal again. Taegyu pleaded for our protagonist to cease, while instinctively raising his hands to shield himself from the anticipated blow. To his astonishment, our protagonist wickedly grasped Taegyu's hand with a malevolent grin. He coldly reminded Taegyu that meddling with his little brother had been a grave mistake. In the following instant, the sickening sound of bones snapping reverberated through the air. Taegyu's face displayed a mixture of confusion and bewilderment, but in the next moment he cried out in excruciating pain as he observed his fingers contorted in different directions. Oblivious to Taegyu's anguished cries, our protagonist promptly seized the gang leader's other hand, the fingers of which remained undistorted. As Taegyu felt our protagonist's grip and comprehended the impending agony, his eyes filled with a blend of horror and despair unparalleled in his life. The ensuing moment was marked by another heart-wrenching scream, accompanied by the sickening crunch of breaking bones. Simultaneously, the gang members who had been watching from the sidelines started to flee in panic, recognizing that if they didn't escape now, they might suffer a similar fate. For Wani, witnessing and hearing this ordeal became unbearable, prompting him to avert his gaze. Standing over Taegyu, who sat on the floor, tears streaming and moaning in pain, our protagonist coolly inquired if Taegyu understood the consequences of touching Wani again. Taegyu, tears and tremors betraying his pain, hastily stammered that he did and pledged never to lay a finger on Wani again. With a smile, our protagonist acknowledged it as the right decision, but in the ensuing moment, he clutched Taegyu's hand and added that he needed to ensure Taegyu wouldn't change his mind. Taegyu's momentarily calm eyes transformed into sheer terror once more. Tearfully, he begged our protagonist not to proceed, but moments later, the abandoned factory echoed with Taegyu's agonized cries. As they walked away from the scene, Wani could no longer contain his curiosity and, in a hesitant voice, asked his older brother where he had acquired his martial arts skills. Turning to his younger brother, our protagonist explained that, just as the news had reported, players could manifest their abilities in the real world. As an example, he pointed to his hand, which emitted a brilliant golden light. In the next instant, a black dagger materialized in his hand, prompting an astonished gasp from Wani, eagerly shining with excitement. Wani extended his hand toward the dagger and inquired with surprise how it could manifest seemingly out of thin air. With a grin, our protagonist clarified that it was known as an in-game inventory, a tool to summon weapons and other useful items. As our protagonist stowed the dagger back into his inventory, Wani recalled the events at the factory and asked, still sounding surprised, if his brother's swift movements were also a result of the game. Our protagonist confirmed it, adding that it was due to his dexterity stat reaching level 11. When Wani inquired if he meant stats like in video games, our protagonist affirmed it, explaining that typical people's agility stats were around 3 points, while professional athletes might reach 10 points. Wani further questioned what would happen if his level increased, to which our protagonist replied that he didn't know, despite knowing it wasn't the truth. He had learned the consequences of revealing his true abilities in the 11th regression, when it had led to Wani's kidnapping. While revenge had been achieved, he had no desire to relive those emotions, let alone let his younger brother suffer through it. He mentally prepared himself for the upcoming battle among the players and resolved to protect Wani. After asking if Wani was hungry, our protagonist suggested breakfast at a convenience store. Wani, his eyes gleaming, happily agreed. Upon entering the nearest store, our protagonist headed toward the ATM. Perplexed, Wani inquired about his destination, pointing out that the noodles were in a different section. Our protagonist turned and told him to wait a few minutes, proceeding to the ATM where he inserted his card. He glanced at the screen, contemplating that this was all he'd managed to save thus far. His balance was 133,001, Selecting a transaction amount of 100,000 won, he confirmed the transfer. When Wonhee noticed the sizable bills in his brother's hands, he expressed surprise and questioned why so much money was needed. Our protagonist replied that it was for something important. Approaching the noodle shop, he asked Wonhee what he wanted to choose today. Wonhee, sounding confused, mentioned that this place sold somewhat expensive noodles. Our protagonist reassured him that they could afford it today, and asked with a smile if he wanted to have budget noodles for the new year. Wonhee hesitated, voicing his concern that it might leave them short of money in the future. Our protagonist assured him that there was no need to worry today, and he could choose whatever he desired. Wonhee, who had rarely dined out like others, couldn't help but feel excited at the prospect. Trusting his older brother's words, he beamed with happiness. Our protagonist approached the elated Wonhee and suggested that they go to a restaurant sometime and order some roast beef. Wonhee responded with the happiest smile our protagonist had ever seen, stating that there was no need because they already had more than enough of what they had purchased today. Observing his younger brother's happiness, our protagonist inwardly assured Wonhee to wait for just 5 more days, after which he could indulge in all the meat he desired. Wonhee picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it on a spoonful of rice, anticipation radiating from him as he brought the spoon to his mouth. After savoring the bite, he expressed his delight, proclaiming the deliciousness of the meal with a joyful expression. Seeing his brother's happiness, Ryumin couldn't help but smile, urging him to eat more. As his older brother suddenly rose from the table, Wonhee inquired about his destination. Our protagonist instructed him to wait patiently. Upon his return, Ryumin dramatically slammed a pen onto the table, placing his hand on top of it. Perplexed, Wonhee gazed at the sheets of paper that his older brother had brought along and asked in an uncertain tone if he'd spent all the money on the lottery. Ryumin confirmed with a simple, "Yeah." Wonhee probed further, asking how many tickets he had purchased. In an equally nonchalant voice, our protagonist replied that there were 20 tickets. This revelation prompted an agitated question from Wonhee, who questioned how Ryumin could have spent 100,000 won on lottery tickets, knowing the slim odds of winning. However, his older brother calmly urged him to have faith and simply watch. Our protagonist then took a pen and began coloring in the numbers on the lottery tickets. Wonhee appeared baffled by the numbers his brother had marked. He queried why his brother had colored the numbers on all the tickets in the same spots. Turning around with a smile, our protagonist explained that he had done so because those numbers were the winning ones. The two brothers were seated at their home's table, with the lottery tickets spread out before them. Ryumin sat calmly, engrossed in his phone, while Wonhee, filled with nervous anticipation, held his phone with one hand and propped his head up with the other. The announcement of the lottery draw was being streamed live on his phone. Wonhee anxiously bit his fingernails, his gaze fixed on the screen as the broadcast played out. He couldn't help but feel they might have made a huge mistake spending 100,000 won on lottery tickets. As the draw commenced, he muttered that they would have been better off buying better food with that much money, clearly in a disheartened state. His older brother simply advised him to stop biting his nails. The hosts began revealing the winning numbers. Wonhee ceased his nail biting as the first lucky number 3 was announced. His anxiety turned to pleasant surprise as the second lucky number 9 was also on their ticket. Then came the third number, 38, and Wonhee listened as if in a dream as the other numbers from the winning combination were announced. He snapped back to reality when the program's broadcast focused on the balls with the winning numbers that had rolled out of the lottery machine. Overwhelmed, he compared the numbers on the ticket to those on the screen, confirming that they were an exact match. Emotion welled up within him, and he looked back and forth between his phone and the ticket, overwhelmed with happiness. Shouting in disbelief that they had won the first prize, his eyes teared up with joy. He asked his brother to pinch his cheek to convince himself it was real. Our protagonist awkwardly suggested that he pinch himself and looked at his younger brother with understanding, when he asked again if he was dreaming. The hosts repeated the winning numbers with a smile, and Ryumin asked if Wonnie would prefer it to be a dream. Wonnie promptly responded with a firm, "No, never." Finally convinced that they had won a significant sum of money, he leapt to his feet, raising the ticket triumphantly above his head. His older brother had to gently ask him to keep the noise down, explaining that the neighbors could hear them. Ryumin inquired if he was truly that excited about their win. Wonnie affirmed his excitement and asked if his older brother was happy as well. Clutching the ticket tightly, Ryumin assured him that he was indeed happy. Our protagonist reflected on the first time they had won, when they had both shouted with joy. Initially, they had shared the same level of happiness and had looked at the ticket and the phone screen in the same way. However, as they repeated this process dozens of times, it had become an annual routine, more of a necessity than a source of enjoyment. It was a duty to accumulate wealth quickly after each regression, as the death of 900 million people would shake the economy, and the subsequent trade in valuable game items would be conducted in cash. Ryumin gathered all the winning tickets and marveled at the fact that they had 100 prizes for the first place. He pondered how much money they would receive. His brother admitted that he didn't know, but they both realized it was a massive jackpot that could potentially impact their life. Ryumin strolled down the street, his destination clear in sight. The main branch of Non-Hyop Bank where he would claim his prize. Normally, entering a bank might have made him nervous, but perhaps after claiming the grand prize for the 100th time, it had lost its edge. The 100th time, he thought to himself with a hint of amusement. The bank bustled with customers, none of whom seemed to be lottery winners. He approached the front desk in the modern lobby of the building, where an employee on duty welcomed him with a smile, having heard for the 100th time that he had won the lottery. The employee extended his congratulations and couldn't help but wonder how a seemingly young student like the protagonist could be the first-place winner. Putting his curiosity aside, the employee typed away on his computer and inquired about the store where Ryumin had purchased his ticket. He learned it was the Yonwi store. The employee's eyes widened in disbelief. His colleague had mentioned that 115 tickets were won, which was already astounding. But the real shocker was that 100 of them had come from the same location. It could mean only one thing: one person had bought all these tickets. What made it even more astonishing was the risk that this individual took, betting all 100 tickets on a single combination of numbers. Before Ryumin could leave, his colleague's instructions came to mind. If someone mentioned buying a ticket at the Yonhui store, call the bank's president immediately, as they were supposed to be a VIP guest. Apologizing for his momentary distraction, the employee asked our protagonist to wait for a while. Ryumin agreed without hesitation. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man appeared before Ryumin, extending a warm smile and expressing gratitude for his patience. He introduced himself as Kwon Junho, the bank's president. Ryumin introduced himself as well. President Kwon explained that, as the first-place winner, it was only fitting to congratulate him personally, and Ryumin graciously accepted the congratulations. The president offered to escort him to the place where he could collect his winnings and invited him to follow. As they approached the door labeled Lottery Ticket Sales Team, the president announced their arrival. Inside, a female employee stood up and respectfully greeted the president. Noticing the young man accompanying the president, she couldn't help but wonder who he might be. The president introduced the man as the first-place winner who had come to collect his prize and instructed the staff to ensure their guests' comfort. The woman, taken aback by the casual exchange between the young man and the bank's president, found it hard to believe that she was in the presence of a man who had won 100 lottery tickets. After her initial excitement and doubts, the bank employee reminded herself to remain calm and do her best to satisfy the customer. She greeted Ryumin and invited him to sit down, displaying a friendly smile. He took a seat comfortably in front of her. Politely, she inquired if he'd like a drink, but he declined, expressing his eagerness to get right down to business and claim his prize. Without further delay, the employee requested the tickets to confirm that he was indeed the winner. Ryumin promptly handed over the stack of winning tickets he had brought with him. As she examined the tickets, she couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he had bet everything on a single combination. It left her wondering if he was a risk-taker or had some extraordinary foresight. Once the confirmation was completed, she assured him that everything was in order, and he could proceed to claim the first-place prize. However, when he inquired about the amount he would receive, the woman froze briefly, as the mere mention of the numbers sent shivers down her spine. After a moment of suspense, she excitedly revealed that his prize was 22.5 billion won. After the deduction of taxes, Ryumin was left with about 15 billion won. With his prize secured, Ryumin moved swiftly. On the same night, he opened a promotional account, armed with knowledge from the future. He knew that the price of Bitcoin would increase by 500% next month, and planned to invest his money accordingly. Upon returning home, he proudly showed his younger brother pictures of their new house, and asked for his opinion. Wooni expressed his amazement and delight, stating that he had never seen such a magnificent house in person. Ryumin assured him that it was the best place they could move into immediately. Curiously, Wooni asked why they didn't just buy a house with all the money they had. Ryumin explained that he no longer had the funds, revealing that he had invested all 14 billion won in Bitcoin. This disclosure left Wooni frozen in astonishment, unable to comprehend how his brother could make such a significant investment so casually. Ryumin reassured him that it wasn't done recklessly, and reminded Wooni of the lottery numbers he had seen in his dreams, reinforcing his belief that he could make money from the investment. With renewed admiration and excitement, Wooni grabbed Ryumin's shoulders, urging him not to forget those numbers, and marveling at the rarity of such dreams. Ryumin couldn't help but chuckle at his brother's enthusiasm, thinking that he could never forget those numbers even if he tried. Ryumin turned to his brother and suggested they grab a meal before heading out. Confused, Wooni asked where they were going, and Ryumin, still wearing a smile, informed him that they were moving that day. Simultaneously, in an undisclosed location, a man vehemently pounded his clenched fist into a solid concrete wall. The man, a relatively youthful individual, inexplicably chose to strike the wall, leaving a conspicuous, sizable indentation. The sheer destructive force on display clearly exceeded the capabilities of an average person. This individual was none other than Yong-min, who gazed at his unscathed fist with a malevolent grin, affirming that investing all his points into strength had been an astute decision. With determination, he delivered another powerful blow to the end wall, acknowledging that he had even acquired a rare power rune that effectively doubled his physical might. Continuing his relentless assault on the wall, Yong-min privately considered himself exceptionally fortunate for securing this particular rune amidst numerous options. As he etched his mark onto history, he grinned with wicked satisfaction, jesting that even a formidable figure like Mike Tyson might envy such formidable punching prowess. Following this, he balled his hand into a fist and wore an evil smirk, recognizing that the time had come to test this newfound power in genuine combat. The same man who had previously assaulted the wall approached Ryu-min's residence and began to knock on the door, inquiring if he was home. Receiving no response, the man grew disheartened, pondering the mysterious absence of Ryu-min. Recollections of that fateful day filled his eyes with fury as he vividly remembered the face of the person who had wronged him. Through clenched teeth and in a cold, resolute tone, he vowed not to let this transgression slide and pledged to exact vengeance, resuming his pounding on the door with renewed intensity. He jealously noted that despite both being players, there was still a distinct loser, and he was determined to teach a lasting lesson. Gradually easing off the heavy knocking, he deduced that Ryu-min must be holed up inside. With his knocking halted, he leaned against the door with a sly smirk, listening for any signs of life. In a loud voice, he declared that Ryu-min appeared to be absent and reluctantly contemplated his departure. While remaining at the door, He angrily speculated that Ryu Min might be cowering in a corner, not daring to open the door. This infuriated him to the point of contemplating breaking down the door. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice identifying him as a student. Turning around, he encountered an elderly man on the stairs who inquired about his purpose at the door. The man asked why it concerned him and probed if he was the house's owner. In response, the elderly man, adjusting his glasses, affirmed his ownership and inquired if the visitor had come to meet a friend. Momentarily caught off guard, he quickly adapted and offered a smile, affirming that he had indeed come to visit a friend. He then asked the elderly man if he could unlock the door, explaining that he had suddenly lost contact with his friend and was uncertain how to reach him. The elderly man seemed taken aback by this revelation, informing the visitor that the apartment was currently vacant, as the student who resided there had moved out. In response, the visitor inquired about the student's whereabouts, to which the elderly man disclosed the student had relocated earlier that day, but remained unaware of the new address. Fuming with anger at this information, he clenched his fists, baffled at how Ryumin could have departed without informing him. Meanwhile, as they arrived at a towering glass skyscraper-like building, Wooney expressed his astonishment and admiration, shielding his eyes from the sun. His eyes sparkled with wonder as he exclaimed that the building was remarkably tall. In his innocence, he even found the revolving entrance door astonishing. Wooney's amazement persisted, as a female employee simply handed them entrance cards, while his older brother confirmed their identities. Continuing to be taken aback by the opulence of their new surroundings, Wooney was amazed to find a security guard on site. Riding the elevator to their suite, one turned to Ryumin, marveling at the sheer magnificence of the place. Stepping out of the elevator, they made their way to their expansive room. Wooney couldn't help but express his surprise again, questioning the enormity of the space. His brother responded with a nonchalant expression, revealing that it covered approximately 330 square meters. This figure left Wooney utterly astonished, especially considering their previous, significantly smaller apartment. Gazing at the apartment, Wooney, still in disbelief about their new living quarters, wondered if it might be too vast for just the two of them. Ryumin replied that they had ample financial resources, justifying the need for a place of this magnitude. When asked about the cost of rent, Ryumin disclosed that he deposited 5 billion won, and the monthly rent amounted to 22 million won, approximately $3,700,000 for the deposit, and $16,261 for the monthly rent. The rent alone left his younger brother's head spinning, reflecting on how recently they had been concerned about the price of meat, which then seemed exorbitant. Wooney, following his older brother's contemplation of their new home, inquired if they could have opted for a more affordable option. Ryumin shook his head and explained that pricier accommodations ensured higher security, which was their top priority. On the first of each month, all players experienced a state of hypnolepsy, rendering them highly vulnerable to various threats, such as fires, earthquakes, and most dangerously assassins hired by other players. Therefore, it was essential to have a secure haven during this critical period, as dying in the real world could mean the end of their journey in the other world. Upon concluding his thoughts, Ryumin turned to his brother, who had settled in a bit, and asked if he liked the house. Wooney enthusiastically affirmed its beauty, and inquired why he was asking. Ryumin smiled and replied that he simply wanted to ensure his younger brother's contentment. However, the atmosphere took a somber turn, as one's face showed signs of sadness. He apologized to his older brother in an uncertain, worried tone, expressing his concern that Ryumin would be drawn back into the other world for the next month's battles. This melancholic mood was interrupted by Ryumin, who comforted his brother by patting his shoulder and asked why he was so downcast. Rising to his feet, the protagonist encouraged his younger brother to cease entertaining negative thoughts and follow him. He'd heard about the excellent food served at the Korean Hall on the second floor, and he nodded approvingly. Suddenly, Ryumin received a message on his phone. realizing that Yongmin was aware of his relocation, but chose to ignore him, having no desire to meet him in the real world again. The following day, a groggy Ryumin emerged from his bedroom, only to be surprised by Wooni, already dressed in casual attire and seemingly heading out. Curious about his plans, Ryumin inquired, and Wooni cheerfully revealed that he had ordered rice cakes and was on his way to pick them up. Still groggy, Ryumin took a moment to fully grasp the situation, realizing that this was an unusual occurrence. While regression didn't guarantee an exact replication of past events, it certainly marked a significant change. Turning to his younger brother, who was ready to go, Ryumin asked for the reason behind this endeavor. Wooni explained that he intended to gift the rice cakes to their new neighbors as a goodwill gesture, considering it a polite gesture. Ryumin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the importance of fostering good relations with neighbors. With his older brother's approval, Wooni suggested that he could distribute the gifts himself and advised Ryumin to stay behind and rest. However, Ryumin insisted on doing it together and asked Wooni to wait while he changed his clothes. After a brief delay, they rang the doorbell of the first apartment, and a voice from inside asked who was at the door. Wooni, wearing a smile and holding a rice cake, introduced themselves as the new neighbors who had come to greet them. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged woman who also greeted them with a smile. Upon noticing the striking resemblance between the two brothers, she asked if they were siblings, to which Wooni confirmed with a smile. He handed her a rice cake, suggesting she enjoy it while it was still warm. After she graciously accepted the gift, they bid her farewell and continued their visits to other neighbors, sharing the gifts. As they neared the end of their neighborly visits and headed toward the last apartment in the elevator, Wooni expressed his exhaustion from the gift-giving, admitting that he hadn't anticipated it being so tiring. Ryumin provided words of encouragement, assuring him that once they were finished, they could return home and rest. Walking down the corridor, Ryumin turned to Wooni and mentioned that they were on the penthouse floor, spanning 2 levels, 44 and 45. This revelation surprised Wooni, who speculated that the residents must be incredibly wealthy. While Wooni pressed the doorbell, Ryumin couldn't help but contemplate the possibility of either a wealthy family or a celebrity living in such an extravagant place. To their surprise, there was no response from inside, leading to thoughts that the residents might not be home. After a second attempt and no answer, Wooni turned to his older brother, slightly puzzled, and remarked that it seemed like no one was there. As they began to head toward the elevator, a sound made them turn around. In the next moment, the sight that met Wooni left him shocked, while Ryumin, though somewhat surprised, managed to maintain his composure. Before them stood a stunningly beautiful girl dressed in elegant attire, regarding them with a look of confusion. Her name was Sao Arin, a famous actress. Wooni murmured to Ryumin, calling her so pretty like an angel. Suddenly, a bodyguard blocked their path by extending his hand in front of them and questioned their identity, asking if they were fans of the actress. Ryumin, maintaining a calm expression, explained that they had just moved in on the floor below. The bodyguard seemed surprised, inquiring if they were merely there to introduce themselves. Wooni confirmed this and mentioned the rice cakes he'd brought. However, the bodyguard informed them that the actress didn't eat such things. He then placed his card on the locked door, unlocked it, and ushered the actress inside. As she entered, she cast a fleeting glance at Ryumin. Ryumin expressed his dissatisfaction with the encounter, finding them rude. He advised Wooni not to let people like the bodyguard bother him. Wooni responded with a bright smile and excitement, stating that the situation was amazing. Confused, Ryumin asked what was amazing, to which Wooni asked if he had seen her, identifying her as Sao Arin. Ryumin maintained a straight face and inquired who Sao Arin was. Meanwhile, news articles featured headlines about the deaths of several celebrities, including actor Gong Ji-seok, which had shocked the film industry. The articles also mentioned that only 58% of celebrities taken to the other world had survived. As Arin continued to read the news, she came across an article mentioning actor Gang Minho taking a break from the movie Criminal Land due to anxiety. She sighed in response to these distressing reports and wondered what was happening to the world. Just then, she received a message from a friend who inquired if she had heard about Gung Seojin's passing. Arin replied with a simple, "Yeah." Her friend asked if she planned to attend the funeral, and Arin expressed her intention to go, mentioning how Seojin had taken care of them a lot. Her friend then proposed going together, and Arin agreed with an "all right." Reflecting on the news and the challenges faced by other celebrities, Arin acknowledged that even more renowned figures than herself hadn't survived the first round. She realized that without the rune, she might have been among those making headlines. She sighed, considering her newfound fame, and assumed that her death would also draw attention. She couldn't help but wonder if she would have made it this far without the sponsorship, even considering that the penthouse she resided in was provided for her. Arin's bodyguard asked her what was on her mind, to which she replied with a nonchalant "nothing." He took a seat on the couch and reassured her, letting her know that she could talk to him any time, as he was always ready to listen. She confided in him, sharing her thoughts about the state of the world and her concerns about surviving the next round. Her bodyguard tried to ease her worries, emphasizing that she shouldn't be anxious about the upcoming round because she had him to protect her. He told her she worried too much and should rely on him. Arin agreed with a smile, expressing her trust in him. She inwardly noted that initially, when her company assigned him as her bodyguard, she'd been wary, feeling like he was there to keep an eye on her. However, she acknowledged that without him, she might not have survived the first round. He assured her that he would protect her no matter what and urged her not to give up. She thanked him and then changed the topic, mentioning their new neighbors downstairs and the yummy-looking rice cakes they had brought. The bodyguard continued to express concern about Arin potentially gaining weight if she indulged in such treats. Arin defended the protagonists, explaining that they had been kind and didn't want to hurt their feelings. The bodyguard assured her that the protagonists weren't just being nice and were likely expecting something in return. He speculated that they would have pestered them endlessly if they had accepted the rice cake. Arin contemplated their demeanor and thought they didn't seem like bad people. She also noticed that one of them appeared over 15 years old, meaning that he had likely killed 100 goblins. The bodyguard agreed, and Arin marveled at how someone who had gone through such a cruel experience could remain so composed. The bodyguard mentioned that Arin had also killed 100 goblins and that it wasn't particularly difficult. He dismissed those who couldn't as idiots. Arin noted that the bodyguard was skilled even by otherworld standards, but not as much as that guy called Black Scythe. She wondered about Black Scythe's real-world occupation. She believed that if she were with him, she might have a chance to survive the second round. Arin acknowledged her luck in surviving the first round, but questioned whether she would be able to make it through the next one. Switching to a different scene, on January 31st, a crisp Tuesday morning at 11 a.m., Wonnie could be spotted diligently vacuuming his living room. Suddenly the door swung open, and in walked Ryumin, announcing his return. With a warm welcome, Woonie inquired about the money. Ryumin casually replied, "Yeah, it wasn't much, just around 50 billion. He nonchalantly mentioned that the previous time, it had been a mere 17 billion. Wonnie, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" He questioned whether the bank had raised any concerns, considering it was Ryumin's fourth lottery win. The scene then shifted to the bank's president, who was visibly shocked to see Ryumin once again. He couldn't help but ask Ryumin about his winning secret. Ryumin, with a grin, replied, "Didn't I tell you last week? It came to me in a dream." The president, in awe, found it astonishing and wished he could have such dream-filled luck as well. "Trust me, bro, we all wish for dreams like that. Comment rich if you also wish to have such dreams." Woonie inquired of Ryumin if he intended to reinvest all that money in Bitcoin once more. Ryumin affirmed, stating that it had surged to a staggering 150 billion. Woonie then raised the concern of whether they should consider selling, as he feared the value might plummet. However, Ryumin reassured him, suggesting they hold off for now, and he promised to handle the decision. Afterward, he proposed they grab a meal. They headed out to enjoy some delectable food and even bought some to bring back home. By the time it hit 11:55 p.m., Ryumin reclined on the bed while Woonie clutched his hand tightly. Woonie expressed his concerns, telling his brother that he needed to return safely. Ryumin confidently assured him not to fret, recalling how he had witnessed him outclass even Bang Taegyu. Yet, Woonie's anxiety lingered. Ryumin patted his head and advised him to get some rest instead of worrying needlessly. He assured Woonie that when he awoke, he would be there too, bidding him a reassuring see you as he was transported to the other world. As the other individuals were also summoned, they queried whether they were in Hair, bewildered by the sudden shift, some anxious, and others puzzled about their new location in the second round. They quickly noticed our protagonist and recognized him as the top-ranking player from the previous round. Conversations swirled around him, and he noted that most people seemed to recognize him, observing that they kept their distance. He also spotted Yongmin casting a fierce gaze in his direction, curious about the arrival of the new angel. Then, unexpectedly, an angelic voice inquired if they were all present. The players were perplexed since this angel was different from the one they encountered in the first round. The angel proceeded to explain the situation. She informed them that the angel responsible for the first round had encountered an accident and wouldn't be able to attend. She reassured them not to be alarmed and stated that she would guide them from this point forward. As she spoke, her face took on a menacingly disturbing expression. With everyone now assembled, she went on to outline the details of the second round's quest. Since everyone gathered, the angel announces the second round's quest. Suddenly, a notification pops up for all present, introducing the main quest, choosing a zone representative within 3 hours. With a total population across all zones at 900,014,045, our protagonist zone has 5143 people, ensuring everyone's passage through this quest. Perplexed by the task of picking a zone representative, the participants express confusion. One person, expecting monster battles, voices surprise. Another notes the number of eligible people and wonders if that means everyone survives this round. Sensing the confusion, the angel steps in, explaining that this round isn't about combat. They simply need to select a zone representative, granting them the power to enforce actions, even compelling others to crawl or perish. A guy with green hair raised his hand and inquired if that was all there was to the quest, wondering if there was nothing more to it. Voting in 3 hours will determine the representative, a means for everyone to pass and return home, a rest round essentially. The participants rejoice at the ease, relieved they won't face death or fights, finding it a far cry from the previous challenges. The angel instructs them to discuss and choose their representative within 3 hours before disappearing as the countdown begins. The people are thrilled at the prospect of surviving by merely voting and gaining authoritative power if chosen as the zone's representative. Yongmin feels frustrated. He was ready for a fight, but now finds it dull not having to engage. His friend advises letting it slide since voting guarantees survival, questioning why it's something to complain about. Yongmin felt frustrated that he'd poured everything into his strength stat, only to find it useless now. Listening in, Ryumin speculated that Yongmin must have obtained the Rune of Strength, recognizing the familiar situation. Despite everyone discussing the voting, Ryumin sensed there was something more crucial, a sub-quest alongside the main quest. This hidden quest required reaching level 10 swiftly to access class selection. As Ryumin encountered a goblin, he provoked it, engaging in a swift battle, slashing it effortlessly. His victory against the hobgoblin prompted a notification, increasing his kill count to 1 out of 100 and granting a triple EXP buff, along with increased stats due to the Rune of Slaughter. Delving deeper into the forest, Ryumin's assumptions were confirmed as more goblins emerged. Smirking, he faced the incoming challenge. In the following scenes, Ryumin dispatched several goblins, each kill adding to his count, boosting his stats, and eventually leveling up. With ORO2 29-24 left until voting, he paused to check his progress, realizing he'd reached level 9 in half an hour and invested all points into agility. He emphasized the importance of agility, noting that while strength might be suitable for Yongmin with the Rune of Strength, being fast enough to dodge critical attacks was crucial. Explaining the 4 stat components, strength, intelligence, agility, and luck, Ryumin detailed their impacts on various aspects of combat and defense. Strength shapes physical damage dealt, fortifies stamina, and bolsters defense power. Intelligence governs magical damage, enhances mentality, and quickens calculation speed. Agility influences attack speed, movement swiftness, and sharpens dodging abilities. Luck determines critical damage odds, item acquisition rates, and additional rewards. While each stat holds significance, given the Grim Reaper class's reliance on both physical and magical prowess, maintaining a balanced development across all attributes proves most advantageous. All of a sudden, Ryumin's attention was caught by someone tailing him. Amidst his intense fighting, he hadn't noticed such company in all his reincarnations. He pointed menacingly, demanding the follower reveal themselves or face dire consequences. Soon enough, Arin emerged, recognized by Ryumin from their previous encounter. Puzzled, he wondered about her motives. A nervous Arin apologized for trailing him, but then another person stepped forward, asserting their innocence. This man, standing with Arin, assured Ryumin they harbored no ill intentions, urging him to ease up and stay calm. Observing the username, Ryumin recognized Ansang Cheol as Ma Gyeonrok's right-hand man, a key figure he sought. Ryumin explained Ma Gyeonrok's significance, the eldest son of the nation's largest corporation, also known as the Heavenly Demon. Having him by his side would amplify Ryumin's strength. Ryumin needed not only Ma Gyeonrok, but also a priest connected to him for the 20th round. Surprised by the early encounter, he wondered about An Sangcheol's association with Arin, speculating if he was her real-world bodyguard, given Ma Gyeonrok's company-sponsored celebrities. Nonetheless, Ryumin couldn't let them keep trailing him, and inquired about the duration of their pursuit. Internally, he disliked the changing future. Upon questioning Arin about their motives for following him, she apologized, claiming it wasn't for nefarious reasons, but to offer something. Ryumin, intrigued, probed further, to which Arin proposed teaming up, considering Ryumin's first-place standing in the initial round. Ryumin, displaying a smirk and a sigh, questioned the notion of a team, stating its relevance hinged solely on their utility to him. A nervous Arin agreed, but Ryumin dismissed the idea, asserting he thrived solo. He urged them to cease their monitoring and depart, expressing no desire for a team before walking away. The bodyguard was irked, expressing his disbelief, finding Ryumin excessively arrogant. Arin, suddenly falling to her knees, conveyed her awe at Black Scythe's intimidating aura. The bodyguard disagreed, attributing any perceived intimidation to the act of wielding a knife. Arin lamented her unsuccessful attempt to join Black Scythe's team, prompting the bodyguard to reinforce his prior warning about individuals like Black Scythe, citing their strong egos and solo nature. Arin ruefully agreed, and her bodyguard scorned their wasted time trailing Black Scythe. Arin then mentioned her surprise at encountering monsters in the forest, suggesting they hunt them during their remaining time. The bodyguard found the idea acceptable and urged them to proceed. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, a lurking goblin suddenly met its end, as Ryumin menacingly appeared behind and swiftly dispatched it. Internally focused on leveling up, Ryumin received a notification, marking his 69th kill out of 100, enhancing all his stats by 60% due to the Rune of Slaughter. More monsters emerged, gnolls, much to Ryumin's delight. Without hesitation, they lunged at him, weapons ready. However, Ryumin had that dog in him. Tapping into a certain prowess, swiftly eliminated all of them in a single strike. Victorious, he received a notification of his 65th kill out of 100, boosting his stats by 65% and ascending to level 10. The system alerted him that he had met the conditions for a class selection. He receives another notification informing him that he can access the shop, and he's got a hidden sub-quest. The second round's sub-quest requires him to change class before the voting begins. He needs to retrieve the class change item and pick a class. If successful, he'll snag a 50% discount coupon for today's item. He mentions how newcomers often get confused by this sub-quest because while getting a class is great, nabbing the class change item by fulfilling specific conditions can be tricky. For instance, warriors need to bump their strength stat to 10 and catch 30 monsters within an hour to snag their class item, while berserkers must hunt continuously for an hour while bleeding, and assassins need to nail several ambushes behind monster backs. He shares his experience, initially focusing on monsters and ending up with the Hunter class, but after learning about the Grim Reaper class, that became his sole focus. He uses the class change item, gets notified that changing his class later won't be an option, and without a second thought, chooses the Grim Reaper class. Upon confirming, a notification pops up, confirming his switch to the Grim Reaper class. As a reward for the class change, he receives a Grim Reaper's rune, enhancing weapon attack damage by 2x when using a scythe, and boosting attack speed by 50% during the night. Standing still at night also significantly reduces enemies' chances of detecting him. The system informs him that the acquired rune will automatically imprint on his body and gifts him a Grim Reaper's scythe to mark his class change. He's thrilled about receiving the rune and weapon and notes his rank has elevated. Completing the subquest grants him a 50% discount coupon for today's item, and he advances from a beginner to an apprentice. His updated status window displays his name as Ryumin, nicknamed Black Scythe, ranking as an apprentice at level 10 with the Grim Reaper class. His titles include Last Time Regressor, Hidden, and First Ever Angel Slayer, Hidden. All stats stand at 4 points except for Agility, which boasts a whopping 31 points. He explains the ranking system, dividing players into 6 levels, from level 1 beginner to apprentice at level 10, regular at level 20, expert at level 40, master at level 60, and the ultimate Grand Master at level 99. Advancing in rank comes with perks like gaining new class-specific skills or unlocking locked skills. The system notifies him of learning the Grim Reaper exclusive skill, Seal of Death, revealing the target's health and granting a 100% damage boost to the caster's attacks against that target. Additionally, he can now wield a higher-ranked item, the Grim Reaper's Scythe, boasting an attack power of 25 and an effect that accumulates up to 5 extra attack damages per swing, with a durability of 225. However, it's restricted to apprentice rank and above due to its complexity. Ryumin internally reflects on the importance of changing class to avoid being stuck at the beginner rank forever, noting the system's confirmation of him being the first to change class and earning a random gold pouch as a reward, along with a general skill, tracking, allowing him to locate desired targets. Thrilled about receiving a skill worth 20,000 gold, Ryumin decides to test it by tracking Yongmin. The system swiftly locates Yongmin at a distance of 190 meters, prompting Ryumin to follow the arrow to track him down. He ponders Yongmin's movements, noting the significant change from 2,000 meters in the previous regression, compelling him to head towards the forest to investigate. The scene unfolds with Arin and her bodyguard fleeing for their lives, until Arin collapses, unable to continue running due to exhaustion and a searing pain from an arrow wound. Her bodyguard urges her to keep moving, emphasizing the danger they face if those guys catch them. As he helps her up, Arin apologizes, mentioning the burning sensation from her arrow wound. Speculating that injuries in the other world might not affect their real bodies, the bodyguard encourages Arin to endure the pain, hinting that surviving might mean a return home. Suddenly, laughter interrupts their conversation as Yongmin and his crew confront them. Yongmin taunts Arin and the bodyguard, insinuating that their pain isn't sufficient yet. Frustrated that they've been caught, the bodyguard inwardly curses and feels compelled to fight Yongmin's crew, blaming Arin for their situation, and even resorting to insulting her as a damned bitch. He debates whether fighting is their only option now. Yongmin provocatively questions the bodyguard's readiness for a fight, pointing out the outnumbered situation. The bodyguard protests, demanding to know why Yongmin keeps attacking them when they haven't wronged anyone. Yongmin reveals their true intent. They want Arin. He dismisses the bodyguard, claiming they're only interested in Arin. They want that coochie. Yongmin's friends discuss Arin's identity, debating whether she's genuine or possibly impersonated. Regardless, Yongmin insists on taking her. He offers to let the bodyguard go if he leaves Arin with them. Internally frustrated, the bodyguard reflects that had they been after Arin from the start, a straightforward request would have sufficed, and he would have left her without resistance. The bodyguard resolves not to let Arin's situation cost him his life, although he worries about disappointing President Gyeonrok if he fails to protect her. He mentally prepares for a confrontation with Yongmin, knowing the risks involved. Yongmin scoffs at the bodyguard's intent to fight, dismissing the notion of law in this other world. He taunts the bodyguard, challenging him to report the incident when they return, questioning if he has proof of their identities. Internally, the bodyguard acknowledges Yongmin's unsettling point, realizing threats might not deter Yongmin's crew, and resigns himself to fighting despite his injuries. As attention shifts to the forest, they spot Ryumin standing there. Ryumin confronts them, questioning the situation. Yongmin was inwardly surprised, wondering when Black Scythe had arrived. Ryumin questioned their presence, prompting Yongmin to brush him off, telling Ryumin to mind his own business. However, Ryumin interrupted him, asserting that he wasn't addressing Yongmin. The bodyguard explains that Yongmin's crew attacked them for Arin, asking for Ryumin's assistance, promising to make amends if he helps. Sensing the tension, Ryumin demands the truth from Yongmin, who deflects, claiming it's none of his concern. Ryumin's demeanor changes, a red aura surrounding him as he asserts his involvement, declaring he knows the people involved. Yongmin nervously questions Ryumin's intentions as a large red scythe materializes in Ryumin's hand, signaling his determination to protect Arin and the bodyguard, despite the situation. Upon witnessing Ryumin's imposing scythe, Yongmin felt uneasy, while Arin and the bodyguard expressed elation, showering Ryumin with gratitude. Internally, Ryumin admitted to not stepping forward without some hope of personal gain. He contemplated that by rescuing Gyeonrok's right-hand man, he could forge a favorable connection with Gyeonrok. Understanding that having a chaebol like Gyeonrok indebted to him could lead to greater benefits, he also harbored no fondness for Yongmin's crew from the start. As nerves rattled Yongmin and his crew, Ryumin approached, prompting Yongmin to threaten him, warning of dire consequences if he came closer. Ryumin questioned his intentions, asking if Yongmin was averse to a confrontation. Internally, Yongmin scoffed at the query, finding Ryumin's question absurd. Ryumin effortlessly dispatched the goblins in a flash, securing the top position in the previous round. Who in their right mind would willingly confront such a formidable force like Black Scythe, he thought to himself. Following this, Ryumin advised Yongmin to be forthright if he truly didn't wish to engage in a fight. In response, Yongmin queried whether Ryumin would permit their departure if he were honest about not wanting to fight. With a sly grin, Ryumin suggested he might consider it, perhaps if Yongmin were to earnestly kneel and plead. This notion irked Yongmin, internally contemplating the humiliation of bowing before Ryumin, especially with Arin and the others watching. Though Yongmin sought to avoid a fight, Ryumin's actions vexed him, prompting thoughts of his own physical prowess that could potentially overpower Ryumin. With a confident smirk, Yongmin addressed Ryumin provocatively, labeling him as excessively audacious and threatening him with death, daring Ryumin to cross the line. Internally, Yongmin relished the prospect of closing the gap and delivering a devastating blow to Ryumin's face, convinced that Ryumin wouldn't withstand such force. Unexpectedly, Ryumin stowed away his scythe, prompting confusion from Yongmin, who questioned his sudden disarmament. Ryumin justified it as a gesture for a fair hand-to-hand fight, deeming it unfair to be the only one armed, insisting that an easy victory held no excitement. Enraged by Ryumin's words, Yongmin laughed incredulously, accusing Ryumin of jesting, but in a blink of an eye, Ryumin swiftly closed the distance between them. Yongmin, brimming with excitement, inwardly labeled Ryumin a moron for stowing away his weapon and then making the first move towards him. "Die!" he shouted, launching a punch at Ryumin. However, Ryumin adeptly evaded the strike, and Yongmin's expression turned to shock as Ryumin delivered a knee to his stomach, propelling him backward. Struggling to speak after Ryumin's attack, Yongmin spat out curses, but Ryumin reprimanded him, warning about foul language causing his ears to rot. Ignoring Yongmin's pain, Ryumin swiftly kicked him in the face, sending him reeling once more. Despite Yongmin's efforts to nurse his injured nose, Ryumin seized the opportunity, relentlessly assaulting Yongmin with a barrage of punches to the face. Just like how you hit that like button. While enduring the relentless onslaught, Yongmin puzzled over the sensation of the strikes, perceiving them more akin to being bludgeoned with a hammer than mere punches. Staring into Ryumin's menacing red eyes, he internally marveled at Black Scythe's comparable strength, perplexed by how Ryumin achieved such power without possessing the same muscular strength Rune as himself. Once Ryumin finished pummeling Yongmin, his friend the archer aimed weapons at Ryumin and fired. Arin, concerned, warned Ryumin to be cautious and watch out for the incoming attack. However, she didn't need to warn Yongmin because he is him. Ryumin effortlessly evaded the arrow, and sensing the archer's growing unease, the archer fired 4 arrows in quick succession. But our boy skillfully sidestepped the arrows while swiftly closing the distance toward the archer. Standing near the archer, Ryumin remarked on the archer's luck running out by meeting Black Scythe, summoning his scythe before severing the archer's hand, causing the archer to cry out in agony. Witnessing this, Yongmin's friends became increasingly nervous, hurling insults at Ryumin and warning him of consequences for interfering with them. A bald-headed companion charged at Ryumin, brandishing a knife with intent to stab him. Smirking, Ryumin retorted, I'm not so sure about that," employing his seal of death technique on the bald man. A crimson skull symbol materialized above the bald man's head. Single swing of his scythe, Ryumin sliced the bald man's legs, causing him to immediately collapse in agony. The knight, witnessing his friend's horrific injury, trembled in shock. Without allowing the knight time to process, Ryumin sprinted toward him and warned that wielding a weak weapon while approaching someone had dire consequences. With a swift motion, Ryumin severed the knight's arm, prompting anguished screams. Glancing at the knight, Ryumin remarked that the buff provided double damage, easily penetrating the knight's armor with a single stroke. The scene turned gruesome. The archer lay on the ground, missing an arm. The bald man writhed without his legs, and the knight lay in agony, one hand gone. Ryumin, observing the chaos, remarked that it was too effortless, but believed it wasn't over yet. He needed to instill a profound fear to prevent their return. Ryumin proceeded to torture them with small cuts across their bodies, causing cries of pain and anguish. The desperate knight pleaded for mercy, expressing a desire to live, but Ryumin dismissed it, stating that mere wounds wouldn't kill him. He then swung his scythe to remove the blood, a motion that even terrified the knight further. Ryumin muttered that it was game over for these clowns. Now it was Yongmin's turn. Giving a sidelong glance at the tree, Ryumin informed Yongmin that hiding was futile. Despite Yongmin's attempt at concealment, Ryumin raised his scythe, emphasizing that there were no exceptions, and ruthlessly severed Yongmin's hand, prompting agonizing screams. Dismissing Yongmin's cries, Ryumin internally noted that compared to the pain these individuals had inflicted on him, this suffering was nothing. Remembering the bullying he endured from Yongmin and his gang, Ryumin's anger surged, leading him to swiftly remove Yongmin's second hand, eliciting further screams. Nearby, the bodyguard and Arin observed. The bodyguard, inwardly astonished at Black Scythe's merciless actions, acknowledged the brutality yet admired Black Scythe's composed demeanor. As Ryumin proceeded to sever Yongmin's leg, causing Yongmin to writhe in pain, the bodyguard continued to ponder Black Scythe's capability, likening him to someone of high stature. Once finished, Ryumin inquired if the duo were all right. The bodyguard affirmed and expressed gratitude for Ryumin's assistance. Ryumin assured them they needn't worry about battling Yongmin's crew anymore, pointing out their incapacitated state, suggesting their only option now was to vote. Arin and the bodyguard expressed heartfelt gratitude for Ryumin's assistance. However, Arin, concerned due to her compassionate nature, questioned whether Yongmin's crew might not survive at this rate. Ryumin's response was stark. He shrugged off the possibility of their deaths, considering them no better than beasts. Arin, upon hearing this, simply replied with an "ah." Ryumin, internally noting Arin's soft-heartedness, questioned why she was concerned about the lives of Yongmin and his crew. He even pondered if she might be akin to a saintess, or if her worries stemmed from maintaining her public image as a celebrity. The bodyguard approached Ryumin, asking if he could pose a question. Ryumin welcomed it, prompting the bodyguard to inquire about why Ryumin chose not to kill those individuals, considering that in this world, such an act wouldn't pose a problem. Ryumin, wearing a smirk and inwardly acknowledging the shrewdness of Gyeonrok's right-hand man, explained that there was no personal benefit in killing them. Perplexed, the bodyguard sought further clarification, expressing concern about potential trouble caused by sparing them. Ryumin, observing the terrified figure on the ground, smirked and questioned their capability to cause trouble, implying their incapacity to do so. He added that reducing the population wouldn't bode well, as it would limit available spots for players in the game. The bodyguard agreed, acknowledging Ryumin's awareness of these intricate game mechanics. He marveled at Black Scythe's understanding, finding his grasp of the game's finer points exceptional and truly remarkable. Bro became a fanboy now. The bodyguard then acknowledges what he means, deciding to disregard these worthless individuals. Once everything wrapped up, Ryumin mentions his departure, but the bodyguard halts him, requesting his account number to compensate him. Ryumin declines and leaves. Watching Ryumin's silhouette fade away, the bodyguard reflects internally, recognizing Black Scythe's assistance without asking for anything in return. He plans to report this to the president upon returning to reality. Glancing at Yongmin, he contemplates that though he'd rather eliminate them, following Black Scythe's advice, it's not advantageous, so he holds back. He spits at Yongmin and urges Arin to leave. Meanwhile, other players campaigned for votes, promising to excel as the zone's representative, while some claimed superiority over others. A scuffle ensued between a thin and a hefty player. The skinny dude grabbed the fat guy's collar, demanding to know who he was calling skinny, then spat out, "Freaking pig." "What the heck did you just say?" The heavier guy shot back, seething. The others chimed in, urging them to chill and not make a scene. Seizing the moment, another guy claimed they needed a calmer representative, boasting he'd do a better job than these fools. A portly figure confidently strutted in, bragging about his congressman dad, suggesting he should be their zone representative. Suddenly, a dark-haired man questioned the pig about his father's status, while another guy wondered how they could trust him. The pig went silent, busted for lying. Then a voice echoed, grabbing everyone's attention. It was the green-haired man known as Mint Choc Man. He pointed out they only had 2 hours left to vote and needed to get a move on instead of wasting time bickering. Someone asked how they'd decide, prompting another to ask the green-haired man for a solution. Green Boy confidently responded that he had a solid solution. Everyone chimed in, asking, "Really, what is it?" His smile shifted into a smirk as he thought to himself that these folks were hanging on his every word, just as he expected. His rune of persuasion was about to work its magic again. He recounted when he first obtained this random rune fragment, feeling pretty let down at the time. This rune, or persuasion ability, bumps up the chances of swaying someone during conversation, but it's ineffective against opponents at a higher level. Initially thinking it wouldn't work on creatures, he soon discovered its potential. In a bustling scene where people were slaying goblins, he cleverly used his persuasion powers by alerting everyone about a woman in peril, urging them to prioritize her rescue. Those who heard his plea abandoned their goblin targets and rushed to aid her. By doing so, he managed to rack up 100 kills on weakened goblins left behind. He silently mused that if he mastered this rune, nabbing the zone representative position would be a breeze. Fast forward to the present, he prompted everyone to decide on potential candidates. His suggestion was to shortlist around 5 individuals and then vote for one among them. A girl in the crowd agreed, adding that it wasn't a bad idea. Another guy chimed in, expressing doubt that self-advocacy alone would lead them anywhere. Green Boy then proposed, "Let's pick our candidates," inviting anyone with recommendations to raise their hand. Piggy eagerly raised his hand, recommending himself for the candidacy. Green Boy quickly interjected, noting that self-recommendations would cause everyone to vie for the position. His comment resonated with the crowd, who reluctantly agreed, realizing they had no option but to vote for someone other than themselves. Green Boy couldn't help but smirk inwardly, finding it remarkably easy to sway this group, even letting out a small giggle. The side characters pondered whom to recommend. Some admitted they didn't know anyone suitable, while others were inwardly determined to avoid someone else taking the spotlight. Green Boy felt content, thinking that given the current situation, the most conspicuous person would likely become the candidate. Suddenly, someone suggested nominating Green Boy himself, eliciting a smug smirk from him, thinking, "Bingo." The man proposing highlighted the need for a leader with strong logical thinking and leadership skills, to which Green Boy playfully responded, "Me?" Amused by the suggestion, he inwardly labeled the man as a bit naive. Expressing gratitude, Green Boy then asked for more recommendations. Another person spoke up, nominating Black Scythe. Green Boy privately acknowledged the sense in this, considering Black Scythe's top placement in the previous round. Following the initial recommendations, several hands went up. One person advocated for Life is a Documentary, who had secured second place in the previous round, while another supported Black Flame Dragon in Hand, the third place contestant. Green Boy noted they now had 4 candidates and asked for any additional recommendations. With no further suggestions, he decided to cap it at 4, suggesting that each candidate share a few words before the voting commenced. Green Boy confidently volunteered to go first, inwardly convinced that convincing this bunch was a walk in the park. However, before he could begin, a disruptive voice from the crowd exclaimed, "Bullshit!" Everyone turned to see it was Life is a Documentary, the second-place contender from the previous round. With a menacing expression, Life expressed frustration, stating they couldn't tolerate Green Boy's nonsense any longer. Green Boy, caught off guard, inquired about the issue, but Life angrily called him out, accusing Green Boy of manipulating everyone with mere words, deeming it sus. Feeling a pang of nervousness, Green Boy wondered if Life had discovered his skill, although doubts lingered. With a furious glare, Life challenged Green Boy, questioning his authority to decide the zone representative and labeling him a hypocrite. The verdant lad regained his composure and expressed to Life that his words were rather harsh. He mentioned the common belief that one's speech reflects their personality, questioning whether such language was truly necessary. Convinced that his abilities would influence Life unexpectedly, Life unleashed a verbal assault, labeling Green Boy in a derogatory manner and questioning his attempt at lecturing. Green Boy, astonished, couldn't fathom that his abilities had seemingly failed. "My skill didn't work. No way, it can't be." He pondered to himself in disbelief. Life then addressed everyone, using offensive language and demanding votes or else. Green Boy couldn't help but remark on Life's approach, stating that it was foolish to think people would listen if spoken to in such a manner. He urged Life to stop embarrassing himself and step aside. In response to Green Boy's disbelief, Life momentarily fell silent, only to swiftly turn and violently slash Green Boy, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Caught off guard, Green Boy found himself with his throat cut, struggling for breath amid his own blood. Life reiterated his warning about consequences for disobedience. Despite moments of struggle and despair, Green Boy succumbed to his injuries, prompting Life to use this as a warning, stating that everyone would meet a similar fate if they didn't vote for him. Panic ensued among the crowd, shocked by the murder. "He killed him! Life killed Mint Choc Man!" The panicked voices cried out. As people started running, branding Life a murderer, he callously responded, "So what?" menacingly threatening them with his weapon, daring anyone with complaints to step forward. A black-haired man gestured toward the lifeless form of Green Boy and muttered, "Life is insane, he's out of his effing mind." Life retorted with a cruel grin, his voice turning menacing. "If they won't come to me, then I'll go to them." The ensuing scene turned grisly as Life darted through the crowd, swiftly dispatching not just one, not two, not three, but 6 individuals in a single savage motion. His expression was Machiavellian, relishing the absence of authorities, journalists, or surveillance, knowing he could slay without consequence. Following the massacre, he aimed his weapon once more at the onlookers, declaring that anyone not voting for him would face death in the next round, demanding their compliance. The people were shocked, scared, and bewildered, incapable of countering Life's dominance. Meanwhile, Life plotted inwardly, assured that fear would coerce votes in his favor. He pledged to eliminate the arrogant Black Scythe, once elected zone representative, vowing to be the first if Black Scythe fell. Meanwhile, a notification flashed, indicating the player had vanquished a Gnoll, pushing the kill count to 265 out of 100. The system chimed in, announcing a 100% boost to all stats, courtesy of the Rune of Slaughter, coupled with a triple experience points buff. A message followed, declaring the player's ascent to level 6. These notifications pertained to Black Scythe, who quietly noted his own advancement to level 16, remarking on the slower pace of leveling up. Dispatching 200 monsters in 2 hours had merely propelled him 6 levels higher. Yet he found the hunt relatively effortless, attributing it to possessing both the Grim Reaper's rune and the Rune of Slaughter, which earned him doubled weapon attack power and doubled stats. "Seems like the moment," he muttered as his scythe vanished, pondering whether it was time to move. The countdown to the voting deadline hit 0, triggering a radiant golden light engulfing Ryumin. The system then initiated the teleportation of all players back to the starting point, because it was time to vote. Everyone found themselves teleported back, observing Yongmin and his crew still bleeding and clearly in pain. Arin, accompanied by her bodyguard, also returned. However, newcomers to the scene were taken aback by the chaos Life had caused. Bodies, rather dead bodies, littered the ground, with the instigator standing amidst his victim's blood. As the bystanders inquired about the situation, Arin questioned if the man had caused this carnage. Nearby, Rumin listened and observed, privately acknowledging that Cho Jun-sik had once again assumed the leadership role. Ryumin explained that Cho Jung-sik of the Jung-sik faction was a naturally gifted fighter who ranked second in the zone. But his personality was problematic. He remarked that eliminating such a ticking bomb would be wise, but the time wasn't right. Suddenly, Life called out to Black Scythe, inquiring about his whereabouts as he had been waiting. With composure, Ryumin asked what Life wanted. Life replied with a nonchalant, "Nothing much, merely a suggestion for Ryumin to work for him." Ryumin, with an idea in mind, bluntly invited Life to come straight to the point, prompting Life to offer sparing Ryumin's life in exchange for his service. However, Ryumin's reaction was a scoff, followed by a suggestion for Life to kneel and beg for forgiveness if he wanted to be spared. Life, in disbelief, retorted, implying Ryumin was unaware of the severity of the situation. Ryumin interrupted, asking if Life didn't understand Korean, cutting short Life's speech. Ryumin's hand became enveloped in a blood-red aura, summoning his massive black scythe. Holding it firmly, he questioned Life if he would only understand once they engaged in combat. Shock and regret flooded Life's expression as he internally questioned the origin of the weapon, realizing his grave error. With a stern demeanor, Ryumin pressed him for answers, wondering if Life had forgotten how to speak. Unable to respond, Life clenched his teeth in regret, proclaiming himself as Cho Jung-sik, the leader of the Jung-sik faction, adamant that he would never kneel before someone like Black Scythe. Furious, he demanded Ryumin to face him with his weapon. Ryumin chuckled inwardly, noting Life's persistent bravery from previous encounters, deciding it was time to cease the playfulness. He explained the necessity of Life becoming the zone representative for his strategic use in the upcoming third round, and hinted at the impending appearance of the Angel. Just as the Angel materialized and inquired about everyone's presence, Ryumin informed Life that he had lucked out this time, advising him to be cautious about whom he challenges in the future if he wished to avoid an early demise. Trembling in fear, Life contemplated his impending death, but vowed inwardly to seek retribution once he became the zone representative. After that, the Angel inquired if they'd discussed their voting choices. Noting it seemed they hadn't just chatted for 3 hours, she casually mentioned that it didn't matter to her if the humans lived or not. Then she proposed proceeding with the voting process. Suddenly a system notification popped up, initiating the vote for the zone representative. It specified that each person could only vote once, and the candidate with the most votes would win. The prompt asked everyone to gaze at their chosen person and think vote. Any player who failed to vote within 5 minutes would be out of the round and face elimination. As the 5-minute timer ticked, everyone started turning their heads toward their favored candidate. Life smirked, assuming everyone was eyeing him, but his grin vanished as he noticed someone not looking his way. He pointed at her, demanding to know why she wasn't looking and if she wanted to face consequences. But she hastily claimed she had already voted. Ryumin felt relieved that people weren't choosing him. However, Life threatened that anyone not gazing at him was at risk of elimination. As the voting timer ended, the Angel remarked that no one had been foolish enough not to vote. With a clap, she announced it was time to tally the votes. A system notification displayed the zone representative results. Life is a documentary, secured 2412 votes, followed by Black Scythe with 2077 votes. The rest of the rankings comprised side characters unworthy of mention. Life, frustrated with receiving only 241 votes, grumbled inwardly about his followers not sticking to his instructions to vote solely for him. Despite securing first place, he seethed as Black Scythe nabbed second, planning revenge for what he perceived as a betrayal. The Angel declared Life is a documentary as the zone representative, granting him an authoritative position with a clap, prompting a notification confirming his new status. Giggling with plans for retribution against Black Scythe, his excitement halted with a second notification revealing his authoritative position was temporary. He could issue orders 10 times, targeting one player at a time, but this ability wouldn't work on players with classes. Frustrated, he realized his limitations and the potential for disobedience among those with classes. The Angel, with a grin, revealed a hidden quest for the round, leaving everyone puzzled about its nature and purpose. They were left wondering what this hidden quest entailed. A system notification popped up, announcing the second round sub-quest. To obtain a class before the voting time arrived, the task was to secure a class selection item, and the reward offered a 50% discount coupon for today's item. Confused murmurs filled the air as people wondered about this task, clueless about class selection items and how to even acquire a class. The Angel mentioned that they would have received this quest window upon reaching level 10, which clearly caught them off guard. Someone questioned how they were supposed to level up without encountering any monsters. The angel's demeanor turned ominous at the mention of no monsters, claiming that the forest was teeming with them. However, she reassured them by revealing that only 80,000 people across all zones managed to acquire a class this round, including one person from their zone. Eager to know who it was, the side characters inquired, prompting the angel to snap her fingers, summoning a system notification displaying the second round sub-quest results. Black Scythe from their zone emerged in first place at level 16, possessing a Grim Reaper class, completing the quest in 39 minutes. Following closely behind was Heavenly Demon at level 10 with a Dark Knight class, completing the quest in 2 hours and 36 minutes, and Stupid Idiots at level 10 with a Shaman class, finishing in 2 hours and 37 minutes. In their zone, only Black Scythe had undergone a class change, leaving everyone amazed and pondering how he managed to be the sole one to acquire a class, particularly the remarkable Grim Reaper class. Had changed his class now of all times. The angel explained that based on how quickly the sub-quest was completed, the player Black Scythe had topped the rankings in their zone. Not only that, but Black Scythe was leading across all zones. She cheered, "Way to go, Black Scythe!" impressed that he not only scored the solo Grim Reaper class, but also matched it perfectly with his nickname. She asked how he came up with it, and if he knew beforehand that he'd get the Grim Reaper class. Our boy, a professional liar, casually replied that he didn't expect his class to match his nickname either. The other players were taken aback by the sight of a human conversing with an angel. Meanwhile, the angel questioned Black Scythe about whether the match between his nickname and his class as a Grim Reaper was purely coincidental. Ryumin replied with a simple yes, silently noting that the angel seemed unaware of how he acquired the Grim Reaper class, only knowing it was a solo class. The angel then mused about whether this alignment was fate and expressed surprise that someone from their zone had undergone a class change. She mentioned that Black Scythe would be immune to the authoritative position, leaving some bewildered about its significance. When the topic arose, the angel contemplated whether she should reveal everything. She clarified that the authoritative position doesn't work on individuals with a class, rendering Black Scythe immune to manipulation by the zone representative. Additionally, the angel disclosed that the authoritative position had a limited usage of 10 times, leading some side characters to mutter in realization. Life cursed inwardly, furious that the angel had exposed this information, ruining his plan to blackmail everyone by claiming unlimited authority. The angel proceeded, stating that the fastest player to receive a class should be rewarded, snapping her fingers to prompt a system notification to appear. The system hailed our protagonist for completing the quest at rank 1 in his zone, and then lauded him again for achieving the same feat across all zones. His reward for topping his zone was a low-rank rare armor selection coupon, while for securing the first position in all zones, he received the Spec Reward selection box. Presented with 3 armor choices, a medieval knight's plate armor, a seasoned hunter's leather armor, and an airy robe of a mage, he quickly dismissed the first as too heavy, and the third lacking protective power, ultimately opting for the second choice. For the chest reward, the system offered a selection between a 3x EXP boost buff, limited to round 3, 3,000 gold, or information on round 3. Ryumin concluded that round 3 had too many monsters, making the EXP buff the obvious and wise choice. With the rewards distributed, the angel announced their return home, surrounded by a golden light. She hinted that the third round would be even more exciting, guaranteeing it with a smirk. A notification followed, revealing that 873,500,205 people survived across all zones, with only 4,988 survivors in our protagonist's area. The system then indicated that shortly their souls would return to their bodies in the existing dimension, and round 3 would commence at midnight on March 1st, 2023. The system congratulated them on surviving, and mentioned they'd meet again in the next round. Youngmin woke up gasping, reaching out his hand, and upon seeing both his arms intact he felt relieved, realizing that as long as he didn't die, he could return to his body. Reflecting on the encounter with Black Scythe, he vowed not to act rudely in front of him again and cursed, expressing his wish to avoid getting involved with the stone-cold dude ever again. Shifting to Arin and the bodyguard, he praised her efforts, but Arin modestly insisted that he was the one who went through all the trouble. Grateful for his protection, she thanked him, and he casually replied that, as a manager bodyguard, it was just part of the job. Damn, is bro just going to act like he wasn't about to ditch her and run for his life after Yong Min and his crew wanted her body? Arin then expresses her desire once more to show her appreciation to Black Scythe and wonders if there might be a way to do so. The bodyguard replies that due to their lack of knowledge about Black Scythe's appearance, they have no means of locating him. Moreover, he doesn't believe Black Scythe wishes to disclose his identity. He doesn't? Arin inquires. The bodyguard elaborates, mentioning that Black Scythe declined compensation when offered an account number, knowing it could potentially expose his real identity. To demonstrate gratitude, the bodyguard suggests offering a gift when they next encounter Black Scythe. Contemplating this, Arin agrees, planning to consider the best way to repay him. The bodyguard advises Arin to rest adequately for the day, planning to reconvene in the morning. Arin concurs, cautioning him to take care on his way home. As he steps into the elevator, his phone begins buzzing. He swiftly answers the call from Mr. Ma. "I see you're still up," remarks the bodyguard, to which Mr. Ma responds that he had a whiskey upon his return. The bodyguard congratulates Mr. Ma on his class change to Dark Knight after seeing the overall results. Mr. Ma, noting some tension, inquires about the bodyguard's progress. He learns that they only reached level 8 due to sustaining injuries during their hunt. "Injury," Mr. Ma mutters concernedly. The bodyguard intends to report further details, specifically related to Black Scythe, prompting Mr. Ma to invite him to the hotel for a personal briefing. The bodyguard agrees, pledging to arrive within 20 minutes. He disconnected the call and stepped into his car, unaware of the figure discreetly observing him from the corner. As he departed the parking lot, the watcher, revealed to be none other than Ryumin, continued to track his movements, pondering if the bodyguard was heading to meet Ma Gyeonrok. 10 minutes prior, Ryumin returned from the other world to find his brother waiting, eventually falling asleep beside him. Employing his tracking skill, Ryumin activated the system by focusing on the bodyguard's name, prompting the system to match the name with the face and initiate tracking. Within seconds, the system indicated the tracked target, An Sang-cheol, located a mere 9 meters away. Surprised by the proximity, Ryumin deduced that the bodyguard was likely still within the penthouse on the higher floors. However, the distance began fluctuating, indicating the bodyguard's movement via an elevator. Speculating on the bodyguard's early morning destination, possibly a meeting with Ma Gyeonrok, Ryumin decided to investigate, leading up to the present moment. He commended himself for promptly tracking the bodyguard upon his return. The scene shifts to Gyeonrok, who remarks on the subdued moonlight, considering such nights perfect for productivity. Despite his inclination to act, he restrains himself, prioritizing an impending report. Uttering Black Scythe under his breath, he acknowledges the universally recognized #1 player across all zones for rounds 1 and 2. Feeling a sense of unease, he contemplates whether Black Scythe instigated a conflict with his subordinate. This possibility unsettles him, affirming that he cannot tolerate any challenge to his authority. To Gyeonrok, interfering with his people equates to a direct challenge to himself. With a determined expression, he asserts his unwavering resolve not to allow anyone, not even the top-ranked player, to impede his plans. "I'm sorry, bro, but you'll be folded by our boy even if he actually messed with your people." After some time, the bodyguard arrived and knocked on the door, inquiring if Gyeonrok was inside. Gyeonrok invited him in. Upon entering, Gyeonrok greeted him warmly, expressing pleasure at seeing him again. The bodyguard reciprocated the sentiment, He chuckled, crediting Gyeonrok for their meeting. Yet Gyeonrok modestly mentioned he hadn't done much, as they belonged to different zones. Nevertheless, the bodyguard humbly acknowledged feeling stronger just by Gyeonrok's presence and thanked him. Gyeonrok remarked on the bodyguard's adeptness at flattery and offered him a seat. "Damn, bro, Mr. Bodyguard is glazing hard right now." The bodyguard responded, insisting he was sincere, acknowledging the late hour, but congratulating Gyeonrok on surviving. Gyeonrok dismissed it, mentioning the second round was a breeze. Undeterred, the bodyguard continued his glazing by congratulating him for his class selection, to which Gyeonrok attributed it to luck. The bodyguard elaborated, quoting a saying that even luck can be seen as a skill, noting that securing second and third places in the ranking wasn't easy, expressing his honor to work for someone of Gyeonrok's caliber. Gyeonrok playfully teased the bodyguard, suggesting he must want something with all the flattery. Then, setting down his glass of wine, prompted him to speak up, if there was something he wanted to ask. Nervously, the bodyguard inquired about the source of Gyeonrok's class selection item. Gyeonrok brushed it off, stating it just appeared while he was monster hunting, though inwardly he credited the appearance to the Dark Knight's rune. In a quick flashback, we witnessed the angel urging Gyeonrok's zone to check their inventory, as she had prepared a gift. Gyeonrok found the Dark Knight's rune, boosting all stats and imbuing his weapon with a dark aura for opponent damage. Upon reaching level 10, it would automatically grant him the exclusive class, Dark Knight. This revelation clarified to Gyeonrok that he needed to reach level 10 to obtain the Dark Knight class. Basically, bro is playing on easy mode. Gyeonrok reflected, acknowledging his luck in obtaining such a powerful rune during the first round, but realizing the importance of keeping such critical information to himself, even if the bodyguard is a very close subordinate of his, recognizing the ever-present potential for people to change unexpectedly. He directed the bodyguard to the matter at hand, pressing for information on the person who had harmed both him and Arin, speculating if it was Black Scythe. Surprised, the bodyguard denied it, revealing that Black Scythe had actually rescued them. Gyeonrok probed further, urging the bodyguard to recount the entire incident. Understanding the situation better, Gyeonrok learned that they had faced danger from hooligans who had attempted to kill Arin. The bodyguard affirmed that without Black Scythe's intervention, both of them might not have survived. He expressed concern that while Arin might physically survive, the trauma could affect her job performance. Momentarily silent, Gyeonrok inwardly grappled with the near loss of both a close subordinate and the impact on his business. He then inquired about the fate of the hooligans, questioning if they were dead. The bodyguard explained that Black Scythe had severely beaten them, but refrained from killing them, citing Black Scythe's belief that there was no benefit in their deaths. Black Scythe emphasized the importance of maintaining enough individuals in the zone for passage. Gyeonrok acknowledged the logic, but pondered the potential for the hooligans to repeat their crimes. Internally, he recognized his gratitude toward Black Scythe for safeguarding both his income source and his subordinate. It seemed he now owed a debt of gratitude to Black Scythe. Gyeonrok contemplated the need to express his gratitude to Black Scythe, but the bodyguard revealed Black Scythe had declined any compensation and departed. Internally, Gyeonrok speculated that Black Scythe's refusal might stem from a desire to keep his identity concealed, a safety measure in his view. Left with few alternatives, he instructed the bodyguard to convey his gratitude to Black Scythe when they meet in the next round. The bodyguard confirmed his understanding with a "Yes, sir." Gyeonrok further tasked him with keeping an eye on Black Scythe in case he required assistance, expressing his discomfort with being indebted to someone. The bodyguard assured Gyeonrok he would comply with his instructions. Gyeonrok then shifted to a serious tone, asking the bodyguard for the usernames of the hooligans who had attempted to kill them, emphasizing the importance of this information. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Ryumin lurked behind a tree, inwardly labeling the bodyguard a loyal dog for rushing to report to Gyeonrok upon their return. Satisfied with his findings, Ryumin decided it was time to depart, not wanting to attract suspicion by lingering. He hailed a taxi, reflecting on the unexpected encounter with a celebrity sponsored by Gyeonrock, thanks to his brother's actions in sharing rice cakes. This encounter had revealed her residence in the same apartment, along with the identity of her bodyguard, Ahn Sang-cheol. He mentions that if he leverages their neighborly relationship effectively, he could gain Gyeonrock's trust as well. However, it remains uncertain whether he'll make it to the 20th round. Ma Gyeonrock's Dark Knight's rune holds immense power, but unfortunately one doesn't receive a rune as a reward for class selection. Instead, they're compelled to become a Dark Knight. What complicates matters further is the requirement for using Dark Aura. It demands a specific kind of mana known as Dark Mana. This mana can't be charged conventionally, a skill quite fitting for Gyeonrock, considering his psychopathic tendencies. He ponders the risks of having a sociopath like Gyeonrock on his team. Despite this, he decides to keep him in mind for now, aware that numerous other skilled individuals exist besides him. He plans to get to work as soon as the sun rises. The scene shifts to a grocery store where an elderly man contemplates his predicament. He expresses concern that at this rate sales will be halved. Suddenly, a beautiful young woman enters the store, addressing him as Dad. Sensing her father's despondency, she inquires about the reason for his sighing. He explains that Noto sales got suspended. Taken aback, she asks for the reason. He mentions the government provided some excuse, but he suspects it's due to players. He asserts that the government doesn't comprehend the potential skills players might possess. He recalls an article in the news detailing a person winning 4 times in a row in the lottery, earning 62.7 billion. The sudden rise to billionaire status overnight. The winner, when asked about the secret behind 4 consecutive lottery wins, responds, "It came to me in my dream." The old man expresses how challenging it has become due to rising rent and labor costs. With all these worldly troubles, he feels lost and unsure of what to do. In response, she beams a bright smile, assuring him not to worry. She mentions her imminent graduation and offers her help at the store. She ponders whether she should seek another part-time job to contribute financially. But her dad insists on taking care of things, advising her to focus solely on her studies. Praising her good grades, he questions if she's not pursuing college because of her dream to become a doctor. She sadly reveals that she gave up that dream due to current circumstances. Her dad agrees, emphasizing that money isn't the most crucial thing right now, expressing his fear about her safety in the upcoming round. Feeling mentally overwhelmed, he apologizes to his daughter, Yuri. Comforting him, Yuri takes his hand, reassuring him that there's nothing to be sorry for, emphasizing her well-being after surviving the second round and acquiring a class. Her father, surprised, inquires about the class she obtained. Suddenly, her hand emits a green light, pointing at him. She urges him to wait, then uses one of her skills on him. Puzzled, he asks about the sudden occurrence. Yuri explains it's a skill called Bless, acquired when she became a supporter. This skill enhances all his stats, aiming to uplift his spirits. Impressed, he admires the skill, feeling more energized. She promises to use it whenever he needs and encourages him to cheer up. Thankful, he pledges to work hard. As someone enters the store, he greets them but falls silent upon recognizing the customer. Our boy, Ryumin. In a subdued tone, Yuri quietly approached her dad, inquiring if he recognized the customer. Her dad confirmed that the man had won 100 consecutive lottery games at their store, using the same numbers. Ryumin greeted the man and asked if he remembered him, mentioning his purchase of 100,000 won worth of lottery tickets a month ago. The old man confirmed remembering the purchase and asked Ryumin what was bothering him. Bowing his head, Ryumin expressed a desire to apologize. Surprised by the sudden apology, the old man inquired about the reason. Ryumin explained that he had seen news reports of his repeated lottery wins, causing the store to stop selling tickets. He apologized for inadvertently causing trouble to the business. With a smile, the old man reassured Ryumin, saying it wasn't his fault and he needn't worry. He added that not being able to sell lottery tickets wouldn't lead to starvation. Feeling guilty for the inconvenience caused, Ryumin insisted on compensating him. He handed over an envelope, mentioning it contained 10 million won. The revelation left both the old man and Yuri utterly stunned, exclaiming, "What?" in shock. Despite the old man urging Ryumin to take back the money, Ryumin insisted, acknowledging the trouble he'd caused. He bid farewell and left, leaving the old man deeply unsettled, perplexed by his seemingly shameless acceptance of the compensation. Suddenly his daughter intervened, volunteering to return the money herself. With her father's consent, she hurried out of the store to intercept Ryumin. She dashed out and caught up with Ryumin, requesting him to wait. He stopped and faced her. She asked if he was Ryumin. Ryumin, in turn, questioned her identity. Curiously, she inquired if he remembered her, stating her name as Yuri and their shared class at school. Ryumin feigned ignorance, asking, "The same class?" Surprised, she questioned whether he genuinely hadn't realized they were in the same class all along. Ryumin apologized, citing his difficulty in recognizing faces. Our professional liar was bullshitting. Thinking to himself that he, of course, recognized Minjuri as his classmate and the daughter of the convenience store owner, possessing a unique class called Buffer. He realized they were in the same class back then, finding it incredibly coincidental. He orchestrated this seemingly random encounter to gain her as an ally. When Yuri suggested catching up somewhere, he casually agreed with a simple sure. In the upcoming scene, they settled on a bench amidst leafless trees. Yuri insisted that he retrieve the money. Upon realizing it was the sum he had given the old man, he questioned why she wanted to return it. Yuri explained they couldn't accept such a large amount, urging him to take it back. Internally, Ryumin acknowledged the weight of 10 million and reasoned that he had offered it, anticipating their refusal, knowing Yuri's aversion to indebtedness, no matter her circumstances. Despite Yuri's urgency due to her arm discomfort, Ryumin firmly declined. Surprised, she exclaimed, "What?" He clarified that he had already informed the owner, explaining his gesture out of sympathy. She argued the amount was excessive, but Ryumin interjected, emphasizing his desire for the owner to accept it, admitting he'd feel guilty otherwise. Yuri persisted, stating the sum was too much and burdensome, prompting Ryumin's silent response, "That's the point." Following their conversation's end, Ryumin instructed Yuri to convey to the store owner, "It's not a large sum for me," to alleviate any concern. Annoyed, she questioned his inherent stubbornness, wondering why he was going to such lengths. Their discussion concluded as Ryumin announced his departure. Yuri urged him to wait, proposing to accept 1 million instead of 10 million. Ryumin suggested she consult the owner first before deciding. She anticipated her father's discomfort with the hefty sum, revealing the owner's familial connection. Surprised, Ryumin queried, "Dad? The owner is your father?" Confirming, Yuri acknowledged her father's ownership. Ryumin expressed surprise, noting his frequent visits to the store without encountering her. Equally surprised, she remarked on the lottery prize winner's identity as a friend from her class, prompting Ryumin's quiet reflection, "A friend, huh?" In the sequence that followed, Yuri questioned whether he genuinely didn't recognize they were classmates, recalling she immediately recognized him upon entering the store. Ryumin apologized, admitting his difficulty in remembering faces, emphasizing this was their first in-depth conversation. Yuri presumed that he also learned her name for the first time that day, to which Ryumin affirmed and expressed remorse. There was a brief silence as Yuri contemplated, while Ryumin inwardly apologized for pretending to not know her, suspecting she might be interested if he did this. Subsequently, Yuri stood up and reiterated her introduction as Minjuri, their classmate, expressing her frustration at only introducing herself to classmates so close to graduation. She moved closer, questioning if he could remember her now. With a smile, Ryumin affirmed, "Yeah." Suddenly struck by reality, Yuri questioned her actions, finding it disheartening to only introduce herself at this late stage before graduation. Ryumin reassured her, stating it was all right since he now knew her. suggesting they could continue conversing after graduation. Encouraged by this, Ryumin asked for her number. Surprised, Yuri stuttered, My number?" Taken aback, Ryumin questioned what was wrong, stating it wasn't odd to ask for a classmate's number. In response, Yuri agreed and asked for his phone. Blushing, she entered her number and returned his phone. Ryumin remarked on the fate that brought them together, suggesting they should keep in touch more often. She nervously replied, "Oh, okay." Ryumin mentioned he had something to attend to and bid farewell. Yuri agreed, but then stopped him, requesting he take back the envelope, but he continued walking. Eventually, she couldn't return it to him. However, despite this, she suddenly beamed with joy. She confessed to feeling surprised as her heart raced when he asked for her number. Internally, she acknowledged that he asked for her number as a friend, but admitted to actually liking him. Yuri reminisced about their first encounter, when she unintentionally witnessed Ryumin being bullied by Yongmin and his group, prompting her to call the cops. She pondered whether her actions were out of pity or a desire to protect him, considering she reported the incident. Following him until he safely reached home, she realized Ryumin's strength when she witnessed him working diligently at his part-time job, revealing a hidden resilience beyond his appearance. It was from that moment on that her interest in Ryumin began, yet her apprehension hindered her from initiating a conversation. Her feelings for him grew immensely, making it difficult for her to approach him. Encountering him in this place, Yuri felt compelled to be bolder, considering it a chance given by fate. Internally, she acknowledged she couldn't feign ignorance about him after he generously gave her 10 million won. Contemplating her next step, she wondered if she should take the initiative and ask him out for a meal. Ryu sat perched on his bed, engrossed in his phone screen. He was engaged in a text conversation with Yuri. She inquired if he'd had a meal yet and mentioned she had something important to discuss. Yuri proposed meeting around 1 o'clock, offering to treat him to lunch. Ryu agreed to the meetup, but insisted on covering the bill. Yuri refused, asserting her intention to pay instead. Ryu responded with a LMAO, expressing that he had sufficient funds. Yuri insisted that she couldn't let him foot the bill every time, and asked if there was anything else he preferred. Meanwhile, Ryu privately speculated that Yuri's insistence to pay stemmed from a sense of obligation towards him. He viewed this as a positive development, believing that by growing closer, he could win her over as an ally. He vowed to keep Yuri safe until the 20th round. He then rose from his bed and adorned himself in dapper attire. His brother took notice and inquired about his destination. Ryu replied that he had plans to meet a friend. Friend, not a girl, right? Wani questioned. Ryu countered, asking why having a female friend would be an issue. As he left, Ryu mentioned he'd be having lunch out and instructed his brother to fend for himself. Wani responded with a hesitant, "Sure." Taken aback, contemplating whether his older brother had a girlfriend. The scene transitioned to a steakhouse where Ryu inquired if Yuri liked steak. She was caught off guard and blushed, wondering if he meant his big steak. "Like what?" she asked, seeking clarification. Ryu reiterated, asking if she enjoyed steak. Nervously, she affirmed that she did. Ryu then encouraged her to eat to her heart's content. Although she replied okay internally, she marveled at the unexpected opportunity to dine alone with Ryu, considering it a dream come true. The atmosphere grew quiet as they savored their meal. Internally, she sensed the awkwardness settling in and felt the need to break the silence, urging herself to muster some courage. Summoning that courage, she asked him about his triumph in Noto, mentioning that she'd heard he secured first place 4 times consecutively. Ryu, known for his artful deceit, casually claimed he saw it in his dreams, attributing his success to sheer luck. Yuri was stunned by his dream-based victory. Continuing the conversation, she inquired about the earnings he amassed from those dreams. After a brief pause, Ryu mentioned he earned enough to never worry about finances again, though now his concern was staying alive due to the games. Taking the cue from their discussion, she expressed her curiosity about his experience in the initial round, wondering about the challenge of battling those goblins. Ryu admitted it was indeed difficult and took considerable effort to reach the 100 kills milestone. When asked about his zone, he mentioned ES, but struggled to recall the precise numbers, only remembering that it ended in a 5. Noting that her zone ended in a 7, she lamented the likelihood of not crossing paths in the game. Internally, Ryu reassured her, believing that they were bound to encounter each other eventually, as the zones would merge once fewer survivors remained. Yuri then inquired about his level, to which Ryu disclosed he was at level 10, to her surprise, revealing she was at the same level too. She inquired about his class, and Ryu mentioned he hadn't got one yet, returning the question to her. Happily, she revealed her stroke of luck in obtaining a class called Supporter. Ryu asked if she buffs others akin to games, internally noting her role as a supporter this time around, considering it a positive development. Curious, she offered to demonstrate by using a buff called Bless on him, which raises all stats. Ryu agreed, and as she directed a green magical aura towards him, notifications from the system appeared, announcing a 50% increase in all his stats due to the Bless skill, with a duration of 2 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Impressed by the skill's efficacy, Ryu outwardly expressed his admiration, acknowledging how cool it was. Internally, he speculated that once she maxed out her level, the effects would double to 100%, anticipating that moment, though pleased she obtained the skill, as it was his initial reason for meeting her. Ryu elaborated on a random gold pouch he received as a reward for being the first to select a class, explaining its propensity to yield varying amounts of gold based on the luck stat. Grateful for her assistance, he commended her skill, prompting her to smile and assure him that it was no trouble at all, encouraging him to seek her aid whenever necessary. He replied with a simple, "All right." Then he inquired about what she had mentioned earlier, about having something to discuss. She acknowledged his reminder, expressing her regret for not starting with that topic. Thanking him for the money, she explained that her father wished to extend his gratitude as well, and pledged to somehow repay the 10 million won. Ryu reiterated that she need not repay him, asking if that was the matter she wanted to discuss. She hinted at wanting to offer something else instead of money, and suddenly presented an item in her hand, urging him to accept it. When asked about the item, she mentioned acquiring it while hunting in the other world, expressing her desire to give it to him since he refused the money. Handing him the purple crystal, she insisted he not even consider refusing it. After finishing their meal and leaving the steakhouse, she expressed gratitude for the lunch and bid him farewell with a "see you." Ryu reciprocated by advising her to take care in the next round, to which she giggled and agreed, asking him to do the same. They parted ways, and Ryu was then seen walking along a red road. He checked his inventory, examining the crystal she had given him. The system revealed it as a lowest rank purple mana stone, described as a beautiful purple stone emitting mana. Reflecting on the unexpected gift, Ryu couldn't discern its exact significance due to the vague description. He speculated he might learn its true value once he reached level 20 in the game. He explained that upon reaching level 20, players unlock the combination feature, enabling them to fuse mana stones with equipment for additional attributes. Among the 7 colors of mana stones, each had its unique attribute: red for added damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for agility, blue for intelligence, dark blue for reduced damage taken, and the rare purple stone, capable of boosting all stats significantly. Ryu considered himself fortunate to have received it for free, attributing his luck stat for this windfall. Realizing his current high luck stat, he decided to save the purple mana stone until reaching level 20. However, before the blessed buff expired, he intended to open the gold pouch. Prior to proceeding, he sought to bolster his stats by employing the Rune of Slaughter. Retrieving a small plastic bag from his pocket, he revealed its contents: 100 small mealworms. Internally, he acknowledged that the rune augmented his stats by 1% for each vanquished opponent, extending to any living entity, including bugs. With a decisive action, he scattered the bag upon the floor, explaining the scarcity of bugs in the other world necessitated monster slaying here. Regretfully, he raised his foot and dispatched the worms, witnessing a flurry of notifications tallying his kill count, surging from 0 to 45, then 45 to 67, culminating at 100. The Rune of Slaughter's effect manifested, doubling all his attributes. He then checked his stats, noting the surge from 15 to 45 in luck, deeming it satisfactory. Retrieving the random gold pouch from his inventory, an exclusive item granting gold from 1 to 9,999 at random, its usage restricted until the next round for beginners and beyond. This limited duration item was awarded to the first-class selector, with a system prompt cautioning it would vanish if left unused. Acknowledging his current peak luck status, he resolved to activate the item. As the pouch levitated, anticipation brewed regarding the potential sum. Despite consistent stats, the outcomes varied. Speculating between 3K and 6K as plausible yields, the pouch unraveled, emitting a radiant glow that widened Ryumin's eyes in sheer disbelief, prompting him to exclaim, "What?" in shock. Hated him, revealing a windfall of 9,999 gold. Ryumin, utterly amazed, rejoiced at hitting the maximum gold yield from the pouch, attributing it to the Bless buff. Gazing at his newfound total of 16,249 gold, he realized he could easily afford an epic item and still have funds remaining. Considering an upcoming item release in 2 weeks, he resolved to save the gold for that occasion. Returning home, he announced his arrival to Wani. Wani, visibly thrilled, eagerly inquired about Ryu's date. Perplexed, Ryu questioned the mention of a date. Wani pressed on, asking if he hadn't gone out with the girl he had feelings for. Sitting down, Ryu dismissed the topic and redirected the conversation, querying Wani about his lunch, to which Wani revealed he had ordered some jjajangmyeon. For those who don't know, jjajangmyeon is a type of Korean black bean noodles. Ryu remarked that perhaps Wani should have gone for something more upscale. Wani, puzzled, questioned what was wrong with jjajangmyeon, expressing his prolonged craving for it. Internally, Ryu acknowledged that it had only been a month since they were broke, making it reasonable for his brother to still long for that kind of food. Reflecting on recent news about Bitcoin soaring to 150 billion, reminiscent of his previous life, Ryu foresaw another surge in 2 weeks, planning to sell them then. But before that, he contemplated obtaining his driver's license. The following day, Ryu found himself once again tackling the written driver's license test, inwardly pondering how many times he had gone through this process. Determined to swiftly finish, he abruptly stood up, surprising the proctor, who couldn't fathom his sudden departure. A swift glance at the computer confirmed Ryu's astonishing 95% score, leaving the proctor bewildered by such rapid success. Returning home, Ryu flaunted his new license to Wani, confidently stating the obvious about his results, but noting it took 4 days to acquire. Reflecting on his extensive driving experience across multiple lifetimes, Ryu mused about how old he actually is due to repeated reincarnations. Securing his license, Ryu promptly acquired a familiar favorite, a Lamborghini Aventador, a car he'd always driven in his past lives. Ordering it as a direct import, he learned it would arrive within a month and swiftly signed the contract, impressing the dealer with his taste. 2 weeks later, the much-awaited moment arrived, the time to profit from the Bitcoins. Wani, noticing Ryu's Machiavellian grin, inquired about the good news. Ryu disclosed that he had just sold all his Bitcoins. Wani, stunned, asked about the selling price, to which Ryu calmly replied, 300 billion. 300 billion! Wani exclaimed in utter shock and disbelief. For those who don't know, 300 billion won is about $222,662, $700. Wani, stunned by the sudden jump from 60 billion to 300 billion from Noto, expressed his astonishment at the unbelievable increase. He confessed his initial urge to dissuade Ryu from investing in Bitcoin, now astounded by this jackpot. Ryu, smiling, admitted even he hadn't foreseen such a substantial rise, quietly noting he'd only reached 280 billion in his past life. Curious, Wani asked if Ryu was halting his investments now. Ryu affirmed, "Yup." Wani, relieved, thanked his stars for Ryu's decision, but his relief turned into a coffee-spitting surprise when Ryu casually mentioned moving on to stock trading. Anxiously, Wani questioned Ryu's understanding of stocks, to which Ryu assured him not to worry, claiming he had received a blessing in a dream. Wani, incredulous, asked if someone had advised him to buy a specific stock in a dream, to which Ryu confirmed with a yup, asserting it would lead to hitting the jackpot. Resignedly, Wani agreed, "Oh, okay then, do as you wish." Internally, Ryumin acknowledged Wani's anxiety, but weighed it against his foresight. He explained that the company, Heavenly Demon Consulting, ranked 85th on Kosdaq, with a market capitalization of 900 billion. It belonged to Gyeonrock, yet to establish itself until a specialized system implementation in the fourth round led to rapid growth. Knowing its future success, he concluded there was no reason not to invest. Calculating potential benefits, he decided to invest 280 billion, acquiring a 31% share ratio that could grant him significant influence and benefits as a major shareholder. Ryumin observed Wani in prayer, hoping his dream's accuracy would bring positive results. With the investment taken care of, his focus shifted to purchasing the awaited item. At midnight, Ryu scrutinized the system store, aware that his saved gold allowed him to buy items or general skills. While they were all of normal rank, he knew there was a chance to acquire rare or epic items through today's item. Describing the mechanics, he explained that the daily item was unknown beforehand, posing a challenge for most buyers. Yet armed with foresight, Ryu knew today's epic item was the skeleton bone necklace. This accessory boasted an epic rank, granting +3 intelligence after defeating an opponent and progressively increasing attack speed by +1%, up to a maximum of +25% until the round's end. It was usable from the apprentice level onward, with durability set at 500 and a price tag of 4,600 gold. The purchase window would close at precisely 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Recognizing the necklace's potential benefits for intelligence and attack speed, Ryu pondered the possibility of utilizing that now. Opening his inventory, he revealed the today's item 50% off coupon, an exclusive rare item obtained upon completing the class change quest. This coupon allowed a 50% discount on today's item and was valid until the next round. Ryu discovered the coupon was awarded to those completing the Round 2 subquest, but the system warned that moving to the next round would automatically destroy it. Internally acknowledging the significance of the 50% discount, he realized that buying the necklace at half price reduced the cost from 4,600 to 2,300 gold. After the purchase, he was pleasantly surprised to find a substantial amount of gold remaining. Originally planning to acquire normal equipment with the leftover gold, he recalculated that saving an additional 6,000 gold would enable him to purchase another general skill. Recognizing the higher value of general skills over normal ones, he resolved to swiftly accumulate the required 6,000 gold, counting on the abundance of monsters in Round 3. As time progressed, March 1st, 2023 arrived, a significant date in the game, as every player would be sent back to the other world without fail. As the individuals emerged, one man lamented being transported to the other world yet again, while others observed the unfamiliar surroundings, noticing it wasn't a forest this time. Speculation arose regarding their location. Some remarked on the destroyed yet village-like appearance, while others dismissed it as mere ruins. Amidst this, a person directed everyone's attention towards the village, highlighting its encirclement by a fortress with a noticeable castle gate. Their curiosity was piqued by a purple crystal situated at the village's center, prompting inquiries about its nature. Confusion lingered about why this marked the third summoning to such a place. Ryu, positioned behind a house, silently noted the collective unease due to the unfamiliar setting, pondering if Yongsik was the sole individual unfazed. Meanwhile, discussions began among the group, some pointing out Life as their zone representative, spreading rumors of his real-life association as a gang leader. Others debated whether Life, known for brandishing a sword and issuing threats during previous encounters, deserved this position, or if someone like Black Scythe should hold it instead. Tensions heightened when one person nervously warned a friend that Life might overhear, cautioning against provoking potential danger. Disregarding the caution, the friend nonchalantly remarked that Life's authoritative power was limited to 10 instances, suggesting there was little to fear. Abruptly, Life erupted in anger, cursing and demanding silence, prompting confusion among the crowd regarding his sudden outburst of profanity. Frustrated, Life shouted, demanding to know who had spoken, yet everyone feigned ignorance, choosing silence instead. Life, feeling frustrated, quietly acknowledged his anticipation of this situation, regretting that the angel's exaggerated manner had prevented him from manipulating everyone. Unexpectedly, Yongmin approached Life, bowing respectfully. Inquiring about Yongmin's actions, Life was initially addressed as Life is documentary, then acknowledged as Jungsik faction's boss, Cho Jungsik Sunbainim by Yongmin, who explained his intention to pay his respects. Curious about Yongmin's background, Life asked about his family, to which Yongmin revealed he wasn't affiliated with any family yet, expressing aspirations to become a gangster in his 20s. Perplexed, Life muttered his disbelief, internally questioning Yongmin's inclination towards such a path. Yongmin claimed Life as his role model and expressed long-held desire to join the Jungsik faction, prompting Life to inquire about Yongmin's intentions. Suddenly, Yongmin dropped to all fours, bowing deeply and pledging a lifetime of service to Life is a documentary, requesting to be taken under Life's wing. Amused by Yongmin's passionate plea, Life inwardly remarked on encountering various eccentric individuals, but found Yongmin's fervor unique. Appreciating Yongmin's passion, Life asked him to rise, then questioned Yongmin's understanding of how his reputation had been tarnished and why Yongmin still sought his favor. Undeterred, Yongmin proclaimed his unwavering respect for Life, asserting that he cared more about Life's guidance than any judgmental stares. In doing so, Yongmin expressed his readiness to accept Life's mentorship, regardless of any impact on his image. Life took a moment to ponder Yongmin's earnest gratitude before approvingly accepting him into his fold, promising to guide and nurture him into a formidable gangster. Yongmin, ecstatic and full of respect, gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you! This is an honor!" Meanwhile, the side characters conversed, questioning Yongmin's loyalty to Life is a documentary, doubting his sanity, and likening their alliance to birds of a feather flocking together. Ryumin, privately reflecting, expressed of Yongmin's steadfast allegiance to Jungsik in this life too, considering it good. Abruptly, the angel made a majestic appearance, inquiring if everyone had gathered. Swiftly counting, she noted a reduction of 90 participants from the previous gathering, sparking confusion among the side characters. A notification then revealed the main quest for round 3, safeguarding a relic for 3 hours. It outlined the staggering number of participants in the entire zone and Ryu's zone, indicating that only 1,225 individuals in Ryu's zone would advance, a significantly small fraction of the total. The side characters speculated on the sudden reduction in participants, baffled by the turn of events. The angel dismissed the possibility of sudden deaths among the youthful participants, suggesting real-world conflict as the cause, remarking on humanity's eagerness to engage in violence. Amidst the confusion, someone drew attention to the achieved number for this round: 1,225 individuals, nearly a quarter of the total, which left the participants bewildered, questioning the fairness of the outcome or if it's an error. The angel, in response to their inquiry, burst into laughter, assuring them that the achieved number wasn't an error, but rather a result of the rule stipulating only half could survive each round. She explained that as all had survived the last round, it was reasonable that only a quarter would advance this time. Her words instilled terror among the people, but she reassured them, advising that they should not feel unjustly treated and instead focus on striving to place within the top 25%. Moving on, she elucidated the third round's details. Monsters would emerge from the 4 castle gates every 30 minutes, targeting the central relic. Over 5 waves, they were tasked to unite their strengths to protect the relic. Success would yield additional rewards, while failure would result in a severe penalty. Furthermore, she explained that regardless of their success in protecting the relic, their achieved position would be determined by the number of monsters they defeated, with more monsters appearing in subsequent rounds. Although the monsters had been weakened to 1/3 of their strength, making it less challenging, the rewards in experience points and gold would decrease accordingly. Life contemplated his strategy, confident that eliminating numerous monsters would secure his passage through this round, leveraging his own authoritative standing. The angel interjected, mentioning the previous zone representative's title. Life is a documentary, right? She then revealed that while Life could use his authoritative powers, the consequences of the representative's demise remained an intriguing query. With a sly grin, she elucidated that if the current representative met his end by natural causes, or at the hands of a monster, the position would open up. However, her expression turned grim as she posed the possibility of a player's murderous act. The revelation that the murderer would inherit the representative role and gain 10 uses of authoritative power elicited intense gazes directed at Life, instigated by the angel's disclosure. The angel then announced the imminent arrival of monsters within 10 minutes, urging collective cooperation for survival over the following 3 hours. Her parting words, tinged with uncertainty about the likelihood of such collaboration, preceded her disappearance, leaving behind a radiant golden aura. Frustrated and furious, Life's expletive-laden outburst reflected his realization that the angel had effectively placed a target on his back. Life, sensing the tension among the players, swiftly turned, addressing them with a confrontational tone, vowing retribution against anyone daring to make a move. Amidst the murmurs, a side character admonished Life's brash display, highlighting the limitations of his authoritative power. Another player entertained the notion of seizing the representative position through Life's demise, while another advocated for their own suitability for the role. A sudden shift in attention redirected everyone's gaze toward Black Scythe, who's now dripped out in new attire that exude a captivating aura. As Ryumin approached, Life grew apprehensive and demanded to know his intentions. Ryumin assured Life he had no malicious intent, aiming for a conversation. Life, trying to maintain composure, dismissed his fear, but urged Ryumin to get straight to the point. Cautious of any potential threats, Life warned against attempts to coerce him into submission. However, Ryumin presented an offer, acknowledging Life's vulnerable position. With confidence, Ryumin proposed to safeguard Life amidst the challenges he faced. The supporting characters were startled by Black Scythe's commitment to protect Life. This implied confronting Black Scythe to harm Life, leaving them perplexed about their next move, as they knew they couldn't best Black Scythe in combat. Listening in, Life privately pondered the credibility of Black Scythe, finding it compelling just from the reactions of the supporting characters. However, he recognized that all deals come with a cost, and asked Ryu what he desired in return for safeguarding him. Ryu asserted he didn't require much, and simply asked for Life's unwavering obedience to his commands. Life was taken aback, realizing that Ryu essentially sought him to be subservient. Curious about the offer, Life questioned Ryu's motives, but Ryu declined to disclose them. Life inquired about the nature of these orders, yet Ryu maintained his silence, insisting that absolute compliance was all he required. Frustrated inwardly, Life questioned whether he would accede to Ryu's demands, feeling resistant to such control. He contemplated rejecting Ryu's offer and feared potential confrontation with Ryu and his scythe. Following that, Ryu urges him to make a swift decision as others await his response. Anxiously, Life declares his intention to decline the offer. Ryu silently acknowledges he anticipated this refusal, understanding Life's unwillingness to easily compromise his pride. The supporting characters rejoice over Life's rejection of Scythe's offer, believing they can now hunt peacefully without Black Scythe's protection. Some speculate that Life's pride suffered from being commanded to follow orders, suggesting his pride outweighs his regard for others or even his own life. Internally, Ryu notes this unfolding similar to events in his past life, leaving him with a crucial task: to firmly establish boundaries. He informs Life that if he refuses, he won't involve himself further, asserting that Life's fate is no longer his concern. As he departs, Ryu states that Life's survival is no longer his business. Upon hearing Black Scythe's dismissal of Jung-sik, they express readiness to target the gangster. Frustrated, Life contemplates whether accepting Black Scythe's offer might have been wiser. Abruptly, a notification signals the imminent start of Wave 1, prompting preparation to defend the relic against invading monsters. The system stipulates that regardless of the first wave's status, the second wave commences within 30 minutes. Sensing its imminent start, a man urges the group to unite in protecting the relic. The system then displays a countdown of 2 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Internally, Life acknowledges his inability to fight alongside those targeting him, as this mission demands individual effort. However, his attention shifts as he notices Ryu venturing solo. Curiosity piqued, Life tails him, taking cover behind a house. Peering at Ryu, he wonders if Black Scythe intends to confront the impending battle alone, and questions his trajectory toward the entrance. A sudden cacophony startles them as Wave 1 commences. The gate swings open, and the system announces a confrontation. 4,900 players versus 9,800 weakened goblins. Life is astounded and apprehensive about facing 9,800 goblins. The system notes that due to the round's specifics, the goblins are weakened to a third of their usual strength, wishing them luck for the battle. Frustrated, Life curses and retreats into a nearby house, planning to assess the situation while contemplating Black Scythe's lack of movement. He speculates whether Black Scythe plans to confront the goblins alone at the entrance, despite its narrowness, allowing at least 10 to pass simultaneously. From the balcony, Life observes the goblins rushing toward Ryu, denouncing him as reckless for relying on confidence stemming from his high level, predicting he'll engage briefly before fleeing in fear. As the gate swung wide open and the goblins flooded into the village, Ryu readied himself, clutching his scythe, swiftly cutting down any goblin that ventured near. Glancing up, he spotted 5 goblins leaping toward him, but with a deft maneuver he dispatched them in a single strike. From a window, Life observed Ryu's incredible prowess with the Black Scythe, pondering whether this strength is attainable at level 16. Impressed by Ryumin's exceptional display, Life felt an urgency to level up and grow stronger rapidly. Recognizing that other players must be occupied fighting the goblin onslaught, he noticed more goblins pouring in from the western gate. Humans stood firm in their formation, guarding the relic and preventing any goblins from drawing near. Feeling the opportunity to join the fray, Life descended, swiftly dispatching a goblin before turning to eliminate another about to strike from behind. Grinning to himself, he inwardly rejoiced, grateful for the advantage granted by the Rune of Destruction, enabling him to anticipate his foe's movements. Suddenly, sensing an impending attack, he narrowly evaded an arrow that grazed his ear. Perplexed as he hadn't spotted any goblins firing arrows, he suspected a human assailant and vowed revenge. However, as he focused on the unseen archer, someone approached and jubilantly stabbed him with a spear, exclaiming in triumph, "I got him! I got him!" Regrettably for him, Life seized the spear, employing his blade to dispatch the side character who had struck him. An ensuing projectile narrowly missed its mark, inadvertently revealing its source to life. He wielded the spear, targeting the archer. Swiftly his throw struck true, vanquishing the assailant. Internally vexed, pondering the need to fear humans more than monsters, he lamented his role as zone representative, wishing to relinquish the position. Reflecting on accepting Black Scythe's offer, he retracted the idea, affirming the importance of his pride and vowing never to yield to that individual. Scanning the area, he sought a solution, a means to hunt without player interference. Spotting the zone's third-ranked contender, Black Flame Dragon in hand, Life smirked, formulating a plan. Drawing near the contender, he invoked his authoritative power, commanding Black Flame Dragon in hand to safeguard him henceforth. Meanwhile, Ryu was effortlessly dispatching goblins. A notification flashed, heralding the demise of yet another goblin, and highlighting his current kill count at 502 out of 100. Additionally, the 3x EXP boost adorned his prowess. The system chimed in, amplifying all his stats by 100%, thanks to the Rune of Slaughter, an increment of +3, 33 gold coupled with an extra +1. 66 appeared in his haul. He promptly accessed his status window, noting that he had amassed around 2,000 gold already. Pleased with the pace, he anticipated breezing past the 2,000 gold mark by the second wave. Determined to accumulate more gold to acquire 2 general skills, he strategized, eyeing the earlier attainment of the Rune of Inner Thoughts as a potential reward. As the goblins charged, he swiftly pivoted, his scythe cleaving through the foremost assailants in a single fluid motion. Sensing fear among the goblins, he challenged their hesitation by advancing toward them, swiftly dispatching the remaining foes. Suddenly a resounding noise echoed, prompting inquiries from the onlookers about the commotion. Fortunately, the goblins began vanishing, prompting the system to declare their success in defending against Wave 1. Celebrations ensued among the players as they began taking a well-deserved break. The system announced the survival count of 3,943 players and 967 casualties, promising a 500 gold reward to each survivor. Observing the lifeless bodies, Ryu remarks that despite the monsters being weakened, underestimating them isn't wise. His thoughts wander to life's whereabouts, locating him after a brief moment, noting Jung-sik's survival, but acknowledging the challenge due to his injury. Internally frustrated, Life grumbles about players targeting him instead of the goblins. Abruptly, an assailant prepares to strike, swiftly taken down by number 3. Grateful for their defense, Life acknowledges how these defenders acted as shields, allowing him to endure the initial assault. Yong-min inquires about his well-being, silently earning Life's irritation, calling him a bastard for tagging along without being ordered. Pain surges from his wound, blood flowing. He acknowledges the severity of the blood loss, questioning if he'll endure the remaining time in such a state. Determined to survive, he vows and curses, resolved to make it through this round for everyone's witness. A sudden noise catches everyone's attention. The system announces the commencement of Wave 2, 3,933 players against 7,866 weakened goblins and hobgoblins. The system discloses the goblins' weakened state, reducing their strength to a third of their usual, wishes them luck, and vanishes. The goblins charge at Ryu, and as expected, he effortlessly dispatches them with his swift movements, agility, and skill. He receives a notification upon hitting level 20, indicating an elevation in his rank from apprentice to regular. The notification also announces the newly unlocked combination function. Ryu feels a surge of joy, inwardly celebrating his achievement of reaching level 20, granting him access to the combination function for creating exclusive items unavailable in the shop. The system reappears to commemorate his rank boost, enhancing the Seal of Death skill from 100% to 120% additional damage, and granting him the exclusive skill, Night of Death. Capable of crafting an artificial night within a 500 m radius by harnessing dark energy, dismissible at will. It also informed that the next skill, can be acquired at level 40. 120% additional damage from Seal of Death, plus a new skill. And Night of Death, Ryu exclaims, recognizing their synergy with the Grim Reaper's rune, which amplifies its effects during nighttime. This rune doubles weapon attack damage when wielding a scythe, boosts attack speed by an extra 50% at night, and significantly reduces the chance of enemies detecting him while stationary in the darkness. As a swarm of goblins rushes toward him, Ryu welcomes the opportunity to test his new abilities. Activating Night of Death, he blinds the goblins, swiftly launching a barrage of attacks, effortlessly decapitating them, and striking down 5 goblins with a single slash. After the skill's effect waned, numerous goblin corpses littered the ground behind Ryu. The system announced their success in defending against Wave 2, promising a reward of 500 gold to all survivors. With the second wave vanquished, Ryu contemplated acquiring a general skill while he took a break. He accessed the shop, perused the skills, and confidently declared that his first purchase would be presence detection. He explained how this skill would enable him to sense anyone within a 30-meter radius, currently revealing only goblins and lifeless bodies nearby. Determined, he resolved to save up another 20,000 gold. As Wave 3 commenced, it became 3,343 players facing off against 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. Their success against Wave 3 was followed by a challenging encounter in Wave 4, pitting 3,001 players against 6,002 weakened hobgoblins and gnolls. Despite the brutal battles, life seemed precarious, yet he inwardly reassured himself, aiming to endure for just one more hour. He acknowledged using all 10 uses of his authoritative position, but trusted in the protection of those around him to safeguard his life. Wave 5 initiated with 2,700 players, confronting 10,800 weakened gnolls. At the sight of the staggering number of gnolls, of 10,000 to be precise, the onlookers expressed confusion. The system clarified that due to the round's nature, the gnolls were weakened to a third of their usual strength, wishing them luck as the wave commenced. Amidst the unfolding battle, life remained resolute, seeing the situation as an opportunity to set a new record. His determination to grow stronger and vanquish those who threatened him was unwavering. Suddenly, 2 of his protectors fell victim to other players who pointed at him, declaring their intent to kill him and seize the zone representative. Under pressure, Life assigned 2 bodyguards to shield him from the players' attacks. But they were swiftly defeated, leaving Life overwhelmed. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he fled, muttering, "Now's not the time for a hunt." Cursing his luck, he just aimed to endure the onslaught. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, he spotted Black Scythe and dashed towards him, pleading for protection and vowing obedience in exchange. However, to Life's dismay, Ryu declined, stating his previous disinterest in Life's fate and advising him to fend for himself. Life, desperate and feeling worthless, protested, reminding Ryu of his offer. But Ryu simply asserted that he didn't require a subordinate lacking the authoritative position. Internally, Life felt invalidated and regretted not accepting Ryu's offer earlier. Nearby characters, relieved by Ryu's refusal, discussed Life's predicament, likening it to a real-life documentary. "Nah, bro got cooked." They said his life is really like a documentary. It's funny because his nickname is Life is a Documentary. While they contemplated attacking, Life remained determined, vowing to take down at least one opponent before succumbing. Suddenly, Yongmin appeared, inquiring if Life was struggling and offering help. Life, elated by Yongmin's presence, almost believed he had an ally. He expressed his willingness to take care of Yongmin if he survived. However, in an unforeseen and shocking twist, Yongmin unexpectedly punches the living shit out of Life, catching him completely off guard. Instead of protecting Life, Yongmin, being exceedingly more vile than Life, delivered a severe skull-crushing blow, propelling him backward with a broken nose. With a malevolent grin, Yongmin menaced him, promising a painful demise. Grasping Life by his collar, amid his agony and clenched teeth, Yongmin unleashed another forceful punch to Life's face, causing him to cough up blood. In a despicable display, Yongmin initiated a relentless barrage of heavy blows targeting Life's face. After enduring hundreds of punches, Life lay on the ground, blood seeping from his nose, ears, and mouth. His vision blurred as one eye suffered injury. As Yongmin leered at Life, a cruel realization dawned. He needed more. Lifting his foot high, Yongmin delivered a mighty, resounding smash to Life's head. The system promptly notified Yongmin of his new status as the zone leader, acquired upon Life's demise, granting him the authority skill. Yongmin, drenched in Life's blood, he erupted in fervor, declaring himself the ruler of the zone. A mischievous laughter escaped Yongmin as thoughts of utilizing his newfound authority skill to manipulate Arin's actions and touch her body pervertly arose in his mind. While gazing at Life's motionless form, Yongmin vowed to wield this authority skill adeptly, allowing Life to finally rest in peace. Turning back with an air of pride, Yongmin strode toward his friends, proudly proclaiming his fulfilled promise to eliminate Life. Although his friends tentatively expressed happiness for him, deep down they harbored unease as Yongmin's descent into a more disturbed and depraved state continued. Witnessing Life's blood staining Yongmin's hands instilled even greater fear within them. Killing bare-handedly and devoid of any weapon, Yongmin's actions incited widespread condemnation among the other players, branding him as the most despicable being in the entire universe. Yongmin's initial intention had been to eliminate Life from the outset, which led him to join Life's team. Now, as the zone leader, his sinister nature invoked fury among the players, compelling them to contemplate eliminating him to ensure their own survival. However, Yongmin, oddly unfazed, merely laughed with an air of arrogance. Observing his haughty grin, the players readied themselves to confront him. Unexpectedly, Yongmin, still bearing his confident smile, bolted away, stunning everyone. To everyone's surprise, he rushed towards Ryu, calling out his name and eagerly recounting how he had slain Life, ascended to the position of zone leader, and obtained the coveted authority skill. Then Ryu inquired, "So what?" Confidently tapping his chest, Yongmin pledged to accept the earlier offer he made to Life, vowing to comply with whatever Ryu desired, as long as Ryu safeguarded him. Yongmin, upon saying this, felt elated. Presuming that Ryu had forsaken Life due to lacking authoritative influence, hence he believed Ryu would surely accept his proposition owing to his authority skill. However, Ryu, wearing an annoyed expression, retorted disapprovingly about Yongmin's demeanor, startling him. Ryu added that if Yongmin knelt down and pleaded, he might consider it. Hearing this, Yongmin became perplexed, and in a state of confusion asked Ryu if he comprehended that he possessed the authority skill and could employ it 10 times. Ryu acknowledged, but pointed out Yongmin's misunderstanding. The one in a precarious situation was Yongmin, not Ryu. If Ryu truly needed the authority skill, did Yongmin genuinely believe Ryu couldn't obtain it by eliminating him? Ryu, wearing a smirk, suggested that if Yongmin sought protection, he should kneel and plead. Yongmin, more despicable than Life, needed to earn Ryu's protection, hence he should kneel to gain Ryu's safeguarding. As Yongmin turned around, he found the other players fixating on him like famished hounds, eager to pounce. Sensing the gravity of his situation, Yongmin pivoted toward Ryu. After drawing in a deep breath, he humbly bowed before Ryu, pledging to abide by any command and beseeching Ryu's protection. Ryu regarded him with a smug air, having witnessed Yongmin's deferential displays numerous times before, now finding it distasteful. Despite Yongmin's shortcomings, Ryu recognized his potential and harbored future plans for him. However, for the time being, he intended to torment him for his satisfaction. After what seemed like an interminable stretch, Ryu finally consented to shelter Yongmin. Overwhelmed, Yongmin repeatedly expressed his gratitude with fervent bows. Observing this, Ryu, wearing an irritated and repulsed expression, sternly warned Yongmin against betrayal akin to what occurred with Life, threatening severe consequences. With a commanding aura, Ryu strode towards the players, leaving them bewildered. uncertain whether he would genuinely safeguard Yong-min. Certain reckless individuals toyed with the idea of attacking Ryu and Yong-min jointly, yet a wise soul panicked, cautioning against even considering such an act. Recalling how Ryu had effortlessly dispatched 100 goblins, the wise individual emphasized the futility of challenging such a formidable adversary. Before the wise council could conclude, Ryu interjected, offering to guide their decisions. His words sent chills down their spines. With a grave countenance, he presented two options. Either they venture forth, slay monsters, and secure a spot in the top 25% to survive, or they opt for death, gesturing ominously with his dark side, indicating he'd tolerate that choice. In a menacing tone, he clarified that he won't regard anyone lifting a blade against him as humans. Upon hearing Ryu's directive, the players hastily concealed their weapons and frantically fled in a state of dread, as if their very survival hung in the balance. Meanwhile, Yong-min was astounded, marveling at how a mere utterance from Ryu had the power to incite such terror among the players, causing them to scatter like frightened rodents. Amused, Yong-min chuckled and exchanged a knowing glance with Ryu, recognizing that in their past enmity, he had also witnessed the chilling extent of Ryu's fear-inducing capabilities. Now aligned with Ryu, he felt secure. Observing the players' confrontation with the gnolls, Ryu couldn't contain a self-satisfied grin. With everything he desired seemingly in hand, he felt poised to embark on his grand scheme. Summoning Yong-min over, Ryu, adopting a grave tone, made a solemn request. He urged Yong-min to utilize all his 10 authorities to shatter the coveted purple relic guarded by the players. Yong-min was taken aback by this command. Recollecting the angel's strict directive to safeguard the relic at any cost under the threat of severe repercussions, he was both frustrated and puzzled by Ryu's order. Utilizing all his 10 authorities would also prevent him from exerting control over Arin and partaking in any perverted activities with her. Scratching his head in hesitation, Yong-min queried Ryu about the necessity of destroying the relic. Ryu's response was stern, curtly instructing Yong-min to comply without question. Despite Yong-min's plea to spare one authority for other purposes, Ryu's cold retort made it unequivocal that disobedience was not an option, and failure would be met with dire consequences. Crestfallen, Yong-min reluctantly acceded, assuring Ryu of his understanding, albeit with a tinge of sadness. Then Ryu disclosed yet another shocking revelation, indicating he'd now determine upon whom Yong-min must exert his authority skill. As Ryu proceeded to list names, Yong-min recognized they were all his friends. Baffled, he couldn't help but ponder why his friends were designated targets for his command skill. Apologizing to them, Yong-min explained his inability to refuse Ryu's command. He reluctantly utilized his authority skill, articulating each friend's name. A peculiar purple symbol materialized atop his friends' heads, initiating their mind control. With the final directive, break the relic, they succumbed to the mind control's influence. Abruptly, a system notification materialized for all the players, alerting them to the relic's assault. Startled and frantic, the players turned towards the relic to witness 10 individuals actively damaging it. Amidst panic, they rushed to impede the destruction. Some managed to ensnare a few culprits, while others perished in the ensuing chaos. Before the players could take decisive action, a crack appeared in the crystal, shattering it into fragments with a resounding crash. A colossal system window emerged, declaring the relic's destruction and their failure in the primary quest. Consequently, the agent of divine punishment would be summoned, seeking to eliminate everyone for the next 30 minutes, effectively concluding the round afterward. A sense of terror and pandemonium gripped the area as players grappled with the grave consequences. They pondered the identity of this divine punisher and deliberated on their next course of action. Meanwhile, Ryu stood confidently, clutching his black scythe with a slight smile, assured that his plans were unfolding as intended. A system window then appeared, heralding the onset of a subquest, promising all players 3,000 gold upon its completion. As the countdown commenced, the player's demeanor shifted upon citing the quest reward. The primary reward stood at 2,000 gold, but completing the sub-quest offered a higher sum of 3,000 gold, deemed more profitable by most. Black Scythe foresaw this, prompting his request for Yongmin to shatter the relic, a task Ryu avoided due to an impending drawback soon to be disclosed by the system. A notification screen materialized, confirming the relic's breakage from player attacks. Consequently, those 10 players faced penalties, enduring a permanent 50% decrease in their stats. This penalty left them dismayed, as they had merely followed instructions. Their ire turned towards Yongmin, who stammered out an apology, clarifying that the penalty was unforeseen. Another notification pinpointed the zone representative as accountable for failing to safeguard the relic, resulting in a similar permanent 50% stat reduction. His outburst, kicking the wall and vehemently cursing, portrayed his intense anger. Observing this, Ryu understood that permanent stat drops directly impacted survival, rendering it a grave consequence. Preparing to intercept the agent of divine punishment, he delved into the shop, using the extra gold to purchase regular items. Opting for the assassin's hood, a common assassin's helmet notorious for bloodstains if left unwashed, it provided 20 defense, along with a +3 boost to agility. Additionally, he acquired the astute long boots, appearing restrictive but surprisingly comfortable, offering 15 defense, +2 agility, and a 5% speed increase. Recognizing that even slight stat enhancements would facilitate the subquest, Ryu made his selections. He proceeded to execute a fusion. Placing an item alongside a mana stone, he achieved success in combining them, resulting in the creation of the Skullbone necklace, significantly enhancing all stats. Ryu intended to augment each gear piece with a mana stone, yielding another successful fusion, producing the seasoned hunter's leather armor, granting a damage reduction. Another fusion, dubbed the Grim Reaper Scythe, bestowed a strength increase of 2. Though recognizing the limited efficacy of the lowest grade mana stone, he deemed it better than nothing. Gathered at the village center, the players sensed an unsettling presence, contemplating if this signaled the commencement. Their apprehension grew. One player urged perseverance until the 30-minute mark, while another proposed continuous evasion for survival. Ryu, inwardly countering their ideas, knew eluding their adversary wouldn't be simple. In his prior attempt, only about 500 out of 2,700 survived. Mere survival posed considerable difficulty. Originally the agent of divine punishment, a monster almost uncatchable, required 5 level 40 players to stand a chance. But Ryu aimed for a substantial reward by vanquishing it. The dark sky fractured, emitting a yellow radiance. Ryumin held the title bestowed upon him for slaying the angel named Brielle, the inaugural Angel Slayer title, doubling one's stats when confronting divine types, and the agent of divine punishment was precisely that. All eyes fixated on the descending angel. Most players assumed it would be a simple encounter, believing evasion was the key to survival. Yongmin admitted to feeling frightened earlier, but upon seeing the enemy he relaxed, realizing his initial fear was unwarranted. His friend mentioned being unable to see due to the bright light. The staff of the divine enemy featured a circular end with a bell at its center. As it took a few steps forward, it raised the staff and struck the ground, instantly creating a barrier-like light. This light expanded across a part of the village, and a notification indicated that the agent of divine punishment had imposed a restriction field. Upon touching the barrier, another notification announced that exit from the area was impossible unless the caster deactivated it. Panic ensued among the players upon realizing their confinement, and a subsequent notification revealed a 50% drop in their stats while inside the field. Despite attempts to break through, the players remained trapped. Ryu noticed around 300 people caught within the barrier, understanding that rescuing them was beyond his capability. The divine enemy unfurled its angelic wings, generating numerous needle-like blades that filled the sky. Ryumin recognized this as the signal to take action immediately. The angel unleashed the blades toward the players, causing injuries as many attempted to flee. Some expressed pain, while others noted the difficulty in dodging the blades with the naked eye. As more blades descended within the restriction field, evading the luminous arrows became nearly impossible. It was suggested that successfully avoiding them would not be a big deal. Though such a feat seemed highly challenging, Ryu swiftly capitalized on the distraction, as he had anticipated. While the foe focused on hunting humans, it left its guard vulnerable. His strategy was to surprise the divine enemy when the protective barrier weakened. Sensing the dissipating barrier, Ryu recognized the opportune moment. Unconcerned about the enemy's auditory senses, which were absent, he closed the distance to a mere 5 meters. Activating the Seal of Death, a crimson skull materialized above the divine creature, signaling his intent for a fatal strike. Initially detected by the divine enemy during the first attack, it was too late to evade. Ryu's scythe struck the enemy's visage, eliciting a resounding scream as it pierced the creature's eye. Maintaining a safe distance, Ryu attributed it to the effects of the Seal of Death, which reduced the enemy's health to 60%. Calculating that each attack depleted its stamina by 40%, Ryu found this trade-off reasonable. Anticipating the enemy's strategy, Ryu tactically retreated, predicting its intent to deploy a restriction field to locate him. As expected, the agent of divine punishment initiated the field, aligning perfectly with Ryu's plan. Knowing that the enemy would lift the field once it realized his absence within it, Ryu remained steps ahead. He spotted an opportunity and charged towards the agent of divine punishment with the intention of targeting its remaining eye. His aim was to deprive it of sight completely. Leaping towards the eye, Ryumin's strike elicited another piercing scream from the agent. As he landed safely, the enemy continued its cacophony. The agent, undeterred, initiated the restriction field once more, reducing the player's stats within by 50%. Though caught within the field, Ryumin remained unfazed. With both eyes gone, he likened the agent to a mere helpless target. Despite its continued screaming, it resorted to launching a flurry of arrows, attempting to strike Ryumin in all directions, blinded as it was. Ryumin responded by invoking his Knight of Death, positioning himself behind the agent. Enveloping its arrows in darkness, he observed the confusion that overtook the divine punishment entity. Knowing the programmed limitations of this world where light couldn't overcome darkness, Ryumin seized the advantage. With a determined countenance, Ryumin leapt into the air from the enemy's blind side, brandishing his scythe. He declared his intent to end the confrontation once and for all. With his scythe wielded firmly, Ryumin delivered a precise strike to the wing of the divine punishment agent. The celestial being winced audibly as its wing collided with the ground. Determined, the divine adversary prepared for a retaliatory move, raising its staff. However, Ryumin, in an incredibly swift manner, was already in action. He swung his scythe once more, catching the divine agent off guard. Another pained outcry escaped the divine punishment entity as it struggled to match Ryumin's pace, stepping back with an air of authority. Ryumin leapt into the air, preparing for the next attack with a focused demeanor, targeting the wing once more. Another pained cry ensued as the second wing met the ground, and Ryumin calmly descended, maintaining his composure as he stood beside the fallen wings. Assessing the divine agent's endurance, Ryumin discovered it was almost depleted, with only 10% remaining. Understanding the impending challenge, Ryumin, employing his strategic acumen, chose to tactically withdraw from engaging further with the divine punishment agent. Maintaining a prudent distance was imperative in this situation. However, an abrupt turn of events occurred with a notification alert. The agent possessed a sophisticated passive ability known as Last Radiant Flare, rendering it temporarily invincible. Ryumin observed as the divine agent's body emitted a radiant yellow glow, while its staff emanated an ominous purple hue. Recalling something about a phase triggered by minimal stamina, Ryumin contemplated the missed opportunity of targeting a vulnerable spot earlier, realizing that it could have resulted in a different outcome. The Divine Punisher let out a thunderous scream akin to a heavy metal vocalist audition, and suddenly the sky was filled with numerous small circular purple portals. Lightning accompanied this spectacular display. Wisely maintaining his distance, Ryumin observed the celestial pyrotechnics of the last radiant fire, the devastating attack with a countdown displayed on a conveniently provided notification screen. The tension builds up with a dramatic countdown, starting at 50 seconds with a touch of anticipation. At the 30-second mark, static surrounds the agent, intensifying the scene. Things escalate further at 10 seconds, sparking the turning point. Lightning intensifies within the last 5 seconds, setting the stage. As the final second ticks away, Ryumin wears a smug smile, seizing the opportunity. Mr. Invincible is disarmed, leading to Ryumin's determined charge from behind. With a determined expression, he raises his scythe high and delivers a decisive blow, separating the head from the divine body in a breathtaking climax. Following Ryumin's epic showdown, a cascade of windows appears, showering him with rewards and acclaim. Confirmation of the successful Divine Punishment agent takedown garners enthusiastic applause. Then a triumphant trifecta of notifications arrives, leveling up, acquiring a hefty 88,200 gold coins, topped off with an additional bonus of 4,000. It's all about the wealth, isn't it? But the crowning glory, the title, the opposer of Divine Punishment, quite fancy, isn't it? Let's dive into the perks. An astounding 80% reduction in damage from divine types. That's a game-changing advantage. And as if that wasn't enough, the screen details the requirements for this prestigious title. Being the first to eliminate the Divine Punishment agent, resulting in the simple yet powerful effect of reducing divine damage. The rewards keep coming. How about some concentrated ether? Ryumin grabs that as a prize for being the Divine Slayer. That substance is the ultimate key for crafting god-tier items. But wait, there's more to it. The Rune of Radiance. This little marvel is automatically integrated into Ryumin's body. It elevates intelligence by 1 point and escalates the effectiveness of divine abilities by 1% per level. Ryumin's at level 30, so that means 30 additional IQ points and a 30% enhancement in divine capabilities. So armed with the impressive Rune of Radiance, Ryumin sported a wide grin. No need to worry about boosting intelligence for a while. Life's good. However, an interruption occurred. A notification screen crashed the gathering in the main square, announcing to all players that they've aced the subquest and received 3,000 gold coins. Yay! The celebrations ensued as players high-fived each other for their survival. All attention turned to Black Scythe. Rumors were swirling about how this individual single-handedly defeated the Divine Punishment agent monster. Wow! Amazing, the angel said. She even referred to him as exceptional. The conversation took a pause when the angel Olive seemingly joined in. She was overjoyed, declaring Ryumin as the first human she ever truly acknowledged. Ryumin, however, was too engrossed in checking his own notifications to pay much attention. Olive, in a playful mood, suggested an interview, inquiring about Ryumin's divine killing spree. But Ryumin wasn't up for it. He was annoyed. He bluntly answered her without even glancing her way, stating that he did it simply because he wanted to. Olive, the celestial being, harbored skepticism toward the logic presented. Indeed, merely completing the stage could have warranted a reward. Yet Ryumin chose to engage in a rampage. He calmly clarified that failing to do so would have led to a massacre. Observing players who had been eavesdropping on this profound conversation suddenly experienced a change of heart. Ryumin wasn't just an audacious individual, he emerged as a hero. One player even confessed that they initially presumed formidable individuals would exhibit arrogance, yet Black Scythe proved to be a decent person. However, the angels struggled to fathom a human actively preserving their own kind. She found it perplexing. Moments before, they were tearing each other apart, and now they coexisted harmoniously. Deep in contemplation, Ryumin perceived it as a norm. particularly given the narcissistic nature of the angel. Despite Olive's persistent confusion, she commended the crowd for their survival, but also delivered a dose of reality. It was premature to relax, cautioning that the game was far from concluded. Therefore, Olive, assuming her role as the overseeing angel, deemed it appropriate to conduct a results assessment. A colossal screen materialized, exhibiting the comprehensive outcomes of round 3. Unsurprisingly, Black Scythe had dominated all zones, eliminating an impressive 3,631 adversaries, and standing with an impressive level 30. His prowess was remarkable. The second and third positions were secured by Shifty Idiots and Heavenly Demon, both esteemed level 13 individuals. In Ryumin's designated zone, he continued to maintain his superiority, achieving 1 cent rank. Players were stunned. Ryu's skill level and score appeared almost implausible. Some even pondered whether he had an undisclosed XP enhancement. But guess what? He indeed had an EXP bonus. But he isn't sure if it exists for anyone besides the first ranker in all zones. Ryumin's notifications took center stage. Initially, congratulations flooded in for securing the top spot in all zones. Additionally, he was commended for dominating his specific zone. Now the pivotal moment arrived, an option between a reward selection box and an intermediate grade rare ring selection coupon. Quite elegant, isn't it? The ring choices consisted of the Ring of Rushing Winds, Ring of Azure Magic, and Ring of Resistance. Despite the seemingly unimpressive name, Ryumin opted for the Ring of Resistance. It bolsters luck by 4 points, enhances resistance by 35%, and boasts durability at 450. It's the kind of accessory that repels adverse status effects. Then another screen prompted further decisions. A 50% stat boost buff for round 4, 4,000 gold, or intel on round 4. Familiar with the routine, Ryumin dismissed the triple experience option. After all, round 4 isn't solely about capturing monsters, opting instead for the 2,400 gold. However, Olive, wearing a sinister grin, inquired whether the players had checked their rankings. The cutoff line sat at 1,225. Players, horrified, alleged a system error. They demanded a recount, disbelieving their low rank despite their monumental monster-slaying feats. The unfolding drama escalated. An angelic figure proclaimed it was time for those beyond the magical top 1,225 to face consequences akin to insect squashing. With a Thanos snap, bodies began to fade away, leaving players groaning and pleading for help. The display confirmed the culmination of round 3, tallying up 214,007,550 survivors in total, with a mere 1,225 left in the specific zone. Round 4 was slated to commence at the stroke of midnight on April 1st, 2023. Back in reality, Arin abruptly awakened, glancing down at her hand in disbelief. Surprisingly, she not only managed to make it through round 3, but also acquired a summoner class. Excitedly, she summoned a fairy, a charming winged creature that settled on her shoulder. Throughout round 3, these fairies served as protective shields and loyal defenders, significantly aiding her survival. And the unexpected twist. She secured the third position, equipped with a valuable Mona stone in her possession. She pondered whether Black Scythe would appreciate it as a potential gift. Meanwhile, across town, a table lamp found itself at the receiving end of intense aggression. A resounding yell echoed, propelling it across the room. Yongmin was engulfed in a fit of fury due to a penalty slashing his stats by 50%. Uttering curses directed at Black Scythe, he lamented the destruction of the artifact. However, a notification on his phone swiftly transformed his mood from anger to despair. His inner thoughts echoed, "I'm in serious trouble." Yongmin felt troubled seeing the incoming call on his cell phone. The caller was Kim Seong-han, and his initial reaction was, "This isn't good." He answered the call, attempting to appear composed, but Seong-han's tone grew louder, questioning Yongmin's sanity. Seong-han used strong language, asking, "What's the problem?" His frustration mounted as he accused Yongmin of playing innocent. Xionghan directed his anger towards Yongmin, stating, "You've caused trouble for all of us." He criticized Yongmin's use of authority and sarcastically remarked, "If Yongmin still thinks he's human." Feeling defensive, Yongmin explained he had no choice, fearing for his life at the hands of Black Scythe. Xionghan's response was harsh, suggesting Yongmin should have perished. This statement left Yongmin in disbelief. Xionghan insisted that rather than harming his friends, Yongmin should have chosen death. Yongmin, consumed by anger, insulted Xionghan and defended himself, highlighting the unfairness of the situation. He also mentioned his stats being reduced as the zone representative. Xionghan's frustration peaked, feeling betrayed by someone they once considered a friend. He squarely blamed Yongmin, stating that none of these issues would have arisen if Yongmin hadn't been so determined to secure the zone representative position. In the heat of the moment, Xionghan labeled Yongmin a traitor. Just as Yongmin was about to offer a rebuttal, Xionghan cut him off sternly, warning him not to contact him again in either reality or the alternate world. He issued a direct threat. "Don't pretend you know me, or else," he added, "I might lose control and harm you if our paths cross." Xionghan then ended the call abruptly. Upset, Yongmin tried calling back, vehemently asserting his innocence and victimhood in the situation. His repeated attempts to reach Xionghan failed, with the number appearing unavailable. Frustrated, he planned to rally his friends against Xionghan, yet his subsequent efforts to call were futile, resulting in him angrily tossing the phone on the bed and cursing his friends loudly. Feeling bitter, he began contemplating that perhaps life is better lived without friends, fueled by his anger at Xionghan's threat. Vowing vengeance, he declared that if he ever encountered his friends again, he'd eliminate them all. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Hotel, a department head was granted entry into the room. He bowed to the person present, who acknowledged his safe return from the other world. The bodyguard attributed his safe return to luck when asked by Gyeonrok, who inquired about his well-being after the challenging third round. Humbly, the bodyguard suggested that perhaps the monster's weakened state played a role in his ease during the ordeal. Gyeonrok asked about the bodyguard's level and class. Sang-chol revealed he was a level 11 knight, sharing that Arin held the same level, but as a summoner. Gyeonrok praised the uniqueness of Arin's class, considering it exceptional. The bodyguard admitted his own surprise and recounted how Arin's class change enabled her to summon fairies and cast protective shields, aiding in their safe hunts. Gyeonrok acknowledged Arin's contributions and encouraged maintaining a close relationship with the actress, even suggesting the possibility of dating her. This suggestion left the bodyguard puzzled. Gyeonrok clarified that dating could help identify others' weaknesses, emphasizing it wasn't a serious proposal. Uncertain, the bodyguard questioned whether pursuing a romantic relationship was advisable. Gyeonrok chuckled, noting the bodyguard's flustered state, and assured him it wasn't necessary, especially if it proved troublesome. The bodyguard, relieved, expressed doubts about Arin having feelings for him. Gyeonrok found it surprising, pointing out the bodyguard's reliability and masculinity. However, the bodyguard explained that Arin maintained a professional demeanor by addressing him as Mr. Bodyguard, indicating a strictly professional relationship. Changing the subject, Gyeonrok requested the urgent report the bodyguard had to deliver. Surprisingly, the report began with the bodyguard apologizing to Gyeonrok. Gyeonrok inquired about the reason behind this apology. The bodyguard admitted to failing in carrying out orders to assist Black Scythe and neglecting to deliver an entrusted message. Sensing there might be a valid explanation, Gyeonrok listened intently as the bodyguard provided details. Gyeonrok pondered the power of the agent of divine punishment, wondering if Black Scythe managed to defeat it. The bodyguard confirmed Black Scythe's overwhelming victory, suggesting that Black Scythe seemed self-reliant and didn't require assistance. As Gyeonrok contemplated Black Scythe's immense strength, he felt a sense of inadequacy despite his own power with the Dark Knight's rune. He harbored a serious expression, expressing a desire to meet Black Scythe if the opportunity arose. Assuring the bodyguard that his reasons were valid, Gyeonrok absolved him of accountability, prompting another apology from the bodyguard. Shifting focus, Gyeonrok inquired about progress in tracking down the thugs. The bodyguard explained that identifying someone named Yongmin among dozens across the country proved challenging. However, narrowing it down to 5 individuals residing in Seoul, assuming the person was in their 20s, marked progress in their investigation. Gyeonrok requested the locations of the potential suspects. The bodyguard explained it would take about a month to pinpoint their home addresses. Gyeonrok expressed slight disappointment, realizing the thugs wouldn't be located until after the 4th round. The bodyguard affirmed this and reassured Gyeonrok that there was no need to rush, as time was on their side. Inquiring about the amount of gold collected, Gyeonrok discovered the bodyguard possessed 10,000 gold. He instructed the bodyguard to acquire the tracking skill, available for 20,000 gold from the shop once he saved up enough gold, emphasizing that he was already halfway there. The bodyguard acknowledged this instruction. The bodyguard also relayed news of a shareholder purchasing a substantial amount of stock in Heavenly Demon Consulting, the company of current focus. Gyeonrok sought clarification on the percentage of stocks bought before expressing disbelief upon learning it was a staggering 31%. Astonished, he pondered over the immense investment of 280 billion won, speculating whether it was someone exceptionally wealthy or perhaps one of his brothers. Intrigued, he reached for his phone, suspecting the investor might want involvement in the company's management. Gyeonrok then asked the bodyguard for the contact details of this significant shareholder. Meanwhile, there's an individual reclining in bed, engrossed in their mobile phone screen. It happened to be Ryumin. He was aware that Gyeonrok would likely seek him out soon. Despite this, he refrained from initiating contact initially to preserve his dignity. Unexpectedly, Wonnie burst into his room inquiring about his current level. Startled, Ryumin accidentally dropped his phone onto his face. He questioned Wonnie about the sudden inquiry. Wonnie explained a situation involving a kid boasting about his brother's impressive level of 11 and possessing a class which provoked mockery. Ryumin smirked upon hearing the level, assuring Wonnie that his own level surpassed that. Wonnie then pressed for Ryumin's level. Pausing to ponder, Ryumin worried about the potential complications of revealing the truth. Eventually he lied, disclosing he was at level 12, earning deep admiration from Wonnie, who inquired if has a class. Ryumin cryptically replied, "Of course," sparking his brother's eagerness to learn more. However, Ryumin declined to divulge, stating it was a secret which disappointed Wonnie, claiming there should be no secrets between siblings. Ryumin disagreed, urging Wonnie to leave since he planned on resting more. Disheartened, Wonnie left the room, the door closing behind him, just as Ryumin received the awaited call. He answered the call, inquiring about the caller's identity. The person introduced himself as Ma Gyeonrok, the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. "Bro, this name is so trash. Heavenly Demon Consulting. What are these names? Sounds like a joke company of a rich kiddo. Anyways, back to the story." This aligning with Ryu's expectations, he aimed to appear somewhat naive, believing that portraying himself as such might catch Gyeonrok off guard. Gyeonrok confirmed Ryu's investment in the company the previous month, highlighting that it made Ryu the largest shareholder. He expressed his desire to meet Ryu in person and suggested treating him to a meal. Ryu agreed to the proposition. Gyeonrok proposed Friday for the meetup, but Ryu knew that day was crucial for obtaining the Rune of Inner Thoughts. Politely declining Friday, Ryu suggested Saturday instead, to which Gyeonrok agreed, concluding their conversation. Ryu anticipated Gyeonrok's call, knowing that he founded Heavenly Demon Consulting to seek his father's approval. Therefore, treating a major shareholder poorly was out of the question. Smirking, Ryu plotted to acquire some runes before the meeting, an opportunity to exploit this newfound business partnership with Gyeonrok. Numerous methods exist to acquire runes. They can be discovered at specific locations during certain phases, or as exclusive rewards. They are also obtained upon defeating a boss monster, and in exceptionally rare instances, they may drop from ordinary foes as well. What's not widely known is the ability to obtain runes in the real world. Ryu was presently embarking on a quest to acquire another rune, transcending the confines of the game. Ryumin understood the elusive conditions required for a rune's manifestation. He ascended the staircase of an abandoned structure, concealed himself in a corner, and patiently awaited the arrival of a certain individual named Jang Seokyun. The individual he awaited, Jang, employs his actual name as a moniker in the alternate realm. Ryumin couldn't shake off the memory of him, a criminal who had abducted his brother. The vivid recollection of that moment when Ryumin saw his brother, bound and blindfolded, remained etched in his mind. In a fleeting flashback, Jang brandished a blade at Wani, while urging Ryumin to rescue his brother. The price for such a rescue was to divulge information unknown to others. Ryumin pretended ignorance, which elicited a boisterous laugh from Jang. His demeanor swiftly shifted to seriousness as he cautioned Ryumin against deceit, unveiling his awareness of Ryumin's status as a regressor. Ryumin pondered how Jang Sokan had acquired that knowledge. As though delving into Ryumin's thoughts, Jang uttered, "You're intrigued about how I came to know, aren't you?" Ryumin was caught off guard. Subsequently, Jang Sokan elucidated that he possessed the Rune of Inner Thoughts, which he had utilized to track down Wani. Furthermore, Jang employed it right on the stage, directly facing Ryumin. Since that incident, Ryumin had relentlessly pursued vengeance against Jang from his 11th regression until the present. This pursuit had left him devoid of any other emotional aspirations. Presently, Ryumin obscured his identity by donning a mask, determined to secure the Rune of Inner Thoughts before Jang. As anticipated, Jang arrived at the warehouse carrying an individual over his shoulder, whom he callously threw to the ground, a bound and gagged woman. Upon removing the tape, Jang cautioned the woman against raising her voice. After removing the tape, the woman implored for mercy. Jang was disheartened by her limited words, even after being given the chance to speak. He bluntly expressed his dissatisfaction, stating his disdain for typical lines like, "Save me, I have a kid, I'll give you money." Apologizing, the woman drew Jang's inquiry about the reason behind her remorse. She explained that his actions were provoked by her unintentionally glancing in the wrong direction the other day. Jang, already visibly irritated with her, continued to interrogate her about this transgression, ensuring she felt regretful for it. Expressing his despondency, Jang specifically referred to feeling terrible 2 evenings prior. While strolling the streets, he sought solace in finding someone to connect with. He hoped that meeting just one person would alleviate all his problems. Observing a woman engrossed in her phone, he admired her physique but went unnoticed as he discreetly trailed her. Seizing an opportunity as she turned into a dimly lit alley, he swiftly approached, a sense of confidence emanating from him. The woman was immediately startled. She felt a sudden piercing pain in her eyes, and her vision was abruptly snatched away. She queried the man's identity, prompted by the pain. Unintentionally, she dropped her phone as he persisted in attacking her. A loud scream involuntarily escaped her. Later, Jang walked away, stealing a glance from a distance, observing her kneeling on the ground. Jang was exhilarated, relishing the opportunity to unleash his wild side. He viewed his life as mundane, thus recklessly disregarded the prospect of death. He had a history of being in and out of correctional facilities before this incident. Upon entering another realm, he obtained the Rune of Luminescence, which rendered his body radiant and blinded his adversaries. He deemed the rune perfect for his amusement. He casually strolled into a cafe, warmly welcomed by a female staff member. Upon setting eyes on her, he couldn't help but admire her beauty. Placing an order, he was informed the bill amounted to 5,000 won. Handing over the bill, he inquired if she was a part-timer at the cafe. The staff appeared puzzled. Jang clarified that he was a regular patron, and it was his first encounter with her. The female staff explained that she hadn't been aware he was a regular, and disclosed that all the part-timers had quit. She remarked on the peculiar changes occurring in the world. Jiang grasped the logic behind it. The part-timers, aware of life's unpredictability, opted not to spend their time on such jobs. Continuing to probe, he asked if she was the owner. She affirmed.
Persisting with personal inquiries like her age, she felt uneasy but revealed she was 32 years old. With that, Jiang concluded that she was not a participant in the game. The female affirmed it and expressed her satisfaction. Jiang openly shared his feelings, directly stating his affection and asking for her phone number. She visibly showed discomfort and chose to remain silent. Jiang inquired about her unease. The female employee appeared confused. Jiang asked why she had that expression, questioning if it was due to his appearance that she might dislike. She could only respond with a sudden, "What?" Jiang erupted in anger, questioning if she was repulsed by the few spots on his face. He struck the counter and loudly expressed his frustration. He demanded a refund for the coffee he refused to take from her. With trembling hands, she returned his money. He snatched it angrily and stormed out of the store, cursing her in his thoughts. He was furious, feeling belittled simply because she was attractive. He vowed to make her suffer for what he perceived as her disdainful gaze. Later, he waited for her to leave the cafe and struck her on the back of her head with a bat. In the present, the woman is apologizing to him. Jiang reprimanded her, stating that she shouldn't judge people based on their appearance. The woman assured him that she wouldn't do it again. Jiang remained displeased, accusing her of insincerity. He pushed her onto the mat, gripping her wrist and questioning if she believed he wouldn't see through her pretense to escape the situation. The woman pleaded for release. Jiang had a twisted expression as he moved toward her. He asked if she was sorry and claimed that if she was, she should face consequences. She attempted to break free, admitting fault, but Jiang insisted it was entirely her fault and instructed her to stay still. Unbeknownst to them, Ryumin was slowly approaching. Jiang was caught off guard when he heard a voice instructing him to stay still. Internally, panic surged through him as he hadn't expected anyone in the vicinity. He pondered whether this person might be a detective. With a curse, he turned to see who it was. Ryumin cautioned against cursing, mentioning there would be swearing later. Jiang observed the individual wielding a massive scythe and wearing a white mask. He labeled Ryumin a lunatic, questioning whether this was the right setting to play with such a toy. Ryumin, maintaining seriousness, hinted that Jiang hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation and raised the scythe, challenging him on whether it appeared like a mere toy. As Ryumin swung the scythe, Jiang Xiun grasped the reality of its danger. He inquired if Ryumin was a player, to which Ryumin sarcastically replied, "Idiot, what does it look like?" Ryumin signaled to the woman that she could leave, stating it was her opportunity to escape. Jiang, suddenly turning to her, exclaimed, "What? Who says so?" The woman trembled in fear. In a flash, Ryumin lunged toward Jiang. Caught off guard, Jiang couldn't react in time, enduring a painful blow to his groin. Collapsing to his knees, he clenched his Johnson, groaning in agony and unleashing a loud string of curses. Ryumin reminded Jiang of the earlier warning about swearing. He directed the woman to depart, leaving Jiang in his hands. Grateful, the woman hurried towards the door. Ryumin emphasized that only the two of them remained in the vicinity, while Jiang continued to groan in anguish. With a sinister expression, Ryumin invited Jiang to commence the real game.
Jiang completely lost control, erupting into a barrage of loud curses and screams, vowing to take down Ryu. Ryu calmly remarked on Jiang's tenacity, mentioning that it wouldn't be enjoyable if he surrendered too easily. However, Jiang replied with more curses, furious that Ryu seemed to be mocking him by laughing at the situation. Despite Jiang's numerous attempts to strike Ryu with his blade, each move was deftly dodged by Ryumin. He grew increasingly frustrated, pondering how Ryumin managed to evade his attacks so skillfully. While evading Jiang's blade, Ryumin took note of the weapon and expressed disbelief that Jiang was still carrying a goblin's dagger. In a swift motion, Ryu's scythe sliced through Jiang's hand that gripped the blade, causing blood to spurt as Jiang cried out in agony. Ryumin further taunted him, asking if it hurt and warning that he hadn't even begun to fight seriously. Clutching his injured arm with a horrified expression, Jiang found himself under continued assault. This time, Ryumin's scythe sliced through Jiang's other hand, prompting Jiang to scream in excruciating pain. As Jiang paled, he realized Ryumin intended to end his life, desperately seeking a means to escape. In a last-ditch effort, Jiang considered blinding Ryumin. He emitted a bright white light and yelled, "Die, you little shit!" But to his surprise, the light abruptly dimmed. Sweat dripped down his face as he began to question why his power wasn't functioning. Ryumin maintained his watchful stance, fully aware that Mr. Lightbulb's efforts to generate light would be futile on the night of death. Anticipating Jiang's strategy, Ryumin preemptively employed the Night of Death skill. Despite this, he planned to immobilize Jiang by targeting his wrists and ankles. Swiftly, Ryumin advanced toward his adversary, deftly severing Jiang's ankles. The immediate agonized cry from Jiang echoed as he writhed in pain, addressing Ryumin as a demon, demanding an explanation for the assault. Responding with a piercing stab to Jiang's leg using the scythe's tip, Ryumin caused blood to spurt from the wound. "Why do people exterminate bugs?" Ryumin rhetorically questioned, while inflicting further agony by stabbing Jiang's other leg. "Allowing their existence only brings harm," he coldly remarked. Jiang, wearing a furious expression, labeled Ryumin a psychopath. Unfazed, Ryumin challenged Jiang to endure his torment. With calculated precision, Ryumin continued his assault, causing Jiang to scream in agony and bleed profusely. Now barely moving, Jiang lay face down, pondering the motive behind Ryumin's relentless assault, feeling the torment of his predicament. Within his suffering, Jiang lamented the apparent unfairness of the situation. His face contorted in anguish as sweat, snot, and saliva streamed down. He pondered the idea of suicide to escape the pain, contemplating biting his own tongue. However, before he could act, Ryumin's scythe grazed his chin, catching Jiang off guard, compelling him to gaze up at Ryumin in surprise. Ryumin then inquired if Jiang intended to endure agony by biting his tongue to meet his end, questioning whether he believed he would allow such an act. Ryumin proceeded to puncture Jiang once more, resulting in blood spurting from his body. He conveyed to Jiang that his demise wouldn't arrive unless Jiang pleaded for it. Unrelentingly, Ryumin persistently thrust and cut. Jiang's primary thought was halting the excruciating pain. With a subdued tone, he managed to utter, "Kill. Please." Ryumin queried what was said, prompting Jiang to repeat his plea. Doubting the sincerity, Ryumin sought confirmation. Jiang beseeched again. However, Ryumin withdrew his weapon and questioned if Jiang truly comprehended the motive behind Ryumin's actions, especially given their unfamiliarity. Jiang remained silent, observing Ryumin closely. Unexpectedly, Ryumin disclosed that they were not complete strangers, addressing Jiang by name and revealing a previous encounter. Jiang expressed surprise at Ryumin knowing his identity, questioning if Ryumin's actions were related to that woman from earlier. Ryumin honestly clarified that the woman was not the catalyst. Instead, he detailed Jiang's involvement in the kidnapping of his brother, using threats to coerce hidden information from Ryumin. Jiang vehemently denied these accusations, but Ryumin intervened, explaining that the incident he referenced was yet to occur for Jiang, while for Ryumin, it was already in the past. Ryumin emphasized that without his intervention, Jiang would have obtained the Rune of Inner Thoughts. Perplexed, Jiang sought an explanation about this rune concealed within the warehouse, learning that it surfaces when one hears another's authentic voice. Inquiring about the true voice, Jiang sought clarity, to which Ryumin described it as a genuine voice stemming from the heart. Ryumin narrated a scenario where, without his intervention, Jiang would have subjected the woman to distress, leading her to genuinely plead for her life. This act would have granted Jiang access to the Rune of Inner Thoughts, potentially fueling further criminal endeavors. Jiang silently absorbed this information. Ryumin proceeded to recount that he had consistently validated this through his regressions. Despite having 12 prior convictions, he still deemed Jiang despicable enough to warrant death. Jiang implored Ryumin to hasten his demise, if that were the case. Ryumin, however, asserted that he wouldn't lay a hand on him. This revelation startled Jiang. Ryumin then offered a metal tube for Jiang to bite down on. explaining that he had been waiting for Jiang to pass away naturally. Jiang's internal musings revolved around the excruciating pain he was enduring. He questioned Ryumin's behavior, given his initial pursuit of the rune of inner thoughts, by seeking genuine expressions from the heart, finding it ironic that Ryumin now inhibited his speech. Almost as if Ryumin had overheard his thoughts, he questioned his own actions and clarified that it was a test for the rune of inner thoughts. Jiang was confounded when Ryumin revealed that he had already obtained the rune, citing Jiang's sincere plea for death as the trigger for the rune to manifest. A window screen materialized, confirming that Ryumin had elicited Jiang's genuine voice. Fulfilling the condition and discovering the hidden rune of inner thoughts, this rune exclusively revealed itself to our protagonist and began its assimilation. Subsequently, another screen indicated the rune would automatically integrate into the player's body. Details about the rune emerged. It allows the user to discern the thoughts of the target in their presence, even faintly perceiving their innermost intentions within a 30-meter range. Ryumin shared that he was testing the rune and found it to be effective. Jiang, still reeling, urged Ryumin to follow through on his request to end his life. However, Ryumin refused, citing the unfairness it would pose to his victims if Jiang were dispatched so effortlessly. In response, Jiang labeled him a demon. He remained motionless, devoid of any thoughts, leading Ryumin to assume his demise. Despite the absence of witnesses, Ryumin recognized the need to tidy up the situation, employing a bonus general skill he had acquired. He utilized the skill known as Erase Traces, effectively eliminating all evidence from the scene, corpse, blood, fingerprints and footprints alike. Ryumin watched as a green light enveloped the area, confirming the success of the skill. Recognizing the importance of leaving no trace behind, he made his way out of the warehouse, taking off his mask as he did so. Having achieved his objective, he resolved to meet with Gyeonrock tomorrow. The following day, Ryu donned a sharp black suit, exuding elegance. "Wow," Wani remarked, inquiring if Ryu had a date lined up. Ryu replied in the negative, explaining that he had an important meeting with a business partner. Surprised, Wani probed if Ryu was venturing into a new business. Ryu affirmed, prompting Wani's internal concern, recalling Ryu's previous venture into stocks and now a business pursuit. Worried about Ryu's potential disappointment, Wani pondered the outcome if things didn't pan out. Observing his brother's worry, Ryu found it endearing that Wani was more concerned about his well-being than financial matters. With a reassuring grin, Ryu promised to share the specifics after his meeting, urging Wani not to worry excessively and to trust him. Wani assured Ryu of his unwavering trust, acknowledging that Ryu was the one he trusted the most. Ryu then advised Wani to be a good kid and stay home, emphasizing the unsafe conditions outside due to players. Wani then mentions he saw the news too, mentioning how chaotic it is with players misusing their abilities for crimes. Criminals in other countries are even escaping from prisons, adding to the chaos. "Yeah," Ryu acknowledges, explaining that anyone of the right age becomes a player, contributing to the escalating situation. Ryu inwardly notes the decreasing population each month and the growing strength of players, expecting inevitable changes. He worries about a future where non-players might face persecution and enslavement by the dominant players who disregard the law. Determined, Ryu emphasizes the need to strengthen Black Scythe's reputation before the city descends into lawlessness. Concerned for Wani's safety, Ryu advises him to be cautious when going out. Wani complies with an okay and asks Ryu about his class, to which Ryu playfully responds that it's a secret. Wani, with a cute expression, expresses his curiosity. But Ryu, in a playful manner, pinches his cheek, promising to reveal it soon. Ryu urges Wani to eat his expensive lunch instead of craving black bean sauce noodles, and asks if Wani understood. Wani responds with a cheeky, "Ow, got it." Standing by the impressive door, Ryu thought to himself that he knew Gyeonrock would choose this spot. After all, it's smart to play on home turf. As he strolled into the lavish building, Ryu explained that today's lunch locale with Gyeonrok was an Osung Group hotel, secretly owned by Gyeonrok himself. This was hush-hush info, likely known only by Ryu or at best, Gyeonrok's close relatives. Walking through the lobby, Ryu knew he had to use this info to impress Gyeonrok, but first he had to set the stage. Looking as naive as possible was crucial. So, Ryu headed to the front desk and nervously greeted them, explaining his meeting arrangement and how he was asked to check in upon arrival. The lady then asked if he was meeting with the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Ryu confirmed. She mentioned the CEO would arrive soon and directed him to wait in the lounge. Gratefully, Ryu accepted and thanked her. Seated in the lounge, Ryu felt it was a good opportunity to appear a bit spaced out. He says that he will open his mouth a little so that I can put my cock. I mean, he opened his mouth pretending not to know much, admiring the chandeliers. Suddenly, someone arrived and asked if he was Ryumin. He's finally here, Ryu thought to himself. Ryu greeted them, but paused upon seeing the bodyguard in front of him. The bodyguard asked if they'd met at the Galleria Forest. Ryu confirmed. Ryu remembered spotting him when he was giving out rice cakes on moving day, with the actress Arin. Abruptly, the bodyguard bowed, acknowledging Ryu's memory, and apologized for his past rudeness. Internally, the bodyguard couldn't fathom Ryu's apparent youth. To him, this kid doesn't even look 20, despite being the major investor with a 280 billion won investment. Naturally, suspicion brewed within the bodyguard about Ryu's true intentions, considering his seemingly improbable wealth at such a young age. With his mind-reading rune, Ryu sensed the bodyguard's thoughts, maintaining his act, assuring it was fine as the bodyguard acted due to lack of knowledge. Ryumin added that he wasn't aware the CEO of Heavenly Demon lived upstairs either. However, the bodyguard intervened, clarifying that he wasn't the CEO. Perplexed, Ryu responded with a "huh," prompting the bodyguard to belatedly introduce himself as An Sang-cheol, the department head. He mentioned Gyeonrok's delay, hence his early arrival. He then requests Ryu's presence inside until Gyeonrok arrives. Ryu agrees, and they proceed inside. Ryu settles into a chair, and the bodyguard politely asks him to wait briefly. The bodyguard steps outside, reaching for his phone to text Gyeonrok. He informs Gyeonrok about meeting the shareholder, and expresses doubt regarding the individual's ability to invest such a large sum, suspecting someone else might be involved. He urges Gyeonrok to exercise caution. Ryu, meanwhile, senses that the bodyguard was sent as a kind of scout. This doesn't surprise him, given Gyeonrok's meticulous nature in managing his schedule. Gyeonrok suddenly enters the room, offering a friendly greeting and introducing himself as the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Extending his hand for a handshake, Gyeonrok introduces himself as Ryu reciprocates. Gyeonrok gestures for Ryu to take a seat, which he does. He also invites the bodyguard to join them, a move that Ryu internally interprets as Gyeonrok subtly taking the lead. As the food is brought in, Gyeonrok suggests they dine before discussing business. He mentions that Korean cuisine has been prepared and hopes it aligns with Ryu's preferences. The spread looks tempting, with various meats, vegetables, fish, chicken and more laid out on the table. Man, feeling hungry just reading this. Shit got me starving now. Ryu chuckled and mentioned that the gourmet fare at a high-class hotel like this would surely be delightful. After savoring a few bites, Ryu assured Gyeonrok that the food was genuinely delicious. Pleased by the compliment, Gyeonrok expressed his satisfaction that Ryu enjoyed it. Privately, Gyeonrok acknowledged the bodyguard's observation, thinking Ryu seemed too young to have invested 280 billion. He doubted Ryu had the fortitude for it and suspected someone was backing him. He mulled over whether it could be his brothers or uncle, determined to uncover the truth. With a grin, Gyeonrok complimented Ryu, admiring his impressive status as a major shareholder at such a young age. He inquired about Ryu's age, to which Ryu responded, "I'm 20. Gyeonrok fell silent momentarily. Later he mentioned being 29 and expressed his pleasure at meeting someone in their 20s like Ryu. Ryu simply replied, "Yeah, me too." Gyeonrok straightforwardly asked how Ryu accumulated such wealth at a young age, wondering if he came from a wealthy family. Internally, Ryu noted Gyeonrok's directness, smiled, and clarified that he wasn't born into wealth, having been an average student until recently. Perplexed, Gyeonrok queried, "Until recently?" Ryu confirmed and asked if Gyeonrok had seen the news about it, referring to the person who became a billionaire overnight by winning the Noto lottery 4 times consecutively. Gyeonrok affirmed he had, prompting Ryu to reveal himself as the 4-time Noto winner that had caused a stir a few months back. Gyeonrok was taken aback, asking Ryu if he was indeed the talk of the town. Ryu confirmed this with a simple yes. Gyeonrok was confused as the article he read mentioned that the winner only earned 60 billion. So he pondered, how did Ryu had managed to invest 280 billion? Ryu mentioned his involvement in Bitcoin, confirming Gyeonrok's assumption. Impressed, Gyeonrok praised Ryu, wondering how he decided on the 60 billion Bitcoin investment, admitting he couldn't have done the same. The bodyguard attributed Ryu's success to luck, but Ryu disagreed, indicating it wasn't merely luck that led to his achievements. The bodyguard countered, citing an article where Ryu allegedly claimed to have seen the lottery numbers in a dream, emphasizing, if that's not luck, then what is? Ryu clarified that he hadn't seen them in a dream. Pressed for an explanation, Ryu paused, realizing this was his chance to sway Gyeonrok and get him on his side. Admitting it was the first time he'd disclosed this, he revealed that he had the Rune of Future. Surprised, they questioned him, prompting Ryumin to explain it as a rune granting glimpses several years ahead. In other words, a seer that can see the future. This guy is saying bullshit with a poker face. That's crazy. Ryu, encircled by a cerulean aura and exuding confidence, claims to possess the foresight of a seer. Those present pause, trying to grasp the situation. What in the world did he just claim? A seer? What kind of explanation is that? Is he genuinely serious? But why would he fabricate such a thing? Does this imply that even his winning lottery numbers were foreseen through some rune of future? Assertively, he confirms this to be true. It's also the rationale behind his earnings from Bitcoin. He staked everything because he was convinced of his ability to see the future. Would he mind demonstrating it, though? It's a bit hard to believe. For instance, by predicting Gyeonrok's upcoming actions. Ryu contemplated privately that he could discern Gyeonrok's thoughts, so predicting his next move should be a breeze. But maybe he should set some limits on his ability for later use. Apologetically, Ryu explained that he can't control his powers. They activate spontaneously. Man, this food's really getting me hungry. Not surprised there, Gyeonrok thought to himself. For a rune granting future sight, such restrictions are probably necessary for balance. Taking a sip of his drink, he replied, "Is that so?" Suddenly something clicked in Gyeonrok's mind. He needed clarification. Did Ryu invest 280 billion in the company because he foresaw its success? Precisely, Ryu confirmed, investing due to foreseeing Heavenly Demon Consulting's rapid growth. But to what extent exactly? It'll easily join the Korean composite stock price indexes within 6 months. Gyeonrok couldn't believe it. How incredible would that be if it actually happened? Not only would his father recognize his abilities, but he might also become the next chairman. Reality hit hard. It seemed too good to be true. Gyeonrok felt as if he might have momentarily lost his mind for being so elated about something that might not materialize. The room fell silent until Ryu broke it by saying, "To succeed, they'll have to completely overhaul their industry." "What? What do you mean?" The bodyguard exploded in anger, standing up to confront Ryu. He found it utterly unreasonable. Change the industry? Now? Why? Might as well suggest changing the company's name. Calm down, lil bro. If they're changing the industry, obviously the company's name will change too, Ryu calmly replied. What did he just say? Is he being serious right now? Do they think he came all the way here to crack jokes? Bro is standing on business. All of them are players in this scenario. Despite knowing the severe penalty for casually revealing one's rune, Ryu took the risk and disclosed his rune to them. Why? Because as a major shareholder and a prospective business partner entering management, Ryu aims to contribute to the company's growth. Why else would he invest 280 billion? For the company's success, cooperation with him is crucial. Mr. Gyeonrok, surely you don't believe him. Bro stayed as quiet as an owl. Ryu sighed, realizing they don't trust his abilities. Honestly, that's the case. Ryu asks the bodyguard if he's considered why Ryu moved to the lower floor's house. It can't be a mere coincidence, can it? Hold on, the lower floor house? What's he talking about? The house below Gyeonrok? He wants the bodyguard to explain. About 2 months ago, Mr. Ryu moved into the residence below Arin's penthouse. Ryu affirmed this happened just a few days after obtaining the Rune of Future. Gyeonrok was puzzled. Why is the bodyguard mentioning this now? Nervously, he admitted he only learned this today. He wouldn't have even invested in Bitcoin in January. But moving close to someone linked to the company he was about to invest in, that seems improbable unless he knew the future. But then again, he could just be someone who knows he is sponsoring Arin. As Gyeonrok pondered, Ryu indulged in the delicious food. True, Ryu knows this might not be enough to convince Gyeonrok. His expression still shows disbelief. So, how about this? The hotel they're in right now. Gyeonrok is the owner, isn't he? He's actually the eldest son of the Osung Group and established Heavenly Demon Consulting to gain his father's recognition. Enraged, the bodyguard leapt from his seat again, demanding, "Who's behind all this?" Only Gyeonrok's relatives are privy to this information. Calm down, lil bro. Bro apologized, and Gyeonrok resumed his silence. Gathering himself, Gyeonrok acknowledged Ryu's statements. However, it's still insufficient proof that he learned all this through foresight. As the bodyguard mentioned, any relative could know this. Frankly, Gyeonrok suspects Ryu might have been hired to ensnare him. Changing the business industry just because of a major shareholder is just crazy. He supposes he doesn't have to state the obvious, right? That sounds ridiculous. He believes that a rune that can see the future exists. Why would he say no to a company's growth? But it's hard to trust Ryu's words. He is thankful he invested in his business, but he thinks they should discuss this over a shareholders' meeting. It's up to Ryu to convince other shareholders. He got up and apologized for not being of any help to him, but he will get going now because he has other meetings to attend to. Ryu asked him to please wait a minute. Is there something else you'd like to say? Is this the only way left? Ryu thought inwardly. How about this then? He will give the intel on the 4th round. Round 4? What do you mean? Bro sat back down faster than he got up. Do you have intel on round 4? Indeed he does. He saw the tragedy that'll unfold through his vision. After telling them the intel, Ryu says that should be enough to prove his ability, right? A few moments later, Ryu was gone, and Gyeonrok and the bodyguard were left in the room. Bro bowed, feeling ashamed of his behavior. He got a little too carried away earlier and raised his voice. That's fine. He did that because of him, right? In that case, does he mind if he say one more thing? Feel free to tell me your opinion. To be honest, he is suspicious of that man. He means to be able to see the future is unbelievable. With that power, he can live his best life. Why on earth would he want to help them? He said he wants to grow along with their company, so he must want to earn more money. But why? 280 billion is already an amount that's hard to deplete throughout your whole life, even if you're having fun and getting all the baddies. Well, it must not be enough for him. After all, human greed knows no limits. Even so, this is too risky. He wonders if such an incredible rune even exists. He agrees with that as well. But if Ryu is indeed a seer that can see the future, they must get him on their side at all costs. Think about it. How helpful would it be to have info on every round and prepare for it? Having their company progress is just a bonus, but they are not even sure if he's a seer. Well, they'll find out with time, won't they? Ryu is walking on the street, hands in his pockets. inwardly saying that after round 4 ends they'll be convinced that he is a seer. He didn't share extremely important information like side quests or anything that would get them in the top ranks, but he told them the gist of it. He told them that round 4 is not a monster hunt, it's a massacre among the players, so they must not be negligent of their surroundings. That should be enough to prove that he is a seer. They'll also treat him differently after it. They'll treat him with utmost respect and protect him because he is a seer. After all, it's better to have a seer as an ally than as an enemy. Now that he's acting as a seer anyway, how about he take this all the way? In that case, he's got to get in touch with someone on his iPhone 31 Pro I Spy on You with Siri 3rd edition. Jury strolled down the street, grappling internally with the realization that she might be late if things continued this way. At the red light, she anxiously awaited it to change. Abruptly, a flashy sports car pulled up, obstructing the grocery store entrance. Puzzled by the situation, she found the driver's action utterly perplexing. As the car window descended, revealing Ryu behind the wheel, he called out to Jury, and she recognized him instantly. With the signal turning green, she hustled across the road, hastening towards his car. Is this your car?" she nervously inquired. "Yeah," he replied, apologizing for parking in front of the store and inviting her for a drive to chat. "Sure," she agreed. The car accelerated down the road, leaving Jury impressed as it was her first experience in such a vehicle. Ryu mentioned it was his inaugural drive too, having recently acquired the car. Curious, she asked about the price. "Not much, around 900 million, he casually stated. 900 million? Jury exclaimed in disbelief. Not much? Seriously? Do you realize how many convenience stores you could open with that? He explained that compared to his earnings from Noto, it was not much. Bro is right. She acknowledged that he was indeed wealthy, boasting a staggering 60 billion, and felt they live in different worlds. Blushing, she couldn't shake the feeling that this outing felt like a date, making her feel a little shy. Abruptly, Ryu mentioned needing to confess something, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Jury blushed deeply at Ryu's words, stumbling over a startled, "Huh? Confess?" Sensing her tremble, Ryu quickly reassured her, urging that it wasn't anything strange, so she shouldn't misinterpret his words. Regaining composure, she stammered, "Misunderstand? No way. Me." Yet inside she felt an overwhelming urge to hide away in a rat hole. Curious, she asked about his confession. He casually admitted that his previous claim about the Noto lottery numbers arising from a dream was untrue. "Huh? Really?" she reacted. He clarified that he obtained that information from the Rune of Future, not from a dream, explaining its link to his seer class. "Seer?" she echoed, expressing admiration for his unique class. "That's amazing! The Rune of Future sounds incredible." She thanked him for sharing, recognizing the difficulty in revealing such information even to a friend. "Come on, you did tell me you were a supporter, so it's only fair," he remarked. Fair? Not really, she thought, because she didn't tell him her rune as well. However, considering the ongoing conversation, she contemplated whether to reveal her rune to him. Ryu assured her that it was okay and she didn't have to. She promptly disclosed to him that in the initial round, she acquired the rune of protection. Multiple slender protective barriers encased her, matching the count of people within a 10-meter radius. So if there were 5 people, she'd feel comfortable being surrounded by 5 protective barriers. It was a relief to get that off her chest. Curious about why he suddenly revealed the rune, she inquired. His response was that keeping it a secret bothered him, and he felt she might not believe what he was about to divulge if he didn't come clean first. "Hey, what's on your mind?" As the car sped along, he revealed details about Round 4. Shocked to learn about the quest in Round 4, she was taken aback. He cautioned her to stay vigilant, as the actions of the players around her were unpredictable. She assured him that she will. Internally, she acknowledged her appreciation for his concern. She couldn't help but wonder if he might have some feelings for her, blushing at the thought. Maybe he does, she hoped. Later that day, Ryu sat on his bed, astonished that Jury had feelings for him all along, oblivious until now. No wonder she had been so kind. Although it was somewhat exhilarating, he believed it might be for the better. It would make it easier to forge an alliance with her, and she'd be more inclined to believe his prophecies. That concern was now off his mind. So let's get some rest, considering he doesn't have much to do this month anyway. Time flew by, just like how someone's dad disappeared. It was now March 31st, 11:55 p.m. Before venturing into the other world, he had purchased an epic item from the day's I-10 selection, the Shadow Gloves of Darkness. These epic gloves boasted +5 agility and +4 semi-transparency for weapons, only effective at night. Their durability was 1000, with a usage rank of regular and above. Described as gloves shrouded in the darkness of night, they could become invisible. With high stats and the semi-transparent weapon feature, they'd be more effective when combined with the Night of Death skill. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. It was Wonnie, informing him that it was time. Nervously, he asked Ryu if he felt confident about conquering this time too. Ryu responded, indicating that he'd find out once he gave it a shot. "You're a seer, right? You mentioned having some intel on the 4th round." Ryu clarified that having information wasn't the same as taking action based on it. Nervously, Wonnie stutters, "How can you—" He conveyed the importance of coming back alive, emphasizing Ryu's warning against speaking such ominous words that could mark his demise. Reclining on the bed, Ryu internally reflected that round 4 might be a death round, but not to him. Inside the game, Yongmin felt frustrated, muttering, "Damn it! It's happening again! The stats windows!" He faced penalties, enduring a permanent 50% reduction in all his stats. He cursed internally, regretting the consequences of betraying his role model, Cho Jung-shik. With fewer than 10 command tokens remaining, he wondered how he'd managed to clear round 4. Quick heads up, authoritative position has been swapped for command tokens. Now back to the story. He cautioned that contenders for the zone representative position might target him, or former friends might seek revenge. Surveying his surroundings, he exclaimed, "Where the hell are we?" He questioned the kind of quest that started in such a dismal place, feeling like a lab rat amidst the white surroundings. Suddenly spotting Ryu, he labeled him a wicked devil. Convinced that Black Scythe had foreseen these events, he suspected Black Scythe of manipulating others to destroy the relic, and suspiciously, swiftly eliminating the agent of divine punishment. Glaring at Ryu, Yongmin internally wished he were powerful enough to pummel Black Scythe's face. Taking a breath, he acknowledged the frustration, but conceded that he had no choice but to accept that devil's hand to ensure his survival. So Yongmin approached Ryu and called out to him. Ryu inquired about what was on his mind. Yongmin asked if their agreement from the last round still stood. Ryu seemed unaware and questioned Yongmin's reference. Undeterred, Yongmin pressed on, reminding Ryu of his promise to protect him if he became his subordinate. With a smirk, Ryu dismissed the idea, claiming he no longer required someone like Yongmin as a subordinate. He pointed out that Yongmin lacked command tokens, rendering the title of zone representative meaningless. Moreover, with most players having chosen their classes, the command tokens wouldn't hold much significance. Smiling, Ryu coldly emphasized Yongmin's lack of value, reducing him to a mere walking target. Yongmin's face registered terror as he grasped his newfound status as a marked target. Terror and worry consumed Yongmin as he darted his gaze around, half expecting accusatory stares. To his surprise, no prying eyes lingered on him. Maintaining a reassuring smile, Ryu advised him not to dwell on it too much, emphasizing that he was only a target in hearsay. In reality, few harbored intentions against him. Confused, Yongmin questioned Ryu about this unexpected lack of attention. Ryu, in a tone laden with experience, reminded him of the grim fate that often befell zone representatives. He knew better than anyone else what awaited the zone representative in the end, Ryu conveyed. People will gradually realize that the position isn't as coveted as it seems. Especially with the increasing number of players changing classes, the command tokens of the zone representative won't hold as much sway. Simply put, The reward isn't worth the looming risks. A nervous bead of sweat trickled down Yongmin's face as he silently agreed with Black Scythe's assessment. He too would gladly relinquish the command tokens if given the chance. Suddenly, amidst his thoughts, Arin and her bodyguard, clad in impressive armor befitting royalty and protector, appeared behind Ryu. Taken aback, Yongmin wondered why they were heading their way. As they drew closer, Arin greeted Ryu, who turned to acknowledge her presence. The bodyguard greeted Ryu and asked if he remembered them. Ryu replied affirmatively and inquired about their presence. Sporting a sly grin, the bodyguard glanced at Yongmin and remarked, "Nothing new. You saved us from thugs last time, right?" The bodyguard was obviously talking about Yongmin being the thug Ryu had rescued them from. The bodyguard then mentioned that they just wanted to thank him once again. An enraged Yongmin exclaimed, "What? Thugs?" But Ryu swiftly raised a hand, signaling for silence. Preferring to avoid Ryu's black scythe inserted in him, Yongmin chose to remain silent. As Ryu redirected his attention to the bodyguard and Arin, he politely mentioned that their gratitude need not be repeated. One thank you sufficed. However, the bodyguard insisted on their profound gratitude, extending thanks for saving their company's CEO as well. Attempting to steer the conversation, the bodyguard began, "Ah, right, since we're on the topic," but Ryu promptly interjected, expressing his disinterest. Nervously, Arin produced a purple crystal, offering it as a token of gratitude for saving their lives. Leaning in, she urged Ryu to accept it. Observing the crystal, Ryu internally noted it as a lowest-rank purple mana stone, catching him off guard. He didn't expect to get this. Arin, her expression still tinged with nervousness, explained that she believed presenting the crystal was better than mere words of gratitude. Without hesitation, Ryu swiftly accepted the crystal, expressing his appreciation. While examining the gift, he internally acknowledged that there was no valid reason to decline such a valuable item when given with such earnestness. He mentions that upon returning to the real world, he intends to attempt fashioning a low-ranking mana stone from it. Arin, still appearing nervous, inwardly ponders whether he genuinely liked the stone, or if he's simply being considerate by not letting her down. Despite her uncertainty, she notices he isn't offended by the seemingly useless stone, making her wonder if his kindness is genuine. In response to her thoughts, Ryu privately acknowledges that her lack of understanding regarding the stone's value doesn't surprise him. He muses that had she known its worth, she wouldn't have given it away. Nearby, Yongmin gazes at the crystal and privately reveals that he too possesses a similar one. Reading Yongmin's mind, Ryu reacts with surprise, musing, This guy has a mana stone too?" Lost in his own thoughts, Yongmin reveals the stone's name as the Black Diamond. Ryu is caught off guard by the mention of the Black Diamond. He explains that a black diamond is a material item that has very low chances of dropping upon killing a monster. As an item that's harder to find than mana stones, getting one in this round is practically impossible. Yongmin got caught having such a precious item on him by Ryu. With a grin, Ryu inwardly says that he doesn't know if Yongmin has good luck or bad luck. Black Scythe? Do you need a protective barrier?" a nervous Arin inquired after Ryu stowed away the stone in his inventory. Curious, Ryu asked her about the protective barrier she mentioned. She explained that she'd recently switched to the summoner class and could summon a fairy to cast a protective barrier on him if needed. Politely declining, Ryu expressed confidence. Citing Ryu answered by saying that he appreciates the offer but no thanks. He says that he doesn't think he's going to need it because he is that guy. He's the one that can see John Cena, or in short, he is him. Arin, feeling a touch of disappointment, lowered her gaze before softly expressing, "Oh, I see." She then bowed, mentioning they should head out. "I hope you do your best in this round as well," she added. Ryu thanked her but preferred a wish for luck instead. The duo left, and as Ryu turned, noticing Yongmin's departure, he called out, "Wait." Yongmin paused, asking, "What?" Ryu cautioned him, You might regret leaving." Confused, Yongmin admitted not understanding what Ryu meant. Ryu reiterated that Yongmin was a walking target, though Yongmin argued that nobody was currently targeting him. Ryu clarified that while there might not be many, there were still individuals eyeing him because of his status as a zone representative. He explained how most players acquired classes by level 10, but there were still those without classes who remained potential targets for command tokens. When Ryu suggested Yongmin consider this, Yongmin skeptically questioned whether anyone among 1,000 would target him. Seeking a solution, Yongmin asked Ryu for advice. Ryu offered to assist him in avoiding being targeted, but before Yongmin could express his gratitude, Ryu made it clear it wouldn't be free. He pointed out Arin's exchange of a stone for his help and proposed a similar deal. If Yongmin possessed such a stone, Ryu would assist. Eagerly, Yongmin rifled through his inventory and produced a black diamond, a polished black stone categorized as a supply, likening its surface as smooth and polished as your cheeks. As Ryu stashed it away, he inquired nervously if Yongmin had any other items. Anxiously, Yongmin admitted he had nothing else to offer except his clothing, firmly stating he wouldn't part with that because he don't want to be naked. Ryu reassured him, stating he wouldn't take his clothes even if offered. With the item handed over, Yongmin inquired whether Ryu would now help him. Ryu affirmed his promise, assuring Yongmin that he'd keep his word. Amidst the silence, celestial laughter echoed through the realm, originating from the angel who observed the dwindling numbers of players once again. Confusion gripped the participants, pondering whether people fought in real life again. Standing stoically, Ryu crossed his arms, internally remarking that it would be odd if the players refrained from causing trouble for an entire month. The angel, sensing everyone's presence, beckoned to announce the quest for Round 4. A system window materialized, unveiling the main objective. Kill each other for 3 hours, only 521 survivors in each zone. Bewilderment swept through the players. What did the angel mean by kill each other? Her gaze met theirs as she clarified bluntly, stating that the instructions were as straightforward as they sounded. Stab the person beside them and end their life, a seemingly simple task, according to her. Explaining further, she emphasized that Round 4's purpose was to diminish the player count through mutual slaughter. Unlike the previous rounds, there wouldn't be any monsters to contend with this time. As tension rose, questions flooded in. One person inquired about the absence of monsters. Another fretted about leveling up without the usual means. Amidst the anxious murmurs, someone speculated that perhaps half of them could survive if each killed just one person. With a mischievous grin and a finger pressed to her lips, the angel teased them about it being a secret, because it wouldn't be any fun if she'd just tell them, right? Ryu, observing her antics, mentally echoed her words. Wouldn't be fun? He knew better. The higher-ups likely instructed the angel to mention that. He explains that in this damn survival game, the angels are simply guides. They're not the hosts. The host is someone else, and if they're hiding certain rules, it's because the host ordered them to. The angel delivered an unsettling ultimatum. Success couldn't be achieved by simply eliminating another player. Survival was reserved for the top 521, but the criteria for ranking remained a mystery. And just they know, quick kills wouldn't guarantee the #1 spot. With that, the angel abruptly ended the explanation, urging them to kindly eliminate each other. The countdown mercilessly ticked away at 2 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds, leaving the group bewildered and fearful. They grappled inwardly with the dilemma. The people were confused and scared, inwardly wondering what to do now. Do they just kill someone? But even though they don't have anything against anyone, this round got to be crazy. Amid the confusion, Yongmin stood confidently, a mischievous grin hiding his thoughts. Killing others had served him well, especially now that he had a target in mind. As he stifled a giggle, Ryu, observing him closely, concluded that Yongmin intended to eliminate his bullying friend, confirming his suspicions. Grinning widely, Yongmin inwardly says, "Come to think of it, if the players don't want to kill me, wouldn't that be better for me? That would mean I don't have any enemies. Yongmin's anger mounted as he cursed his old friends, expressing his determination to find and eliminate them all. Suddenly, Yongmin jumped like a scared cat when Ryu approached. Thinking someone was trying to kill him, Yongmin was relieved to see it was only Ryu. He asked Ryu if he had any business with him. Ryu responded, "I told you I'd help you avoid being targeted by others, right? I'm here to keep that promise." With a gesture of his hand, a red aura formed around Ryu's hand, and a scythe began to materialize. Yongmin's eyes widened as Ryu appeared, as though he was about to cut Yongmin's head, leaving the outcome in suspense, a potential cliffhanger orchestrated by the author. Previously, Ryu summoned his scythe, and I had a hunch he was going to use it on Yongmin. Turns out, my gut feeling was spot on, because Ryu moved lightning fast and boom, Yongmin's head went flying while his body hit the ground. Hey kiddos, if this is your second or third time watching one of my videos, and you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, come on, do it for your grandpa. All right, let's dive back into the story. Then, out of nowhere, a system pop-up appeared, revealing a hidden sub-quest. Eliminate the zone representative within a time limit. Ryu aced it by offing Yongmin, who happened to be the current zone representative. The system gave him a reward, a lowest rank mana stone draw token. This token's a rarity, dishing out 5 lowest rank mana stones at random. It's got some rules though. It's only good till the next round, and needs someone at practice rank or higher to use it. Basically, it's a luck-based deal that hands out mana stones. Ryu, seeing this notification, grinned inside. Thinking it's awesome, he snagged the reward he was after. He then made his scythe disappear and got all hyped about the loot he scored. He offed Yongmin for that subquest reward, but it wasn't the only reason. Suddenly screams echoed through the crowd, fingers pointing at Yongmin's lifeless body. A girl started accusing Black Scythe for killing Yongmin. Ryu found them hypocritical. Not long ago they were after the zone representative's head, and now they acted all righteous over Yongmin's death. They weren't done, though, shouting at Ryu that he can't just go around taking lives, questioning his humanity and branding him a murderer. In his mind, Ryu acknowledged they weren't entirely off base since he had taken down Seokyun. However, it wasn't all cut and dry. He'd face more tough decisions, likely resulting in more lives lost until round 20. He emphasized he never acted without reason, especially in this round where the game's rules forced his hand. Yet, despite this understanding, the criticism poured in for just one death. Meanwhile, as the crowd mulled over ways to take out Black Scythe, individual thoughts surfaced. One schemed to incite the masses against him, another aimed to tarnish his reputation. Someone planned a coordinated physical attack, while another feared his ascent as the zone representative. Ryu smirked as he delved into their thoughts, realizing they believed they had the upper hand to eliminate him. What a joke! He chuckled inwardly. People were furious when they saw his smirk, yelling at him in anger, asking if he thought it was a joke. Some even called him a psychopath for daring to smile after what he'd done. Suddenly a notification popped up for everyone, declaring that player Black Scythe was now the new zone representative. People were stunned that Black Scythe had become the zone rep. It felt like handing a gun to someone already dangerous. They didn't know what to do next. Still grinning, Ryu questioned why they weren't shouting anymore, wondering if they were suddenly scared now that he was the zone representative. He chuckled, mentioning command tokens and hinting they hadn't undergone their class change yet if they were scared of that. This made the people tremble and nervously ask, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly someone pointed to Ryu's name, noting that Black Scythe's name color had changed. People started agreeing, surprised that it changed only for him and not for them, leaving them confused and bewildered. But Ryu remained composed. As someone experienced with 100 regressions, he knew why his name had changed. In his thoughts, Ryu figured his name must have shifted from neon to red. He clarified that in rounds like this, your nickname turns red once you kill someone, and the more you kill, the darker the color gets. This color change was meant to separate those who had murdered from those who hadn't. He went on to explain that folks tend to target killers over innocent players, since it's easier on their conscience. But he pointed out that those who kill the killers end up becoming killers themselves, sparking a cycle of encouraging slaughter among each other. Right then, they might hesitate to kill, but Ryu warned that it would lead to many deaths eventually. Trying to snap them out of it, Ryu asked what they were all up to because he was pretty sure there was no time for dilly-dallying. Yet the people remained angry with him for some reason, demanding he stay put and repeatedly labeling him a murderer. Those people have a lot of balls to talk to the #1 ranked player in the entire world like that. Ryu laid it out straight. He pointed out that they were all making it seem like he was the only one aiming to take out the zone representative. What about the ones who rushed to Jongshik last time? He questioned. Were they planning to give him a kiss or something? Kill or be killed, Ryu emphasized, his tone dead serious. He couldn't understand how they'd all survived this long without grasping such a simple principle. He urged them to drop the act and face reality head-on. If their lives were at stake, he was certain they'd pull out a knife to protect themselves. He pushed further, stating that it wasn't the time for idle chatter. If it bothered them that much, they should hash it out through a debate, just like the last vote. As Ryu turned away, he quietly mused that even if he kept mum, they'd inevitably start bickering. But by then, it'd be too late. However, if he didn't at least speak up now, they'd keep on with the yapping, wasting precious time. And if that happened, he feared not all 521 would make it through. Even if it meant stirring up conflict among them, he believed pushing them to tackle the quest was the only way to save more lives. A girl chimed in, agreeing they couldn't just sit around. "Yeah, like Black Scythe said, shouldn't we act?" she pressed. A man challenged her to suggest something, urging her to speak up if she had ideas. The girl got really mad at the man's tone and asked why he had to be so sarcastic. She was just talking about what they should do. Then the man suggested a fair one-on-one showdown, but another guy questioned the fairness of fighting to the death, wondering if the man thought it was all a game when they were really pressed for time. This made the man angry. He took it as an insult, and things got heated between them. Arin and the bodyguard were nearby, and Arin, looking nervous, asked the bodyguard what they should do. She wondered if they really had to kill someone, like Black Scythe said. The bodyguard firmly believed they had to, otherwise they'd end up dead. He didn't care about the life of a stranger they knew nothing about. Arin hesitated. Her kind nature made it hard for her to consider killing someone, so she stayed quiet, feeling conflicted. The bodyguard agreed with Black Scythe and told Arin she needed to prepare herself, because killing someone wasn't a walk in the park. Arin nervously pointed out that the bodyguard was talking as if he had experience with murder, but he clarified that he was just speculating and hadn't killed anyone yet. Arin turned to the bodyguard, asking who they should take out. The bodyguard's response was simple. Let the vibe guide the decision. But soon the tension escalated among the group. One person urged another to stop stalling and pick a target, only to be questioned about their own choice. Another member argued that they should focus on those whose nicknames turned red, implying they were the perfect targets. This sparked a dispute. Someone questioned who had the authority to decide that, while another pointed fingers at Black Scythe, linking his red nickname to his murderous reputation. Amidst the heated debate, one person ridiculed the idea of targeting Black Scythe, questioning how they could take down a level 30 player. Another doubted they could collectively overpower him, even if all of them pounce on him, while someone else cautioned them to lower their voices in case Black Scythe overheard. Ryu, wearing an annoyed expression, inwardly noted that he could hear every word. As Black Scythe's gaze swept over them, they pissed their pants, averted their eyes, feeling uneasy. In an abrupt interruption, another member voiced his exasperation, questioning the group's conversation. He firmly asserted the preciousness of life, arguing against taking anyone's life, even those of murderers. Echoing this sentiment, another person agreed, emphasizing that resorting to killing would only transform them into replicas of the very murderers they aim to eliminate. Another guy chimes in, suggesting they figure out who to eliminate to survive. Then someone proposes they stop arguing and target the criminals. A girl questions how they'd identify the criminal, mocking the idea of asking those with records to raise their hands. This joke prompts a giggle from a clown in the back. An irritated guy asks the girl who she is to be so sneaky and advises her to speak her mind instead of sharing unnecessary comments. He then throws a swear word her way. The girl gets upset at the man's comment and fires back, asking why he's swearing at her and even suggests killing him. The man smirks, curses at her again, and challenges her to try. The tension escalates as a clown interrupts, urging them to stop yapping and start fighting. The two arguing people turn to the clown, accusing him of adding fuel to the fire. The girl calls out people like the instigating clown, while she curses back at her. The clown, now furious, threatens to kill them all and summons his weapon to face the girl. In response, the girl summons her own weapon, challenging the clown to come at her if he's so confident. This is a mess, Ryu thinks to himself. They're all barking but not biting. He figures they'll start killing each other soon enough, though. Nothing to worry about, right? All of a sudden, this guy jumps in, tells everyone to cut the shouting and get real. But just then, his whole vibe changes. His eyes go wide, shock plastered all over his face. Why? 'Cause Yong Min, who'd just been decapitated by Ryu a minute ago, yawns his way back to life, rising up like it's no big deal. The crowd's stunned, staring at him like he's risen from the dead, which, well, he kinda did. Ryu silently realizes, this must be the hidden rule for this round. After 10 minutes of dying, players respawn and come back. Yong Min, as he gets up, notices the bewildered stares aimed at him. Why is everyone looking at me like I'm some kind of zombie? He thinks, perplexed. Turning to Ryu, he finds the situation odd. Moments ago, he was definitely conversing with Black Scythe. His mind wanders, pondering what's happening. Suddenly a man shouts, "He's alive again!" Assuming Yong Min's resurrection akin to godlike power, another nearby man asks about it. He confidently claims it's the system's respawn feature. Curiosity sparks among the crowd. Will everyone who dies return? A girl nearby nonchalantly remarks that if that's the case, it might be okay to engage in killing. People start brandishing weapons, contemplating that if resurrection awaits, perhaps killing is permissible. Amidst the escalating tension, a nervous girl steps forward, urging everyone to chill. She points out the uncertainty surrounding resurrection, advising against hasty actions. But in a shocking turn, someone sneaks up from behind her and slashes her back, much to her dismay. As the man ambushed the girl from behind, he menacingly suggested, "How about she meets her end first?" hurling derogatory words while relentlessly attacking. The other players, wide-eyed and scared, witnessed the unsettling scene as blood splattered in every direction. After the assailant finished the assault, he panted nervously, his weapon and attire resembling Wolverine soaked in blood. Amidst the chaos, people anxiously urged, "Come on, respawn, we need to regroup." However, as they continued to watch the lifeless body, panic set in, realizing the girl wasn't coming back. A jittery individual biting their nails fretfully remarked, "She's not respawning," while another suggested waiting, hoping for a delayed respawn. Nervously, someone suggested, "Come to think of it, Yong Min took 10 minutes to respawn." Another person proposed, "How about we wait for her to resurrect?" The group unanimously agreed to be patient. 10 minutes later, a radiant golden aura enveloped the lifeless girl, her wounds and clothes miraculously healed, as if they were brand new. After a few seconds, she stood up, stretching her hands like she had just woken up from a restful sleep, leaving everyone bewildered and astonished. Suddenly, a realization dawned within her. Her memories had returned. She began questioning those around her, demanding to know which one of them was responsible. "Who attacked me from behind?" she inquired. No response came, but at that moment, the man who had previously killed her approached menacingly from behind, ready to strike again. Before delivering the fatal blow, he admitted to being her killer. Unfortunately for Wolverine, an unexpected figure swiftly emerged, slashing off his hand and ending his life. Hey kiddos, if this is your second or third time watching one of my videos and you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, come on, do it for your grandpa. All right, let's dive back into the story. As he crumpled to the ground, blood spattered everywhere, and the victorious killer, with a wide grin, pointed at the lifeless body, remarking, "So they do come back alive after 10 minutes, right?" Despite this knowledge, the onlookers were repulsed. Some were on the verge of vomiting at the sight of the dead corpse. Inwardly, Ryu acknowledged that while the resurrection ability had been proven, they're bound to find murder unsettling. Nevertheless, people tend to get swept away by the atmosphere and reveal their darker sides. Chaos ensued as individuals started killing each other, like the man who rushed and stabbed another from behind. Another, claiming not to care anymore, slashed someone from behind. Amidst the frenzy, a confrontation unfolded, with one person managing to block a slash and exclaiming, "You've all gone mad!" A man cursed at another for stabbing him, but the stabber apologized, expressing no ill will. Unexpectedly, the stabbed guy retaliated, slashing the man and suggesting he taste his own medicine. The man blocked the attack, urging his assailant to stop resisting and just accept death, as he would respawn anyway. The wounded man retorts, "Then why don't you just perish?" before swiftly slashing and ending his life. The battleground transforms into a gruesome scene, individuals slashing each other, some begging for mercy, and others screaming in agony. The bloodshed is unrelenting. Meanwhile, Ryu observes the chaos, noting around 1,000 players engaged in brutal combat like stray dogs. It's practically a battlefield. Suddenly, a crimson aura manifests on his hand, summoning his scythe. Inwardly, he decides it's time for him to join the fray. As Ryu begins moving, the atmosphere shifts. Abruptly, the combatants cease their struggle, noticing Black Scythe approaching. With a single slash, a red hue enveloped the area as Ryu effortlessly eliminated everyone in his surroundings. Surrounded by lifeless bodies, Ryu found himself with 3 companions planning to ambush him from behind. Despite their coordinated rush, Ryu swiftly dispatched them in the blink of an eye, inwardly affirming that their ambush was futile against his presence detection skill. Observing the battlefield, Ryu spotted a man wielding a large, double-sided axe, gleefully taking down opponents. Reflecting on the ongoing chaos, Ryu acknowledged that Round 4 was undoubtedly a stage for Black Flame Dragon. With the absorption rune in its possession, Ryu recognized this situation as a feast for this guy. Judging by the deep color of the name, Ryu estimated the guy had dispatched around 10 people, suggesting he might need the retiree skill a few times. Black burst into laughter, glancing at his status window, marveling at the fact that his stats soar with each player he takes down. This feels like the ultimate deal for him. While aware that stats increase upon slaying monsters, the unexpected boost from eliminating players brings him unparalleled satisfaction. The absorption rune's effect involves the stack rising when foes are defeated. Once it's filled, a random stat is granted, with the stack amount linked to the enemy's level. Armed with this knowledge, Black eagerly pursues taking down as many adversaries as possible, wearing a twisted grin as he relishes the act. Observing the steady rise of the stack in his status window, he ponders whether it's due to the high levels of the players he dispatched. The most recent victim was around his level, and the stack increased significantly, leading him to speculate on the potential surge if he were to eliminate Black Scythe. While entertaining the idea of an immediate stack fill-up and skill acquisition, he dismisses it, wary of the potential disasters that could unfold by crossing paths with a big shot. Deciding to seize opportunities with weaker players to advance further, he swiftly approached one, slashing from behind while inwardly expressing apologies, saying, "I don't have anything against you." Extracting his substantial weapon from the fallen opponent, he chuckled, finding genuine relief in releasing built-up stress. Recalling the hindrance Yongmin posed in the previous round, he grinned widely, asserting that this current round was tailor-made for him. Suddenly a guy lurked behind him, poised for a sneak attack. Evading the imminent stab, Black deftly sidestepped, raising his weapon high. Inwardly he reflected that others don't benefit from eliminating fellow players. With a swift downward strike, Black took down the man, casually continuing, "But my stats get a boost, and I can grow stronger when I take down players." As folks began respawning, he noted, "Above all, my prey just keeps respawning and coming at me." Closing in on a recently respawned girl, he mused, could there be a better opportunity than this? After dispatching her, blood splattered around. Internally, he wonders how many he have killed so far. He knew he had to eliminate as many as possible to climb the leaderboard. Internally, he knew he had to eliminate as many as possible to reach the top of the leaderboard. Contemplating if now was the right time, he abruptly halted when confronted by Ryu. As Ryu approached and unleashed his skill, Night of Death, the sky darkened, leaving Black bewildered. It wasn't just Black. Other players were also perplexed, wondering why it suddenly got dark. Observing Ryu, Black internally questioned why Ryu's scythe was turning transparent, but he understood the importance of being as cautious as possible. Abruptly, he noticed a red hue, and then he found himself airborne, his vision spiraling as if upside down. The reality struck. Ryu had decapitated him, leaving his head floating in the air upside down off of his body. Surprisingly, Black remained unfazed. After all, it was Black's scythe that dealt the fatal blow. Helpless, he pondered that perhaps he should have avoided crossing paths with him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, two swords clashed in the midst of a chaotic fight, where people were cursing and battling fiercely. Yongmin stood nearby, surveying the scene when, out of the blue, someone resurrected beside him. Internally, he mused, she respawned. Do people genuinely revive after 10 minutes? A sly grin crept across his face as he realized they had orchestrated a game where participants could eliminate each other. Viewing it as an opportunity for payback against friends who betrayed him, he clenched his fist, flashed a wide grin, and gleefully declared his intent to eliminate them all. Strolling through the battleground where people were killing each other without mercy, his focus narrowed on Kim Sung-han, wondering where he is. Suddenly a wide grin formed on his face. Spotting his former friend, who seemed uneasy, observing his former friend trembling, Yongmin couldn't help but burst into laughter, mockingly labeling him as a dumb fuck. He went on saying, "Just check him out, wetting his pants over a minor stat penalty." Abruptly, Yongmin flashed a grin, enthusiastically waving to grab Kim Seung-han's attention. Kim, turning around, was bewildered to spot Yongmin. Out of nowhere, Yongmin charged towards him, delivering a forceful punch to his face, a sly grin on his lips as he quipped, "Nice running into you, you son of a gun!" Kim was sent sprawling, cradling his face, trembling in pain, and wondering about the sudden assault. Yongmin called out Kim's name once more, seizing his collar. With a menacing smirk, Yongmin taunted, "You mentioned you'd end me if we crossed paths again, right? Well, why don't you give it a shot and finish me now?" Following these words, Yongmin landed another punch, and only Kim's anguished screams echoed afterward. Having dealt with Kim, Yongmin nonchalantly released him, expressing how refreshing it felt. With a menacing aura, Yongmin pondered the whereabouts of his former comrades, eager to settle scores with each of them. If hell existed, would it resemble this? A battlefield bathed in red, where individuals ruthlessly take each other's lives, enduring ceaseless suffering. A killing field steeped in nothing but murderous intent. In the ongoing turmoil, amidst the burning and stabbing, Arin found herself on her knees, clutching a blood-stained knife, breathless. The bodyguard was killing people, and when he noticed Arin, he asked her if she is tired. She answers that she is okay. Rather than being tired, she's having a hard time mentally. Inwardly, the bodyguard says that he is sort of hanging there, but Arin's is the problem. If she's not in the right state of mind, and that gets in the way of work, he won't be able to face the CEO. Suddenly he noticed something. A man came behind Arin and grabbed her hair from behind. Then he lifts his weapon ready to kill her. But suddenly the bodyguard swiftly dashed towards him and disarmed the man, saying, as if he would let trash like him kill Arin. With a swift hand gesture, the bodyguard stabbed the guy in the chest, and the man fell to his knees in pain. Turning to Arin, the bodyguard asked her to come and finish the man. Arin started shaking after hearing that, but with no other choice, she mustered her courage and dashed towards the man, killing him. Inwardly, the bodyguard said, "Despite everything else, she does everything she's asked to do." After her gasp and sobbing, Arin got up and told the bodyguard how long they have to keep fighting like this. He answered, "Probably another hour." She then said that just watching this is killing her inside, and she doesn't understand why they're all so hell-bent on killing each other. Inwardly, the bodyguard thought that Arin is just weak, so damn weak, acting like the sheltered little flower she is. He told her that if she is tired, she should rest now, having already killed 50 people. He continued, saying that should be enough to get her in the leaderboard, so now she should leave the rest to him. Arin thanked him for all his help. Inwardly, the bodyguard said that he is the one who should be thankful because he doesn't have to spoon-feed her anymore. Now he can focus on his record. Earlier he didn't kill anyone. He just injured people and let Arin get the kill so she could pass. But now is his time to kill as many people as he can. The time left until the end of the round is now 10 minutes, and Ryu was still killing people. As someone was about to attack Ryu from behind, he inwardly noted that round 4 is always exhausting. Turning swiftly, he killed the person attempting the attack. Ryu continued, stating that he can't afford to miss out on the reward for rank 1 in all zones. He emphasized the need to keep progressing no matter AHAT and reach round 20. Dashing towards people, Ryu mentioned that there's no way of knowing how strong the last boss will be, so he needs to get as strong as possible. After killing one of the 2 people running, the other guy continued fleeing, crying that he's being hunted by Black Scythe. However, Ryu ran past him without killing him. The man then stopped running, relieved that he isn't dead. Inwardly, Ryu explained that there is no need for him to eliminate someone he already killed once, because in round 4, ranking isn't decided merely based on the number of kills. Killing a variety of people is essential. Killing the same person again and again only counts as 1 kill, meaning one shouldn't be killing the way Yongmin is. He criticized Yongmin for relentlessly killing his friends, expressing disbelief that Yongmin is killing them repeatedly in the same spot. Ryu acknowledged the difficulty for them to survive if Yongmin keeps killing them. Suddenly one of Yongmin's friends spawned again, and Yongmin swiftly turned, landing a devastating punch on the man's face while calling him a bastard. Yongmin tells him to be quick with the damn resurrection so he can kill them faster. Inwardly, Ryu continues, stating that if Yongmin kills them as soon as they respawn, they won't even have a chance to make any records. The system then announces that the time left until the end of the round is 1 minute. Inwardly, Ryu notes that with only a minute left, there's not much time, and he needs to rack up as many points as possible. As he runs through the battleground, he scans people while trying to find those he hasn't killed yet. Finding 2 people he already killed, he suspects seeing a guy he doesn't remember killing. Without much time remaining, Ryu rushes towards the guy and kills him with his big black scythe. Suddenly, a golden barrier surrounds Ryu and everyone still alive. An angel appears and starts giggling, asking if they all had a fun time killing. Inwardly, Ryu comments that they killed people no different from themselves, and there's no way they'd enjoy it. "Geez, look at all that dirty blood," the angel says. She continues by stating that the clean place turned into a whole mess. Brushing it off, she tells them good job on working so hard to kill each other. She then mentions that she will now bring the dead back to life before they take a look at the total tally. Inwardly, Ryu notes that she's making it sound as if she's the one bringing them back to life, when, in reality, the system is the one doing all the work. Suddenly, people who lost their limbs start growing them back, and those who died start coming back to life. As Yongmin's friends regained consciousness, they frantically pounded on the golden barrier, desperately trying to escape. Simultaneously, they hurled curses and death threats at Yongmin, Amidst the barrage of insults, Yongmin merely grinned and taunted them as fucking dumbasses. Suddenly wearing a menacing expression, the angel commanded silence, warning that any speaking human would face immediate decapitation. Following her ominous proclamation, Yongmin's ex-friends and Yongmin himself fell silent, resigned to their fate. As the quiet settled, the angel declared they would proceed to examine the results. However, before doing so, she insisted on revealing the subquest for this round. Bewilderment swept through the crowd, unaware of its existence. Mockingly, the angel asserted that, of course, there was a subquest, taunting them for their supposed stupidity. A system notification materialized, unveiling the Round 4 subquest. Eliminate the zone representative within the time limit. Success promised the reward of the lowest rank Mana Stone draw token. The revelation shocked the crowd, who hadn't anticipated such a challenge. Dismissing them as foolish, the angel disclosed that only one person had accomplished the sub-quest in their zone, and that person was Black Scythe. Everyone then turned their gaze towards Ryu, with one person saying, "Come to think of it, Black Scythe did kill Yongmin soon after the round started." With an angry expression, a man inwardly cursed, saying that becoming a zone representative in this round was a plus. Had he known, he would have killed Yongmin. With a devastated expression, Yongmin inwardly says, I was killed by Black Scythe." Checking his status window, he saw that he doesn't have any command tokens he had as a temporary skill anymore. Remembering that Ryu told him he would help him avoid being targeted, Yongmin now knows that Ryu just wanted to take his zone representative title. The angel says that now they should take a look at the final scores, but she suddenly stopped, saying that they must be curious how the ranking was decided. She explains that they are ranked according to the order in which they killed unique individuals, meaning even if they killed the same person several times, it would only count as one kill. The people nervously expressed their surprise. "You unique individuals, it wasn't just about killing as many people as possible." The angel then scolds them for thinking it would be that simple, snapping her fingers and suggesting they see the results without further ado. Suddenly, the Round 4 results appeared, showing that in all zones, Ryu is ranked number 1 with 722 kills, Stupid Idiot is placed second with 521 kills, and Heavenly Demon is placed third with 433 kills. In our protagonist's zone, Ryu is placed first, with Cute Baby Bird at second with 211 kills, and the bodyguard at number 3 with 209 kills. With a smile, the angel says, "Ho." So Black Scythe took first place once again. With a nonchalant expression, Ryu stood with his hands crossed, inwardly knowing that he is him. And with that, the video concludes. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and see you next time. The populace found it difficult to fathom his alleged feat of single-handedly ending the lives of 700 individuals. They pondered the plausibility, considering the total count was roughly 1,000. Essentially, he managed to eliminate a staggering 70% all by himself, a truly astonishing notion. The celestial being sported a smile as she commended his achievement of dispatching an impressive 722 individuals independently. She lauded him as remarkable and suggested a reward was in order. A system notification promptly surfaced, extending congratulations for securing the top spot in his designated zone. Shortly thereafter, another notification heralded his triumph as the foremost contender across all zones. His accolade for clinching the first position in his zone materialized as an intermediate rank rare armor selection coupon. Additionally, for attaining the top rank in all zones, he received an intermediate rank special reward selection box. Internally, he acknowledged the value of the intermediate rank armor selection coupon, recognizing the opportune moment to upgrade his protective gear. The system presented him with a choice between the following rare armors: polished bronze armor, blood-red assassin's suit, or the robe of darkness. Ultimately, he opted for the second option, the enticing blood-red assassin's suit. This suit is classified as a rare armor, boasting 60 defense. Its effects include a +4 boost to agility, a 5% increase in attack speed, and a +5% speed boost. With a durability of 600, only those with regular rank and above can don it. Described as a crimson attire worn by a certain assassin, at times it carries a distinct scent of blood. Now, Ryu faced the decision of special rewards. A 50% stat increase buff, usable until round 5 ends, 5,000 gold, or information about round 5. Internally, he acknowledged that round 5 held a lucrative sub-quest reward, but posed a significant challenge. Considering the difficulty, he opted for the stat increase, anticipating its assistance. The angel inquired, "You've all checked your rankings, correct?" She revealed that 30 individuals ranked 521st in their zone, emphasizing that those below would face elimination. With a sly grin and her hand on her face, she announced the commencement of annihilation. A golden aura enveloped some, inducing nervousness and panic. They urgently pleaded with the angel to reconsider, questioning if this time it meant permanent death. In terror, they cried out, begging for a second chance. Yongmin witnessed his former friends vanish, a sly grin forming as he inwardly exhaled, narrowly securing his survival. As the desperate pleas of the doomed resonated, Ahrin tried to block out the screams, unwilling to confront the agony of those facing death. Meanwhile, Ryu remained unaffected by the cries, benefiting from the repetitions of this day due to his regressions. Abruptly, he opened his eyes when the screams ceased, greeted by a notification proclaiming Round 4 end. It revealed 90,953,209 survivors across all zones, with 521 survivors in his zone. The system assured them that their souls would soon return to their bodies in the existing dimension. Additionally, it announced that Round 5 would commence at midnight on May 1st, 2023, bidding them farewell with a "see you in the next round," and congratulating them on their survival. Back in the real world, precisely at the Imperial Hotel, the bodyguard rushed through the building, opening a door and calling out, "Sir!" This was Gyeonrok's room. He woke up, noticing that the bodyguard was the one who had awakened him. He asked why he was here, as he didn't recall summoning him. The bodyguard explained that he couldn't reach him, so he decided to excuse himself and rush in, fearing something had happened. With a confident expression, Gyeonrok responded saying, "As if." He continued, questioning if the bodyguard thought he'd die in round 4, and if he hadn't seen the results. The bodyguard acknowledged seeing that Gyeonrok had ranked 3rd, but expressed continued concern. He then remarked, "It was a pretty crazy round after all, wasn't it?" Gyeonrok explained that he passed out from mental exhaustion upon returning to his room, given the intense bloodshed that happened in round 4. The bodyguard concurred, noting that 433 people had died. Gyeonrok added that more probably died if you counted the repetitive kills. Gyeonrok notes his consistent top 3 performance in the game, but wonders about Black Scythe, considering him a potential monster. He questions if Black Scythe is even human, given the significant lead over the top 2 scores. The bodyguard suggests Black Scythe might be an active duty Special Forces soldier in Korea, given his exceptional skills. Staying silent, Gyeonrok inwardly expresses increasing admiration for Black Scythe. The more he thinks about him, the more his admiration for him grows. Regardless of Black Scythe's real identity, Gyeonrok finds the idea of forming an alliance with him reassuring. He plans to inquire about Black Scythe with that seer later on. Changing the conversation, the bodyguard remarks that it's truly fascinating that round 4 unfolded according to the seer's predictions. He had initially doubted Ryu until witnessing it firsthand. Gyeonrok concurs, and in a brief flashback, we see that Ryu had informed them round 4 isn't a monster hunt, but a massacre among players. Gyeonrok asks him about the term massacre, and Ryu explains it involves players killing each other, urging them to stay vigilant. The bodyguard then queries their next steps. Gyeonrok, puzzled, asks for clarification. The bodyguard inquires about the seer Ryu Min, questioning if Gyeonrok plans to make him a business partner. Gyeonrok replies affirmatively, citing Ryu as a major shareholder with 31% of the shares, effectively holding the company in his hands. The bodyguard then probes if they will entirely shift the industry, as Ryu suggested. As Gyeonrok gets up from his bed and puts on a coat, he questions the purpose of discussing the matter. He emphasizes that the company has growth potential in this direction, and besides, they need to align with Ryu and get him on their side. Gyeonrok advises the bodyguard not to underestimate Ryu or be prideful, just because Ryu is young. He states that even if he doesn't like Ryu's behavior, the bodyguard should praise him and dance to his tune. Only then can they reap the sweet rewards from this honeypot of a seer. Gyeonrok asks the bodyguard if he understands, to which he answers yes. He also adds that he will be careful with his behavior when dealing with Ryu Min from now on. Gyeonrok then instructs him to give Ryu a call immediately. Confused, the bodyguard asks what he should say to Ryu. Gyeonrok tells him to convey that they should party later today to celebrate their survival. He wants him to invite Ryu's family if he has any. Gyeonrok then asks if they should also invite Arin. The bodyguard responds, questioning why they should invite her. With a smile, Gyeonrok answers that they need to have a celebrity with them at times like this. The scene shifts to Cafe Scala, where Ryu stands near his car awaiting someone. Suddenly he waves and smiles at Juri, who responds, "Ryu, you look fine." The Rizzler replies, "Not more than you." She then asks what's up with him, making plans for lunch, and he answers that he figured celebrating their survival with a meal is a good idea. He assures her it's his treat. Juri says she'll take advantage of having a rich friend if he doesn't mind. They enter the car and zoom down the road. Juri thanks him because, thanks to him, she was able to get ready for round 4. He then asks her if it ever struck her that he could be lying. She answers that he would never do that, because what would he gain from lying to her? He thanks her for trusting him. She then tells him that he shouldn't thank her, because she is the one who should be thankful. If he hadn't told her, she would have had to kill at least 30 people, and she'd be dead by now. Inwardly, he acknowledges that she really has no reason to be thankful to him, because even if he hadn't told her, she would have survived thanks to the rune of protection. She's actually quite resourceful too. In comparison to Arin, who's like a protected flower in a greenhouse, Juri is more like a weed outside it. After a while, they stopped at a restaurant where they ordered some food. Ryu tells her to enjoy, to which she answered, "Thanks, bon appetit." Inwardly, Ryu wonders how many times she's thanked him already. On the other hand, Juri had something on her mind. She looked sad as she inwardly questioned if a murderer like her should even be doing this. She came out since Ryu called her here, but eating in peace like this seems disturbing. Suddenly Ryu called her and asked why she isn't eating. However, he inwardly observes that she still seems to feel guilty about killing people. She then answered him by saying, I don't feel so great." Ryu then asked if it is because she killed someone. He tells her not to take it too hard, and not to blame herself because she had to survive. He explains that it's not just her. It was inevitable for him and other people too. Looking downward with a sad expression, she says, "Even so, I killed." Ryu then told her that's enough. He questions what if something similar happens in the future. Will they just let it happen? He expresses concern for his family here, if he doesn't wake up, mentioning his brother who cried in joy after he woke up, relieved that he survived. He says that they have their families waiting for them. After she heard that, she had a revelation. If she doesn't wake up, her father would definitely be sad and depressed. Ryu then tells her that he forgot about his family, not realizing that's the reason he has been able to last for so long. She then thanked him for comforting her. He tells her not to mention it. He advises her to eat this delicious food quickly and shake it off, to which she answers, "Okay." Once they started digging in, she says that it's really tasty. She can feel all her exhaustion from round 4 melting away. Ryu is glad to hear that, and then she thanks him for the food by saying, "Thanks for the food, Min. After she said that, Ryu mentions that it's the first time she called him without his surname. She then asks if she can call him that way from now on if he doesn't mind, to which he answers, "Of course you can." Inwardly, Ryu thinks that she seems to be feeling better, so he wonders if he should get to the point now. He tells her that he called her here today, mainly so that he could share information on Round 5 with her. Shocked, she asks him if he saw the future and knows what Round 5 is. He affirms, saying that Round 5 will be the hardest of all rounds yet. Also, there will be a zone merger. She asks, what is a zone merger? And he explains that basically, the split zones will be merged into one. She is shocked to hear that, asking if it means they both could meet. Sipping his drink, he tells her, yeah, but not in Round 5. Inwardly, though, he knows they will actually meet in Round 5. But if he says they're in the same zone, she'll want to meet him. Putting down his drink, he says he has to meet her with his identity hidden. To do that, he tells her to listen carefully to what he's about to say. He explains that, as he mentioned, Round 5 is going to be very difficult. She might not even be able to pass it, but there is one way. She asks, what's the way? So he tells her to go see Black Scythe and ask him for help. After hearing that, she's taken aback and exclaims, "What, Black Scythe?" Jury asks him if he means she should seek help from Black Scythe, the #1 ranked player across all zones. Ryu confirms this. Jury is still puzzled by Ryu's suggestion to enlist Black Scythe's help for Round 5. So Ryu explains that he means she should accept Black Scythe's assistance as more of a collaboration. He advises her to form a temporary alliance with him to increase her chances of survival. Still taken aback, she points out that Black Scythe is level 30 and wonders why he would want to work with her, someone obviously much weaker. Ryu reassures her that she has her own strengths, and Black Scythe probably needs her as well, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. Internally, she admits it would be nice to clear the round with Black Scythe's help, a high-level player. She expresses her ongoing concern to Ryu. He asks her what specifically worries her, and she confesses uncertainty about whether Black Scythe would be willing to team up just because of her modest abilities. Privately, Ryu acknowledges that what she possesses isn't merely a small buff, but rather something remarkable and valuable to him. He encourages her not to fret, assuring her that Black Scythe will likely cooperate not only in this round, but also in future ones. He sees it as a glimpse into the future, easing her worries. Blushing, she asks if he's sure about this, but ultimately thanks him for sharing such vital information. Ryu responds that he can at least offer this much as her friend. Suddenly, Jury asks if she can see his hand for a moment. Ryu then extends his hand beside hers, and a radiant green light emanates from it, illuminating the room. She insists that she should reward him in return for his help, and a green aura envelops Ryu's entire body. With a bright and grateful smile, Ryu expresses his thanks, inwardly acknowledging that she wouldn't want to feel indebted to anyone. He had anticipated she would boost him up in return. Now that everything is settled and he's achieved what he came for, Ryu can head home and utilize that. A system notification pops up, indicating that all of his stats have been boosted by 50% due to the Bless skill. His current kill count stands at 100 out of 100, having exterminated 100 insects from a bag, resulting in a 100% stat increase from the Butcher Rune's effect. Seated on his sofa, Ryu reflects on how his stats should now be quite high with the blessing from Jury's skill and the bonus from the Butcher Rune after dispatching 100 mealworms. He opens his status window and notices that his luck has skyrocketed to an impressive 84. With this much luck, he figures he can anticipate good things ahead. He retrieves his rare lowest rank magic crystal ticket, which grants random magic crystals ranging from 1 to 5, and is only usable until the next round, restricted to apprentices and above. It's described as a time-limited item offering random magic crystals. If Ryu were an average person, he might have resorted to praying to God for favorable outcomes. But to hell with praying to that damned God, he mutters. He may not know who's responsible, but it definitely seems like the workings of a deity. Who else could round up 1.8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game? There's definitely a divine force at play here, a deity toying with mortals. With a grave expression, Ryu states that should he ever reach a point where he can make a wish come true, upon breaking through the final round, he'd desire nothing more than the obliteration of the accursed deity responsible for this wretched game. Following that declaration, Ryu utilizes his lowest rank Mana Stone draw token, and the system congratulates him on acquiring 5 lowest rank magic crystals, 2 red, 1 yellow, 1 green, and 1 purple. Ryu is astonished by the receipt of 5 crystals, as it's the maximum allowed. Reflecting on the outcome, he remarks that rather than praying, it was cursing the deity that yielded the best results. He chuckles, attributing it to his seemingly good luck. Now it's time for combining. First, he merges the 2 lowest-ranked red crystals, successfully creating a low-ranked red magic crystal. He elucidates that combining magic crystals of the same rank and color yields a higher magic crystal. Utilizing the magic crystal obtained from Arin and the one from the ticket, he fashions a low-ranked purple magic crystal. In another fusion, he enhances his assassin's hood with the red crystals, resulting in a 2% increase in damage. Moving on, he imbues his Shadow of Darkness gloves with the purple crystal, augmenting all stats by +2. Similarly, he infuses his Ring of Resistance with the yellow crystal, gaining a +2 increase in luck. Following this, he enhances his Swift Log boots with the green crystal, boosting dexterity by +2. And finally, his Blood Assassin suit became infused with the deep blue crystal, granting him a +1% reduction in damage. With a grin, he remarks that he's now used up all the magic crystals he had. It was certainly worthwhile to secure the enhancement by sharing that information. Now he needs to prepare himself to meet Gyeonrock. After Ryu informed Wonnie that the company he invested in had the successor of the Osung Group as its president, Wonnie was utterly astonished. Ryu explains that he was invited to a party as their business partner, indicating they'll collaborate in the future. Trembling, Wonnie questions if he should even attend such an event, to which Ryu reassures him that Gyeonrock said he could bring his family, urging Wonnie not to fret as he straightens his askew tie. Suddenly there's a knock at their door, and Wonnie starts to feel nervous. As Ryu opens the door, Wonnie is taken aback to see the bodyguard waiting to escort them. Recognizing the bodyguard from their first day in the penthouse as the stern individual who declined the rice cake, Wonnie becomes even more anxious. When the bodyguard inquires about Ryu's companion, Ryu promptly responds that he's his younger brother. The bodyguard then hands Wonnie his card and apologizes for the delayed introduction. He introduced himself as Section Chief and Sangcheol. He then expressed his apologies once more to them, acknowledging his previous rudeness. He explained that the party was his way of making amends and hoped they wouldn't feel burdened by it. He then suggests that they should depart promptly, as the limousine awaits them. It was nighttime, and we found ourselves at the Imperial Hotel, Gyeonrock's hotel. As they stepped into this opulent building, Wonnie was still visibly nervous as Gyeonrock called out Ryu's name. With a warm smile, Gyeonrock expressed relief to see Ryu well and alive. "Likewise," Ryu replied. As they shook hands, Gyeonrock inquired if Wonnie was Ryu's brother, to which Ryu confirmed and introduced Wonnie as his younger sibling. Gyeonrock extended his right hand to shake Wonnie's, who, overcome with nerves, used his left hand instead. Unfazed, Gyeonrock greeted him warmly, introducing himself as Ma Gyeonrock, the president of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Ryu quietly instructed Wonnie to use his right hand next time, prompting Wonnie to nervously say hello. Gyeonrock then asked if Wonnie was also a player, to which Wonnie nervously denied, stating his age as 14. With a smile, Gyeonrock remarked on Wonnie's stroke of luck, escaping the death game by just 1 year, jokingly expressing jealousy. Then led them to their meeting place, mentioning that though it may be modest, Preparations had been made to ensure a memorable evening. Entering a luxurious room filled with delectable cuisine and a personal chef and assistant, Wonnie's face lit up with joy at the sight of the food. Gyeonrok remarked that they must be hungry, acknowledging the small food prepared but expressing confidence that they would be satisfied. Inwardly, Wonnie wondered if Gyeonrok was teasing them, considering the abundance of food before them. Smiling warmly, Gyeonrok invited them to partake, but Ryu's attention was suddenly drawn by approaching footsteps. His eyes widened as he beheld Arin, elegantly adorned in a beautiful dress, entering the room, inwardly surprising him that they had also invited Arin. After Arin entered the room and finally arrived, Gyeonrok rose from his seat and inquired why she was tardy and if anything had happened to her. She then apologized, explaining that she was a bit delayed due to attending a fellow actor's funeral. Gyeonrok reassured her, expressing understanding given the circumstances. He then transitioned to a more pressing matter, instructing her to extend greetings to the majority shareholder he had mentioned earlier. Arin then turned to Ryu and Wonnie, offering her salutations and introducing herself as Seo Arin, an actress. However, she suddenly realized that the two were the neighbors who had recently moved in and had given out rice cakes. Ryu confirmed her observation, and she greeted them warmly, expressing her delight at discovering that the shareholder was actually her neighbor. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but inwardly note that Ryu appeared younger than her, yet he held the majority shares. This led her to wonder if the CEO was playing a prank on her, as it seemed improbable for someone so young to possess such wealth. Nervously, and with a blush coloring his cheeks, Wonnie confides in Ryu that the person in front of them is indeed Seo Arin, and he's a huge fan of hers. Internally, Ryu acknowledges that Wonnie may not be aware of the connection between Ma Gyeonrok and Arin, hence his surprise at her sudden appearance. He then wonders if Wonnie's reaction is typical of the attention people usually give to someone as attractive as Arin. Observing Wonnie's nervous demeanor in Arin's presence, Ryu decides to mimic his interest and nervousness. Gyeonrok notices Ryu's performance, though unaware that Ryu is faking his nervousness. Gyeonrok smirks, thinking to himself that Ryu is indeed a man, and it's natural for him to act that way around someone as beautiful as Arin. Reflecting on his decision to invite Arin, Gyeonrok deems it a good idea and suggests they must be hungry, inviting them to make themselves comfortable and enjoy the food. As they settle at the tables laden with various dishes, Wonnie's face brightens as he savors the food, remarking to Ryu how the meat simply melts in his mouth. Encouraging Wonnie to indulge further, Ryu joins in the conversation as Gyeonrok inquires about their enjoyment of the meal, mentioning he instructed the chefs to give extra attention to tonight's menu. Ryu compliments the deliciousness of the food, prompting Gyeonrok to ask Wonnie for his opinion. Nervously, Wonnie admits it's incredibly tasty, and unlike anything he's ever tasted in his entire life. Gyeonrok expresses satisfaction that their efforts were worthwhile, though internally admitting he had pressured the chefs the previous night to perfect each dish until they met his standards. Gyeonrok then posed another inquiry, inquiring of Ryu why solely his younger sibling was present, pondering the absence of their parents or other kin. Ryu responded that Wonnie was his sole family, as their parents had already passed away. Gyeonrok was taken aback by this revelation, expressing his condolences, yet internally chastising and reproaching himself for his thoughtless question, realizing its impact on the somber atmosphere. Observing Wonnie's downcast demeanor, Gyeonrok resolved to maintain silence until a more uplifting mood prevailed. Thus, an air of quietude enveloped the room as dessert was served. Savoring his tea, Gyeonrok silently acknowledged the need to uplift the mood. Casting a glance towards Arin, he hoped to catch her attention. Setting down his cup, he rose from his seat and beckoned Arin to join him for a moment. Understanding his unspoken request, they stepped outside the room they had just occupied. As they walked, Gyeonrok called out to her, prompting her to halt. He then inquired about the flavor of the food they had just consumed. With a smile, Arin confirmed its deliciousness. However, Gyeonrok's demeanor turned serious as he questioned whether she truly believed he had summoned her merely to feed her. He admonished her gently, explaining that he had invited her with the intention of improving the ambience, so he was surprised by her lack of awareness. Apologetically, she conceded her misunderstanding, believing she was merely attending a party rather than being tasked with lifting spirits. Gyeonrok sighed in response, questioning the rationale behind inviting her to such an event. He then queried whether her bodyguard had neglected to inform her of Ryu Min's true identity. Arin tentatively replied, "Isn't he our majority shareholder?" To her astonishment, Gyeonrok clarified that Ryu held a more profound role as a seer. A seer?" she stuttered nervously, taken aback by the revelation. He replied, "Exactly, a seer." He elaborated that it's a special class capable of foreseeing the future. Then he inquired if she understood why it was crucial to keep Ryu happy now, emphasizing how valuable it would be if Ryu disclosed what would occur in the next round. Advising Arin to utilize her charm and comply with Ryu's wishes, and smile at him. He clenched his fist and urged her to do whatever it takes to win Ryu's favor. Arin respectfully declined, expressing her inability to comply. Gyeonrok reminded her that if he, the CEO, had paved the way for her success as an actor, it was only fair for her to pay him back. He instructed her to foster a positive atmosphere for Mr. Ryu-min. Observing Ahrin's silence, Gyeonrok pressed her for a response, to which Ahrin nervously replied, "Yes, sir." Upon returning to the room, Gyeonrok informed her that he would monitor her performance closely, to which Arin acknowledged her understanding. Meanwhile, the bodyguard and the two brothers sat in awkward silence. The silence was loud. Shortly after, Gyeonrok and Arin returned, apologizing for the delay and explaining that their business discussion had taken longer than anticipated. As they finished eating, Gyeonrok suggested relocating the gathering elsewhere. While getting ready to leave the room, Gyeonrok internally pondered why Arin seemed hesitant, despite his instruction to seduce Ryu. However, Wonnie interrupted, praising Arin and confessing to being a huge fan. Blushing, he complimented her on her beauty in person compared to pictures. She then expressed her gratitude, and he politely asked if they could snap a photo together when she had a moment. She replied enthusiastically, which brought a smile to Wonnie's face, and she thanked him in return. Meanwhile, Gyeonrok was messaging Arin, while privately noting that Wonnie seemed more enthusiastic than Ryu, prompting him to rethink his plans. Moments later, Arin received a text from Gyeonrok, informing her of the change in plans. He advised her to get close with Wonnie first instead of Ryu. Internally, Arin couldn't believe she was being asked to manipulate an innocent fan. Throughout this exchange, Ryu was silently observing their thoughts, thanks to his mind-reading ability, and was aware of Gyeonrok's scheming. Gyeonrok, in turn, was contemplating that once Arin gained Wonnie's favor, Ryu would naturally come over to their side, facilitating the acquisition of information for the next round. Unbeknownst to Gyeonrok, Ryu had been reading his thoughts the entire time and understood his intentions. After a brief interlude, they arrived at their next destination, where Gyeonrok led them to a private room reserved for double VIPs. The room was opulently furnished, bathed in a rich reddish hue. In this room, one has unlimited access to drinks, snacks, and music. Wonnie then reminds Gyeonrok that he's still in middle school and therefore unable to drink. Gyeonrok reassures him, saying it's fine and not a big deal since there are plenty of other beverages available. Gyeonrok then instructs the bodyguard to procure the double VVIP special course here, along with beverages for Wonnie. Gyeonrok nods affirmatively and departs the room. Ryu chimes in, mentioning his own aversion to alcohol. Gyeonrok suggests Ryu give it a try since he's of legal drinking age. Ryu then turns to Arin, asking if she'd be willing to take a photo with Wonnie outside. She agrees, and the two of them exit the room, casting curious glances back at the duo inside. Now that it's just the two of them, Ryu adopts an imposing tone as he questions Gyeonrok's perception of him, asking if he'd take him for a fool. Gyeonrok, visibly nervous, asks for clarification. Ryu then suggests that Gyeonrok may have overlooked his abilities as a seer. He questions whether Gyeonrok thought he wouldn't be aware of his conversation with Arin, given his ability to see the future. Taken aback, Gyeonrok absorbs Ryu's words, pondering their implications. With a determined expression and unwavering tone, Ryu insists that Gyeonrok mustn't conceal anything from him, questioning their ability to maintain their business relationship otherwise. After Ryu told him that he must not hide anything from him, Gyeonrok was shocked to learn that Ryu knew about his conversation with Arin, but wondered how. Did he see it in his future reading too? He inwardly thought. Ryu told him that he knew he had told Arin to get on his good side. Gyeonrok was taken aback and then apologized if that upset him. He explained that he only wanted to get close to Arin, so that's why he did that. However, Ryu suddenly cut him off, saying that he crossed the line by trying to use his brother for that. Inwardly, Gyeonrok was shocked that Ryu knew about that too. He bowed his head and sincerely apologized for making a foolish judgment regarding him. He vowed to fix everything that offended him. Ryu, still resolute, told him that since he sincerely apologized, he would let it slide and pretend he didn't hear his conversation with Arin. Gyeonrok was truly grateful to Ryu for giving him another chance. But suddenly the bodyguard came back and entered the room. Gyeonrok swiftly regained his posture to not look ridiculous in front of his employee, and then told the bodyguard to please leave. Trying to act cool, he told the bodyguard that he had something serious to discuss with Ryu, so he asked him to take the others to the next room. The bodyguard understood, and then left the room, closing the door behind him. Gyeonrok, on the other hand, inwardly cursed. He thought everything was going well thanks to Arin, but he couldn't believe he ended up offending Ryu instead. Suddenly, Ryu asked him if he wanted intel on the next round. Gyeonrok answered yes and asked him if he knew about it. Ryu responds that he accepted Gyeonrok's invitation mainly to discuss round 5, but given his actions, doing business or providing him with intel isn't easy. Gyeonrok once again sincerely apologizes, hoping Ryu won't take it to heart. Ryu then asserts that Gyeonrok shouldn't hide anything from him and must trust him completely. Additionally, there shouldn't be any unnecessary discussions about the company's management. He asks Gyeonrok to persuade the other shareholders at the meeting. Gyeonrok replies affirmatively, promising to exert control over the shareholders no matter what. Satisfied, Ryu smiles and assures him that he will ensure the company's growth. Now he proceeds to share the information about round 5 that Gyeonrok wanted. Gyeonrok's face lights up with happiness upon hearing this, but it swiftly changes after Ryu informs him that round 5 will be more challenging than any of the previous rounds. However, Ryu reassures him not to worry because he won't have a hard time clearing it. Gyeonrok then asks him what the quest is for him to say that. Ryu responds that the quest is to kill 300 orcs, but it's not that simple because there's something else. The zones will merge. He explains that they're likely merging to compensate for the decrease in players. Gyeonrok realizes that this means they'll be able to encounter players from other zones, like Black Scythe. However, Ryu clarifies that he won't be in the same zone as Black Scythe. Gyeonrok then questions if Ryu knows Black Scythe's real identity. Ryu admits that he's not aware of it either, but he assures Gyeonrok that he will find out soon, silently noting that Gyeonrok is already in front of him. He then continued, telling him that there's also something else. He says that Gyeonrok is going after Hwang Yong-min. Gyeonrok was taken aback that Ryu knows about that too. Ryu tells him that hiding the truth from him is useless. To which Gyeonrok answers, as expected, your rune of the future is beyond imagination. To Gyeonrok's shock, Ryu tells him to stop trying to track down Yong-min. Gyeonrok was confused, so he asked Ryu why he should do that. Ryu tells him that if he messes with Yong-min, he will have to suffer a lot. Still confused, Gyeonrok asks him, how exactly? Ryu answers that that's all he can tell him. After that, Gyeonrok stays silent for a moment contemplating, while Ryu looks at him, grinning inwardly, saying that he is actually just saving Yong-min because he can be of use. After his contemplation, Gyeonrok answers that he won't try to locate Yong-min anymore, and since their business conversation is over, he asks him if they should get back to partying without any drinks, of course. Gyeonrok then sighs with relief, but he's still stressed out, so he inwardly says that he's got to de-stress tonight. In a rainy night, a guy is seen huffing and puffing. He's bleeding and running in fear, looking old and terrified. Now cornered, he stops and slowly turns around to face his chaser. As he sees the steps, he is terrified as a sword cuts his legs, making him fall to the floor. Now, with one hand gone and unable to walk, he screams in pain as loud as he could. But he is suddenly told to be quiet unless he wants his tongue cut off. The predator of this chase was Gyeonrok himself. The man asks him why on earth he's doing this to him, and what did he do to deserve this. Gyeonrok answers by saying that he is pretty shameless for a child molester, and asks if he wants him to spell it out for him. Terrified, the man tells him to wait, saying that was long ago, so why is he doing this to him now? He says that he has already served his sentence, and that he is just a regular old man now. Suddenly, Gyeonrok lifted his sword high and swung it down, piercing the old man's shoulder, eliciting another scream of pain. "Shut the fuck up and pipe down unless you want to die a slow and painful death," Gyeonrok told him sternly. He continued, warning the old man about the consequences of attracting witnesses, causing the screaming to cease. Pleased, Gyeonrok commended the old man for still having functional ears, and proceeded to declare that for a scumbag like him, mere existence was a sin, asking for his agreement. A dark aura began to manifest from his sword, surrounding them before entering the old man's body, leaving him shocked and terrified. Before he could speak, the dark aura seized his face, enveloping his entire body, while Gyeonrok watched the scene unfold. Internally, Gyeonrok lamented the necessity of charging dark magic, expressing frustration at not being able to dispatch the old man instantly. However, he acknowledged the need for dark magic to wield the aura and regenerate it by taking the life of a living being. As the dark aura completely enveloped the man, Gyeonrok coldly declared, "Die," reveling in the prospect of gaining more dark magic through killing. He admitted to enjoying the act of killing criminals, feeling it was his calling as a dark knight. With the scum now dead, Gyeonrok felt his pent-up stress dissipating. He instructed his sword to consume, but nothing happened, realizing corpses were not viable. Understanding that dark aura only fed on living beings, he accepted the limitation. Suddenly, a noise emanated from behind a trash can, prompting Gyeonrok to swiftly investigate, only to find relief in discovering it was just a cat. He sighed, convinced that no one had witnessed his actions. After all, he had deliberately lured the man into a secluded alleyway early in the morning. However, a sudden revelation struck him. There could be one potential witness to his murders, the seer Ryu Min. Gyeonrok mused inwardly that Ryu might have observed the scene through his rune of future. If that were the case, it would imply that Ryu approached him knowing he was a serial killer. Finding this notion intriguing, Gyeonrok grinned and promptly instructed his bodyguard to clean up the corpse. 2 weeks after the party with Gyeonrok, Ryu spent his day at home since he didn't have any plans. Considering the future, he deemed this rest necessary. However, today marked the end of that rest. Ryu stumbled upon a group page of players discussing the rounds, prompting him to join them as he felt it was time to take action. Inwardly, he noted that one of the 5 runes available in the real world, the rune of incarnation, was about to appear. Congrats! Season 1 has ended. Thank you to the author Cho Gom for this awesome story.